Chapter 1940. What's going on? These are the famous experts of Northern Plains in history. They were actually summoned here. The celestial court Gu-immortals were all surprised. Duke Long said solemnly, "Everyone pay attention. This is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Time Path Killer move, Call of the Ancient. It can summon Gu-immortals closely related to you from the upper part of the River of Time to fight for you. This is interesting." Flesh Whip Immortal licked her lips. Her battle intent surged as she shouted and rushed forward. "Let me." Zhang Feixiong turned into a giant and collided with Flesh Whip Immortal towards Calamity Luck Altar. But at this moment, Calamity Luck Altar was guarded. New Air Bao Xiong roared and used an immortal killer move. Lightning balls flew everywhere and exploded fiercely. For a moment, Flesh Whip Immortal and Zhang Feixiong were blocked by the lightning and their offensive was thwarted. Zhu Ke Air shouted and activated a movement killer move. She drew a beautiful red rainbow in the air and went around to the back of Calamity Luck Altar. Don't even think about succeeding. A male immortal walked down from the Phantom River of Time and blocked Zhu Ke Air. His face was like jade. He was elegant and had a smiling gaze. It was Dongfang Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Ke Air and Dongfang Yu fought fiercely. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. Far away, Zhao Shan He and Yu Zhu Zi joined hands again and successfully used their killer move. The killer move was not very effective on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was indeed created by Giant Sun Immortal. Its defense in the food path was also quite strong. Yi Qiao Zi's killer move followed. Wooden stakes appeared out of thin air and formed a circle, trapping Calamity Luck Altar. Yi Qiao Zi shouted again. Countless green vines grew from the wooden stakes and coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, spreading upwards in an attempt to touch the Phantom River of Time. It is useless. This Phantom River of Time cannot be attacked. Only by destroying the foundation of Calamity Luck Altar can this move be stopped. Duke Long was about to make a move. Another celestial court Gu-immortal suddenly teleported to the Phantom River of Time. This Gu-immortal had the appearance of a boy with shiny black hair and a small tuft of sharp hair on the top of his head. It was Whirling Boy. The boy's aura surged out violently, forming a huge hole above his head. The hole emitted a terrifying suction force, constantly rotating and strangling anything that came in. However, the illusion of the River of Time remained unmoved and unaffected. The other Northern Plains Gu-immortal who had just walked out was sucked into the hole before he could react. He, I've finally gained something. The boy of Whirling Space laughed and increased his grinding speed. The one trapped inside was an expert of the 22 family, Farmer 22. He looked like an old farmer. His trousers were rolled up, his hands and feet were stained with mud, his back was bent, and his face was filled with deep wrinkles. Now that he was trapped, he sighed. I'm going to die as soon as I get out. Is it worth it? Among all the Northern Plains Gu-immortals, I am the worst at fighting. Whirling Boy's little face puffed up as he tried his best to grind and kill the 22nd farmer. Farmer 22 was protected by a faint yellow halo. Even though this halo was thin, it was very sturdy, firmly resisting the frenzied grinding of the rotating hole. Another Gu-immortal walked out of the illusion of the River of Time. Seeing that Farmer 22 was trapped, he wanted to save him. But Celestial Court's Gu-immortal Zhou Xiong Xin arrived in time and blocked this person. Yalu Ko also walked out. His skin was dark, and his gaze was like a hawk's. He looked around the battlefield and immediately found the weakest Gu-immortal in Celestial Court, Qin Song. Qin Song's weak state could not be concealed. Yalu Ko smiled coldly as he charged towards Qin Song. Your opponent is me. A flirtatious female immortal blocked Yalu Ko's path. Yalu Ko looked at the female immortal, feeling a threat to his life. Who are you? The female immortal smiled charmingly, but her words were filled with killing intent. The person who will kill you, Wan Zi Hong. The two fought, golden light shot out and flower petals flew. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Explosions continued to resound. Sparks flew everywhere and intense light flashed. Northern Plains historical Gu immortal experts fought against Celestial Court's members. Rumble. Zhang Feixiong's flesh was lacerated by New Air Baoxiong's attacks. Crack, crack, crack. Flesh Whip Immortal whipped Yuan Ben fiercely. Yuan Ben's white bone-heavy armor was already broken. He was forced to retreat. Farmer 22 was still resisting, but Whirling Boy gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Around the two, who were in a deadlock, several Gu immortals were also fighting. The Gu immortals started to get injured. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Even after using Call of the Ancient, I am still at a disadvantage. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. His heart was getting heavier. The trump card he was hoping for did not allow him to turn the situation around. It only saved him from defeat and kept the situation in a deadlock. In the previous life, Celestial Court's Gu immortals woke up in a hurry from the immortal graveyard. Despite Fairy Myrtle's urgent deployment of immortal Gu, their battle strength was still lacking. But this life was different. These Celestial Court's Gu immortals had very good battle strength and condition. They could fight evenly with Northern Plains experts and even suppress them. After all, Celestial Court's Gu immortals had a lot of cooperation. While Northern Plains historical experts had just been summoned, they would at most hear about each other. How could they have the chance to fight side by side? This cannot go on. The longer this call of the ancient lasts, the more experts it will summon to fight. Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was worried, but also glad. Thankfully, she wanted to deal with Longevity Heaven first. This killer move was really troublesome. If they used Star cast too many times, they would lose Qin Song, and the Celestial Court's members would be scattered outside. Longevity Heaven might succeed and charge out of the Qi Wall. After all, there were not many Gu immortals left in Celestial Court. Yuan Cheongdu and the rest had to control the Refinement Path battle formation. The true main force to stop Calamity Luck Altar was only Duke Long. Duke Long stared at the phantom river of time for a long while before retracting his gaze. He sighed internally. He still could not break this killer move. It was like the support of the future killer move that he had used against Red Lotus Demon Venerable. If I cannot break it directly, I can only destroy Calamity Luck Altar. Thinking of this, Duke Long slowly clenched his fists as he walked into the battlefield. Yi Qiao Zi suddenly spat out blood. The backlash of the killer move caused him to be heavily injured. He had been cooperating with Duke Long's investigation, trying his best to restrain Calamity Luck Altar. But how could a rank 8 immortal Gu house be so easily restrained? Yi Qiaozi had no choice but to retreat into the Qi Wall, while Calamity Luck Altar became restless, wanting to break through the Qi Wall. Duke Long silently walked towards Calamity Luck Altar. Everyone, stop this person! Bing Sai Chuan ordered coldly. He was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal, and most of Northern Plains experts were Giant Sun Immortal's descendants. They naturally listened to him. New Air Baoxiong was the first to attack. Hundreds of lightning balls smashed towards Duke Long. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions occurred. Smoke and dust rose as New Air Baoxiong laughed maniacally. Have you tasted my power? Ha ha ha, thug. A figure gradually walked out of the smoke and dust. Duke Long had an indifferent expression. His body was straight like a spear. His purple-gold dragon scales were still shining brightly. Only a trace of dust was left on them. New Air Baoxiong was furious. He stared with wide eyes as his aura surged. Take this! He raised his hands above his head. Countless lightning bolts gathered into a huge dark blue lightning ball. The surface of the lightning ball was covered in lightning. It was pitch black inside. New Air Baoxiong threw it towards Duke Long like a meteor. Duke Long finally shifted his gaze, but he only took a glance at the lightning ball. He waved his hand. Rumble. Air currents surged and formed into a giant hand. With a slap from the back of the hand, The lightning ball was sent flying away easily. Nu Air Bao Xiong's powerful killer move was broken by Duke Long just like that. At the next moment, Yu Yanzi, Lu Hui, and Lu attacked one after another. Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar without even looking. As long as Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Call of the Ancient would definitely break apart. Boom! Calamity Luck Altar was smashed to the ground by Duke Long's punch, sinking into the ground. A fist pit appeared on the surface of the immortal goo house. A large number of goo worms died. Even the immortal goo were damaged. The killer moves of the Northern Plains experts engulfed Duke Long like a torrential storm. But even after the continuous attacks, Duke Long was still standing. There was only a layer of soot on his face. How can this be? How can this person be so strong? He is Duke Long, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Someone recognized Duke Long's identity. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals gasped in shock. This was an old monster. But at the next moment, the morale of the Northern Plains people surged again. They had brave natures. The stronger Duke Long was, the more excited they were. Kill, kill, kill. Behead this old thing. Protect Calamity Luck Altar and charge out of the Chi Wall. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals roared as they attacked without any regard for their lives. These Northern Plains lunatics. Brute force. The Celestial Court's Immortals could only retreat and avoid the attacks. Facing the desperate attacks of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals, Duke Long could not ignore them anymore. He snorted lightly, annoying vermin. The moment he said that, the aura around him changed. Chi currents surged and spread in all directions. While Duke Long's body was like a mountain, his aura rose rapidly. The killer move was prepared in an instant. Duke Long waved his hand. Whoosh! The air was forcefully pushed away as 5 grand chi waves swept forward. Wherever they went, the dazzling killer moves of the Northern Plains experts crumbled one after another. They could not stop the chi waves. It was the immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Duke Long pointed at the sky. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed, as if the sky was falling, and quickly came crashing down. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals escaped in panic. Some of them could not dodge in time and were smashed into Calamity Luck Altar by the pressure of Chi Breath Mountain, turning into meat paste on the spot. The entire Chi Current Mountain pressed down on Calamity Luck Altar. The ground was shaking intensely. Calamity Luck Altar had been restless, but now it could not move. Duke Long used 2 moves. The effect was immediate. He suppressed the entire battle. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was ashen. His heart sank to rock bottom. He realized that they could not break the Chi Wall with their own strength, ignoring the other Goo Immortals. Just Duke Long alone was an insurmountable obstacle. Bing Sai Chuan had other trump cards. In the previous life, he had asked Limitless to turn around and restrain Duke Long. The latter could not move and had to leave the battlefield for a while. But in this life, Calamity Luck Altar was too far away from Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This method could not be used. In the previous life, Calamity Luck Altar had to charge to Central Great Hall before Limitless could turn around. Chapter 1941. Giant Sun Immortal had once told Bing Sai Chuan clearly, if the plan to attack Celestial Court failed, Longevity Heaven would have no hope of obtaining fake goo. They had to ask for reinforcements from the crucial person. Then, who is the crucial person? Bing Sai Chuan asked this question on the spot. Giant Sun Immortal answered him. Whoever destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower is the crucial person. By then you will know. Longevity Heaven's original plan was to refine fake goo. They needed to snatch fake goo. But different from the previous life, Bing Sai Chuan encountered a huge setback this time. Without a choice, he could only ask for help from Fang Yuan. After receiving Bing Sai Chuan's letter, Fang Yuan was already in Central Continent, hiding in Defice Formation. This formation was created by Shadow Sect. It was left for Defy to use as their base. But after the heaven-defying Gu refinement on Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect vanished. Defy was also saved by Fairy Ziwei and uprooted. This formation was left empty. In the previous life, Fan Yuan used this formation to trap Zhou Xiong Xan. But now, the situation was different. Fan Yuan retreated early. To guard against people's accusation, he did not fight with Zhou Xiong Xan. As a result, Zhou Xiong Xan survived and became one of the main forces of Celestial Court. Defy's formation was also preserved. To think that Longevity Heaven would encounter such trouble. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he thought rapidly. He did not know about the situation in Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan's letter had already described their predicament. Compared to the previous life, Fan Yuan soon found out that the key to Longevity Heaven's setback was that the moment they entered, they were teleported into the Qi Wall. It should be because of Qin Dingling. In this life, with a luck path Gu immortal like her, Celestial Court broke through giant Sun Immortals arrangements and even ambushed Longevity Heaven. Fan Yuan understood. This is a new change. There is also Call of the Ancient Killer move. It turns out that once Calamity Luck Altar is activated, it can be teleported immediately. In the previous life, Bing Saichuan used this to trick Duke Long before obtaining this information. Fan Yuan had been thinking about Celestial Court's method of large-scale star cast, trying to find a way to break it. The more important Fairy Myrtle was, the more she wanted to preserve this method. The more Fan Yuan wanted to destroy it. By now, Fan Yuan had already deduced that this formation was in Heavenly Court. The core was Star Constellation Chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in White Heaven. By now, Fan Yuan had already deduced that this formation was inside Celestial Court. The core was Star Constellation Chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in White Heaven. The formation's power would be projected onto these stars, using them as a medium to create a large-scale star cast tactic. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting the Celestial Court Gu Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. Without this crucial clue, Fan Yuan's deductions encountered a bottleneck. But now he had already realized something. According to Bing Sai Chuan's information, even though Fairy Myrtle did not participate in the attack, she also appeared outside the Qi Wall to observe the situation. This is a bit strange. Such a large-scale star cast should have used up all her energy, but she is still able to do it with ease. Someone is helping her. Who is it? Who is the other Wisdom Path great expert? Or is it the cooperation of others that allowed the large-scale star cast tactic to succeed? Fan Yuan quickly cut off this train of thought. Now was not the time to think about this. He had to make a decision quickly. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, the current Fan Yuan was like a chess player playing against Fairy Myrtle. Both sides had their own chess pieces. Fairy Myrtle clearly had the upper hand, not only in her Wisdom Path attainment, but also the unity of Celestial Court or the current situation. She had a clear advantage. Fan Yuan seemed to have a huge amount of manpower, but they were all fighting for themselves. He could only influence the people of the 4 regions and add fuel to the fire. Even though he had many subordinates, far more than in the previous life, there were few who could reach this level. Fan Yuan considered the entire central continent battle situation. Infallible, blessed land battlefield. Southern Borders Gu Immortals fought and broke the formation. But the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was least afraid of this. The subformations were endless. Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Eastern Seas Gu Immortals were trapped in the formation, trying to break it. However, Old Man Bei Feng could hold on for some time. As for Emperor City battlefield, Western Deserts Gu Immortals were still on the way. Their morale was low. Celestial Court battlefield. Longevity Heaven was at a complete disadvantage. Ever since Celestial Court schemed against them, they had lost the initiative. Of the 4 main battlefields, the most important one is Celestial Court Battlefield. Fate Gu is in Celestial Court. To win this battle, we need to destroy Fate Gu. Feng Yuan thought. Just like Fairy Myrtle's analysis, both sides knew where the most important place was. In that case, Celestial Court Battlefield cannot be lost. Longevity Heaven's performance is too disappointing. I was hoping that they could block some of the attacks and trigger Genesis, Lotus, Immortal Venerables, painting path method for me. Feng Yuan knew that he had to reinforce Bing Saichuan. Even though Bing Saichuan had his own benefits, he had deceived him and ignored him in the previous life. He would do the same in this life. For the sake of the big picture, Feng Yuan had to reinforce him. Celestial Court Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Punches after punches caused Calamity Luck Altar to shake intensely. The fist force caused countless goo worms to die instantly. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Li Qiu shouted, "Let me out! Let me restrain him." Bing Saichuan had a cold expression as he shook his head. "No, you are not his match. You will be courting death if you go. You are different from them. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court will target you." Duke Long ignored the generations of Northern Plains experts. Only the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals resisted them. The people of Celestial Court were clear that only by destroying Calamity Luck Altar could they stop this call of the ancient killer move. But once Mao Li Qiu joined the battle, it would be different. This was a general of Longevity Heaven. It had the strength to fight. Killing Mao Li Qiu would weaken Longevity Heaven. Why not? Immortal Killer Move. World-shaking Dragon Hammer. Duke Long shouted as he raised his fists above his head, before slamming them down like a hammer. Calamity Luck Altar's surface exploded. Countless goo worms were destroyed. Fragments flew everywhere. A small hole appeared on Calamity Luck Altar. Even though it was only the size of a finger, it could penetrate both inside and out. Duke Long shouted, "Longevity Heaven, only death awaits you." This result was decided the moment you wanted to attack Celestial Court. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court cheered. Their morale rose to the peak. Duke Long's might has reached such a level. Bing Saichuan sighed. Even he felt a sense of helplessness. Why is Feng Yuan not here to reinforce us? 5 Elements, Grandmaster shouted, showing a trace of anxiety on his face. According to what I know, Feng Yuan is only rank 7. Even if he loses to Celestial Court, he is only using the River of Time. If he comes to reinforce us, can he really change the situation? Even if he takes out Myriad Year Flying Worship, the other side has Duke Long Bull Demon's voice buzzed, expressing his doubt. Indeed, from the current situation, just 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses could not resist Duke Long. Duke Long's battle strength was too shocking. And what was even more unbelievable was that, after a while, Duke Long was getting stronger. This was simply illogical. Mao Li Qiu snorted coldly. That lad took away a reverse flow river in front of me, at least with that killer move of his. Even if he is only rank 7, he can resist Duke Long and share some of our pressure. Feng Yuan will definitely reinforce us. Bing Saichuan smiled. I don't know much about him, but I believe in Lord Giant Sun Immortal. The moment he said that, the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court started to retreat. With the Qi Wall as their support, they retreated smoothly. Soon, only Duke Long was left in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle made urgent arrangements, frowning deeply. Quick, we need to reinforce them. Infallible, blessed land battlefield. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation is about to collapse. Hidden Dragon Caves formation is also facing destruction. Zhou Xiong Xin and the rest were shocked, someone asked. How did the situation turn for the worse? Fairy Myrtle said solemnly, Feng Yuan made a move. Oh, even so, the continuous unceasing formation should not have collapsed so quickly. He showed up personally. Let's kill him. Let's get rid of this disaster for the world. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were excited. Earlier, Fang Yuan had repeatedly lost to Celestial Court. Many Gu immortals were furious. Fang Yuan used the initiative to expand his advantage in the River of Time. After Celestial Court lost the initiative, they fell to the Stone Lotus Island. They were at a huge disadvantage. Now that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Fang Yuan had to attack. The battlefield was in Central Continent. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court wanted to see how much advantage Fang Yuan could make. But Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Fang Yuan did not show up. I'm afraid he only sent his subordinates. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were stunned. Just his subordinates could cause 2 immortal formations to collapse? Fairy Myrtle explained. In Hidden Dragon Cave, immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared. The other party used a large number of dream realms to corrode the formation. The immortals realized they knew about Fang Yuan's dream realm methods. They had already expected this. Dream Path was ahead of the current generation. It was natural for the formation to be broken. But we are inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Feng Kim Hong is guarding it. Even though she is only a rank 5 Gu Master, she can use the power of the immortal formation to use Dream Path Killer moves to shatter dream realms and turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Zhou Xiong Xian expressed his doubts. Fairy Myrtle said in a complex tone. That is because the method to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was not Dream Path methods, but Rule Path. Rule Path. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court gasped in shock again. Rule Path? In infallible Blessed Lands battlefield, the Southern Alliance immortals looked at the formation in front of them with shock. They had broken several formations, but they learned from Fang Yuan that this was the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Just as they were feeling frustrated, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation suddenly disintegrated on its own. After leaving the formation, the Southern Alliance immortals saw a formation floating in the sky, emitting 5-colored smoke. This smoke infiltrated the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, forcing the Celestial Court Gu immortals to disassemble the subformations themselves. Chapter 1942. There is actually such a mystical formation in this world. It can directly counter the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. To think that it was created by our southern border Gu immortal, Tao Zhu. It seems that we have greatly underestimated this person. Fang Yuan actually grasped such a method. When did this happen? The southern border Gu immortals quickly conversed, exclaiming in surprise. Fang Yuan had extorted them before, but now Fang Yuan was helping them. This made the southern border Gu immortals feel complicated. At this time, Zhan Budu's voice could be heard from the 5 regional limit formation. Deities of southern border, please don't relax. The Celestial Court will not watch this battlefield fall. They will definitely send reinforcements. In that case, please open the immortal formation and let us defend it. A southern border Gu immortal replied. Zhan Budu chuckled, not concealing his disdain. There is no need to say such childish words. Whether you fight or retreat, it is up to you. If you don't want to fight, just scram. You. The southern border Gu immortal's expression changed from anger. Right at this time, more than 10 starlight pillars shone down. The main force of the Celestial Court had really come to help. This is the formation. Destroy it. Zhang Fei Xiong took the lead. Zhan Budu was silent. He started to focus on activating the formation. The 5-colored smoke, miasma, not only defended itself, it also spread towards the 9-9 consecutive, unceasing formation. Even though the latter formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable, it had to dismantle the subformations to stall for time. Let's attack and defend the 5 regional limit formation. Wu Yong ordered without hesitation. Lord, the other party is Fang Yuan. Haven't you been opposing? Someone was unwilling. Wu Yong stared at this person fiercely, saying sternly, "Look at the big picture." He had high prestige. Wu clan was also the #1 force in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. This had already become a tradition. The Southern Alliance Immortals immediately engaged in an intense battle with the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. With their help, Jean Budu immediately felt relieved. The pressure on his shoulders lessened by more than half, and the five-colored smoke miasma spread even more violently. With the cry of a phoenix, the figure of Princess Impatience appeared amidst the flames. He had phoenix-like eyes and a golden cape draped over his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of flames. The flames burned in the five-colored smoke and engulfed the deities of Southern Frontier. Southern Borders, rank 8 Gu immortal Yi Haofeng immediately turned into a sea beast, controlling the waves to block the spreading flames. Jun Shanguang turned into a white light and moved through the battlefield, avoiding the 4 Southern Border rank 8s and attacking the remaining rank 7 Gu immortals. Zhou, Xiongxin, Zhu Kei'er, and the others moved with him. Indefinite Manor, Flying Sand Pavilion, and Bay Pavilion were all taken out. The Southern Border rank 7 Gu immortals quickly entered the rooms. Ah! With a scream, Whirling Boy was holding the head of a Southern Border Gu immortal. He had succeeded. Using this chance, the rest of the Southern Border rank 7s entered the immortal Gu house. "You are too slow." Whirling Boy looked at Zhou, Xiongxin, and the rest, chuckling. "Where are you going?" Wu Yong snorted coldly, chasing after him. Whirling Boy retaliated with an immortal killer move. He was clearly prepared. Wu Yong also raised his hand, creating wind blades that filled the sky. The 2 killer moves collided with a loud sound. Air currents surged as the 5-colored smoke fog surged like a dragon. Whirling Boy and Wu Yong grunted at the same time, their expressions turning pale. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating mountain empty. During this time, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi worked together again, using this powerful killer move. "So what if you have an immortal Gu house?" Yu Zhuzi snorted coldly. The immortals in the Southern Border immortal Gu house were all hit by this move. Their expressions changed as their Gu worms and immortal essence were rapidly expended. Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He retreated instead of advancing. "Protect me!" Bada and Chi Chu Yu immediately surrounded him. The immortal Gu house was at the periphery. "Stop him!" Celestial Court's Gu immortals were all people with rich battle experience. Wu Yong looked like he was about to use a powerful killer move. He immediately attracted all of their attacks. Chi Chu Yu and Ba De resisted with difficulty. They soon could not hold on. One of them was a formation path Gu immortal, while the other had just advanced to rank 8. How could they be the match of the Celestial Court's immortals? In terms of strength, Celestial Court was clearly superior to the deities of Southern Frontier. Thankfully, Southern Border's side had an immortal Gu house, and John Budu's 5-colored smoke fog was a huge hindrance to the 2 sides. It more or less evened out the gap between them. But Celestial Court's Gu immortals knew that the stronger the attack in this smoke fog, the greater the backlash they would suffer. But they were still fearless. They charged towards the 5 regional limit formation without a care in the world. The deities of Southern Frontier's formation lasted for a while before showing signs of breaking apart. Wan Zihong suddenly shouted. Flower petals fluttered. She actually forced the Southern Border immortal Gu house in front of her to retreat, opening up a path. Zhang Feixiong followed, closely behind, turning into a bear head giant and slamming into the 5 regional limit formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation shook intensely. A vast number of Gu worms died, and Jean Budu also suffered backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, so painful! The formation spirit was still in charge of the formation. It cried out in pain. Its body suddenly became much more illusory. It was no longer as solid as before. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were not much better off. They also suffered huge backlash. but they gritted their teeth and tried their best to destroy the 5 regional limit formation. Oh no! The Southern Alliance cannot defend against Celestial Court's fierce attacks. Jean Boudou gritted his teeth. The main power of the 5 regional limit formation was the 5-colored smoke fog. Even though its defense was strong, it would not last long against these Gu Immortals' fierce attacks. But even so, I will fight to the death. I need to stall for time. Jean Boudou was determined to fight to the death. Everything was for the big picture. Even if he had to sacrifice this clone, he would not hesitate. Sacrifices had to be made. Clones were only pawns. They were just more useful. Even if the 5 regional limit formation was destroyed, it would still have value. On one hand, it temporarily maintained Celestial Court's battlefield, protecting Longevity Heaven's people. On the other hand, it bought time for Hidden Dragon Cave's battlefield. Hidden Dragon Cave. Large numbers of dream realms were invading the formation. Old Man Bei Feng's expression was ashen. He could do nothing about it. Ask for help. Quickly ask for help, Grandpa. Feng Chanzi shouted. His face was pale and cold sweat covered his forehead. Old Man Bei Feng did not speak. He had asked for reinforcements long ago, but Celestial Court's reinforcements were still not here. This was not logical. After all, Celestial Court had a large number of star cast methods. Reinforcements could arrive in an instant. If they were not here now, they must be tied down. A bad feeling filled Old Man Bei Feng's heart. Roar! Feeling the weakening of the restraints, Di Zongxing, who was suppressed in the formation, also struggled at this moment, making the situation worse. Immortal Killer Move. Toppling Mountain Crushing Egg. Immortal Killer Move. Broken Mirror Shattering Light. Qing Yuan and Song Qiyuan were the first to break through the restraints. Because of their efforts, the formation's power was greatly weakened again. The other Gu Immortals were able to break through one after another. The 8 Immortals gathered. Even though they were still inside the formation, they had already sensed the change. Why are there so many dream realms? Zhang Yin pretended not to know. He had a surprised expression. Fang Yuan is probably helping us. Songxing purposely said he had already received Fang Yuan's message. Other than him, who else can control dream realms? Why is Fang Yuan here? Hua Kaiyin frowned. As the saying goes, great minds think alike. He is probably after Di Zongxing. Qin Yu and guessed while healing her injuries. Then let Fang Yuan release Di Zongxing. Should we retreat now? Hua Kaiyin was hesitant. Right at this moment, with a loud sound, an immortal Gu house broke through the formation, heading straight for the core of the formation. This immortal Gu house was a grand palace. It gave off an orange gold light. It was domineering and luxurious. The surface of the palace was filled with dragon carvings. Hua Kaiyin, Qing Yuan, and the rest were dumbfounded. Even though this was the first time they were seeing it, they could guess the identity of this immortal Gu house. Dragon Palace! With a loud sound, Dragon Palace broke through the core. Old Man Bei Feng cried out in pain. He fell to the ground. He suffered an intense backlash. His condition was at rock bottom. He had less than 10% of his battle strength left. Immortal Killer Move. Dreamy Light Smoke. The dream realm was like smoke. It gently swept Old Man Bei Feng into the palace, easily sealing him. Feng Chanzi, who was beside Old Man Bei Feng, was also swept in. Seeing that a rank 8 Gu Immortal was suppressed so easily, the expressions of the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals changed. But half of them were expressing their true feelings, while the other half were pretending. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace after taking an Old Man Bei Feng. He went into the depths of Earth Trench, ignoring the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals. Qing Yuan and the rest had ugly expressions. They realized that they were being used as cannon fodder and bait by Fang Yuan. A moment later, they heard a deafening dragon roar. The ground shook and the sky changed color. A huge, evil dragon slowly flew up. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals quickly retreated. They looked up. The evil dragon Dizongxing was so huge. It was like a mountain range. When it flew up, it could cover the sky and make the sun and moon lose their light. Thankfully, Dizongxing did not want to find trouble with the Eastern Sigu immortals. It flew towards the west. Central Continent is going to be busy now, ha ha ha. Strange, where did Dragon Palace go? What? Are you expecting to fight with Fang Yuan? Let's go. Earlier, Dragon Palace used that move to take away Old Man Beifeng. Did you see it? It is a dream path killer move. The Eastern Sea Immortals did not dare to stay here for long. Fang Yuan's demonic might was awe-inspiring to rank 8s. After all, the Celestial Court was defeated by Fang Yuan time and time again. And now, Dragon Palace's method shocked these Gu immortals who did not know about it. Dizongxing has already been released. It will definitely cause chaos in Central Continent. It will create a great opportunity for us. No, don't forget how the Celestial Court Gu immortals appeared before the battle. I don't want to have more than 10 Celestial Court rank 8s appear around me when we are on the move. The Eastern Sea Immortals were talking as they retreated. They frowned at this point. Chapter 1943. If they wanted to continue with their plan, the Eastern Sea Immortals would need to unravel the methods of the Celestial Court. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Shen Songsheng looked at White Heaven as he thought of the information Fang Yuan gave him. He spoke. It is not impossible to unravel the methods of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court specially arranged a large number of stars in White Heaven, using these stars to transport Gu immortals to any place in Central Continent. The other Gu immortals heard this, and their eyes shined. Then we will destroy these stars. But if we attack White Heaven, wouldn't we be provoking the Celestial Court? If the Celestial Court attacks us again, what should we do? Some Gu immortals were hesitant. Granny Rong said slowly, "There is indeed such a risk." Zhang Yin smiled coldly. "What are you afraid of? We can't run, even if we can't win, as long as we are careful and don't let the Celestial Court use their battlefield killer moves. If we chase them, can the Celestial Court fight against us?" "Haha, Zhang Yin, you are right." Yang Zihe's eyebrows rose as he clapped. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos. Dizongxing has already been let out. We have already provoked the Celestial Court. What are we waiting for? Shi Miao had a contemplative expression. The Celestial Court might not be able to split up now. Otherwise, why would they not come to reinforce us in time? Would they let Dizongxing go? Song Qi Yuan nodded. The Celestial Court can't even take care of themselves. The southern border Gu immortals seem to have found infallible blessed land. They're attacking the formation and fighting with the Celestial Court. The western desert immortals are moving towards Emperor City. The northern plains Gu immortals are nowhere to be seen, but these barbarians will definitely join in the fun. Now, with the addition of Dizongxing, in my opinion, the Celestial Court might not be able to take care of us. Like this, the 8 Eastern Sea Immortals reached an agreement again. They moved towards White Heaven. What they didn't know was that Longevity Heaven had already started a fierce battle in the Celestial Court. However, Emperor City didn't have anything to seize from them. The blessed land of infallibility was quite tempting, but there were already the main forces of the deities of Southern Frontier and the Celestial Court there, so it was best not to get involved. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was overseeing the central hall, and all the latest information flowed into her mind. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals entered White Heaven with an obvious intention. They wanted to destroy the stars that the Celestial Court had set up, but it didn't matter. The Celestial Court had already considered this when they had set up these stars. Fairy Myrtle chose to ignore it. These stars were scattered and far apart. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals would need some time to destroy them. In other words, the Celestial Court only used these star immortal materials to stall the 8 rank 8 Gu immortals. This was a definite gain. Fairy Myrtle was happy to see this. After all, according to Qin Song's situation, the large-scale star cast could only be used 4 times at most. Before the Eastern Sea Gu immortals destroyed all the stars in the sky, These 4-star casts could definitely be used up. What made Fairy Myrtle worried was Dizongxing. Dizongxing escaping would not have made Fairy Myrtle so worried. What she was worried about was that Dizongxing was behaving strangely after escaping. He no longer destroyed or slaughtered. Instead, he had a calm mind and flew away. This was different from what was recorded in history. Was he subdued by Dragon Palace? Fairy Myrtle could not help but have this thought. It was easy to make the connection. Firstly, the Celestial Court had detailed records that Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house. Everyone knew this. Secondly, since Fang Yuan sent Dragon Palace to attack Hidden Dragon Cave, he definitely had a huge motive. Dragon Palace displayed Dream Path methods and such great battle strength. It was not Fang Yuan's style to use them in an insignificant battlefield. If Fang Yuan's intention was to use Dragon Palace to subdue Dizongxing, then he sent his subordinates to set up a formation that countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and lured the Celestial Court's main force to attack. Then he sent his subordinates to set up a formation that countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, luring the Celestial Court's main force to attack. That was just bait. At the same time, the attack of the Eastern C8 Immortals was also caused by him. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with cold light. Fang Yuan can actually influence the Eastern C8 Immortals? How did he do it? Among the Eastern C8 Immortals, they're likely to be Fang Yuan's subordinates, or rather, members who are secretly cooperating with him. There are probably many of them, at least 2 of them. Fairy Myrtle guessed. But what if Fang Yuan just happened to be here? The Eastern C8 Immortals unexpectedly had the same goal as him. He gained a huge advantage. This was also very likely. After all, Fang Yuan has Giant Sun's true inheritance. His luck has always been good. Meanwhile, our Qin Dingling is still healing. The price to reverse Giant Sun Immortals arrangements is much higher than expected. Even though they were opponents, Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Fang Yuan. She had to admit that Fang Yuan did a great job in Hidden Dragon Cave. The bad feeling in her heart continued to deepen. Fairy Myrtle's attention was mostly on Dizongxing. It is very likely that it is already controlled by Fang Yuan. Then where is it going to reinforce? Emperor City is the closest battlefield. It has just received the elite Gu Masters. The final round of the Refinement Path Convention has not started yet. Destroying Emperor City will greatly delay the restoration of Fate Gu. It is also very likely to go to Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. Eliminating the main force of Celestial Court in one go is also Fang Yuan's style. Even if I retreat the main force of Celestial Court, he will think of a way to destroy infallible Blessed Land. Once he destroys the Blessed Land, at least for this time, our restoration of Fate Gu will have to stop. Of course, Celestial Court Battlefield is also possible. Since Longevity Heaven can sneak in, Fang Yuan can do the same. After all, he inherited Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance. He might have such a loophole. Since the start of the battle, Fairy Myrtle felt passive for the first time. She was very regretful. If only the large-scale star cast could teleport Duke Long. However, it was a pity that Duke Long's strength became an obstacle to teleportation. For example, more than 10 rank 8s of Celestial Court were like a dozen rabbits, while Duke Long was an adult elephant. The difference between the two was huge. Starcast could not move Duke Long at all. Immortal Killer move, Disintegration. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yuyang, Z, used his signature move. This killer move was the reason why he was famous in history. The killer move Disintegration hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body paused for a moment. He looked at Yuyang Z with a plain expression. Ah! Disintegration. You are Yuyang Z? When Duke Long said this, he was still several hundred steps away from Yuyang Z. After saying this, the purple gold dragon Qi flashed, and he suddenly teleported in front of Yuyang Z. At this moment, Yuyang Z's pupils shrunk to pin size. Warning bells rang in his mind. He quickly retreated, but this was just wishful thinking. His neck was firmly gripped by a large hand. This was Duke Long's hand, covered in purple gold dragon scales. His fingers were like blades, extremely sharp. Yu Yanzi had already activated his defensive killer move, but the light of the killer move was like glass, cracking and breaking under the strange strength of the dragon claw. Before dying, Yu Yanzi roared and self-detonated with a loud explosion. A terrifying power spread out, shaking heaven and earth. As the smoke and dust dispersed, Duke Long's figure was still standing tall like a heavenly pillar. Northern Plains immortals, other than not fearing death, what else do you have? Duke Long's tone was plain, but it spread throughout the battlefield. The Northern Plains immortals gritted their teeth, but could not refute him. Even though the main force of Celestial Court had already retreated, only Duke Long was left. But with just Duke Long alone, Calamity Luck Altar was unable to advance. It could only rely on the killer move, Call of the Ancient, to summon Northern Plains experts in history to support the situation. There's also this. Suddenly, Lulu's figure appeared behind Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook. The gray dagger in Lulu's hand was stabbed into his back. Even the purple gold dragon scales could not block this method. This was Lulu's signature killer move, Despicable Blade of Passage. In the previous life, Lulu had used this move to kill many members of Celestial Court and even heavily injure Fairy Myrtle. If not for Wu Shuang blocking most of the power, Fairy Myrtle would have died in his hands. Good. Seeing this, the Northern Plains immortals became spirited. Since the start of the battle, no matter how the Northern Plains immortals attacked, this was the first time Duke Long was injured like this. But Lulu's expression changed. He could not conceal the shock on his face. Even though his dagger stabbed into Duke Long's body, it was like it was stuck in a metal block. It could not move at all. Human path killer move? Not bad. It suits your personality. Duke Long slowly turned around and stretched out his hand, firmly grabbing Lulu's head. At this moment, Lulu suddenly understood. Duke Long intentionally fell for it. He purposely used his body as bait to trap me. It was not that he did not want to retreat, but he could not. Similar to the dagger in his hand, he could not move either. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lulu's head was easily crushed by Duke Long like a watermelon. His headless corpse fell to the ground. The gray dagger in his hand dissipated instantly. Who else? Duke Long raised his arms and shouted. His body was like steel. It had already grown to twice the size of a normal person. His purple long hair danced wildly in the sky. The Northern Plains immortals responded with countless killer moves. Rumble in the dazzling light, countless killer moves overlapped one another. Duke Long charged out domineeringly, using world-shaking dragon hammer as he slammed towards Calamity Luck Altar. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar was pushed back dozens of steps. A deep trench was created on the ground. The front that Duke Long slammed into had completely caved in, forming a terrifying crater. There is no time to repair such a wound. Bing Saichuan's heart sank. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster's actions of repairing Calamity Luck Altar paused. If Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Longevity Heaven's troops would definitely be defeated. They would die without a proper burial. But just as Duke Long was about to continue attacking, a black light flew out of the river of time. The black light followed the hole in Calamity Luck Altar and shot into it, turning into a young and handsome Gu Immortal with black curly hair that reached his waist. This young Gu Immortal waved his hand. Dark light surged and rapidly repaired Calamity Luck Altar's damage, forcefully saving Longevity Heaven from defeat. Bing Saichuan's body shook. 7th Prince! Duke Long snorted coldly. So it is Giant Sun's son. Chapter 1944. This is the Central Continent's Imperial Emperor City. Yi Fan followed the group as they walked through Imperial Emperor City, and he looked back and sized up the surroundings carefully. He was a southern border Gu master. He had heard of Emperor City long ago. This was the largest mortal city in the whole of Central Continent. No, more accurately speaking, the entire 5 regions. Here, rank 3 Gu masters were very common, and in southern border and other places, rank 3 Gu masters were usually clan elders or clan elders with high authority. This was the first time Yi Fan had come to Emperor City. Emperor City was indeed worthy of its name. The layout was strict and grand. It did not disappoint Yi Fan. But compared to immortal Gu houses, Emperor City pales in comparison. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked up at the sky. In the sky, there were several immortal Gu houses floating quietly. There was a pavilion that was small and exquisite. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams. Birds were chirping inside. It was Heavenly Lotus Sex Canary Pavilion. There was a manor with exquisite structures. It had white jade tiles and gray-green roof tiles. It was filled with cold energy. It was like the roar of a dragon. It was ancient soul sex Frost Dragon Manor. There was also a 7-story building with fluttering curtains. This was Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. There was also a camp with huge flags. It was Combat Immortal Sex Edge Link Camp. Other than that, there was Illusion Garden, Yuyang Palace, Sun and Moon Temple. Yi Fan had become Lu Weiyin's disciple. He learned a lot of information about Gu immortals from his master. He could recognize most of the immortal Gu houses. These immortal Gu houses were not as huge as Emperor City, but they were even more dazzling. Everyone in the city was discussing and paying attention to them. At this time, a youngster beside him sighed. It seems that the rumors are true. The world is going to change. Immortals are going to fight. A chaotic great era is coming. The distance between mortals and immortals is not so far. This is our plan, don't you think? Brother Yi. Yi Fan looked at the youngster and nodded. You are right, Brother Hong. Like in the previous life, Yi Fan and Hong got to know each other in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They became sworn brothers. Hong smiled. This Refinement Path Convention is truly grand and unprecedented. Let those Gu immortals in the sky fight. That is not something we can interfere in. Haha, that makes sense. This time, let's go all out. Yi Fan patted Hong Yi's shoulder. The 2 brothers were full of fighting spirit. Hong Yi said, I have a feeling that the final victor of this Refinement Path Convention will be one of us. Shun Shang's ears twitched as he heard every single word of Yi Fan and Hong Yi's conversation. Although the 2 of them were mortals, Xin Shang's attention was always on them. The 5 regions' chaotic war in the future might give these 2 youngsters a chance to become immortals. Xin Shang was a human Tao quasi-supreme master, so he had a superior intuition toward the human race. On the celestial court side, People's United Hearts and other human path killer moves had already been used to get rid of Free Scholar, Zhengqing, and the rest. However, Shun Shang still managed to sneak into the venue of the final competition in disguise, and he was never suspected at all. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He was also a human path, quasi-supreme, grandmaster. Xin Shang inspected the surroundings as he became secretly excited. My earlier guess was not wrong. This Emperor City is indeed one of Central Continent's main human veins. Mountains had mountain ranges, land had earth veins, and humans also had human veins. Emperor City was created by primordial origin immortal Venerable back then. After so many years, its location has been constantly shifting, but it has always been the largest gathering point of Central Continent's human veins. This place produces many geniuses precisely because it is the main human vein of Central Continent. There are also the human path methods set up by the past immortal venerables of the Celestial Court. I can vaguely sense their existence. Fang Yuan used his rebirth as a reason to urge Xin Shang to take action and do his best to break the Venerable's human path methods. This challenging task in itself stimulated Xinshang's strong ambition and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan and the rest could not find any traces of human path killer moves. But in Xinshang's eyes, there were traces that he could follow. Thus, he disguised himself and sneaked into Emperor City, finally finding the opportunity to break the Venerable killer move. The human wills collected by the Celestial Court are stored in the Celestial Court. The defenses there are too tight. Without entering the Celestial Court, I cannot destroy the human wills. Without destroying the human wills, I cannot take drastic measures. But if I take action here, there will be an excellent effect. The Celestial Court collects human wills. Emperor City plays an important role in this process. It is equivalent to the largest transfer point. If I destroy this place, the efficiency of the Celestial Court's collection of human wills will fall greatly. But Xinshang did not intend to destroy it. He had a greater intention. He wanted to follow the clues and use Emperor City as a starting point to counter the Venerable's human path killer move. He could even reverse engineer the profundity of the Venerable's human path methods and learn them. Xinshang was bold because of his skill. He was not satisfied with the reputation brought by breaking the Venerable killer move. If he could learn the Venerable's human path methods from it, it would be a huge improvement to him. If I improve my human path methods, I might be able to get rid of the hidden danger of my frequent insanity and black fire. Hairy foot mountain battlefield. 5-colored smoke billowed endlessly. Southern Borders Gu Immortals and the Celestial Court's main forces had been fighting for a long time. Bay Pavilion, Flying Sand Pavilion, and Unfixed Manor were already in ruins. They retreated to the back lines to recuperate. At the front lines were Southern Borders' 4 rank 8s, as well as the 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, Clear Jade, Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building, and Great Space Temple. The Celestial Court's main forces were unharmed. Their morale was high. Zhao Shan, he began to prepare his killer move again, his aura surging. Zhan Budu quickly shouted, "Block him! He is going to use that move again." Wu Yong and Yi Haofeng gritted their teeth. They wanted to charge in, but were stopped by Yi Qiaozi and Whirling Boy. Zhou Xiong Xian and Flesh Whip Immortal worked together to block, clear, Jade, Dripping, Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building. Meanwhile, Zhu Ke Air and Wan Zihong moved to the left and right, attempting to bypass the battlefield and attack the 5 regional limit formation. Wu Yong and the rest were helpless. They could only return to defend. They had too few people, but it was already very difficult for them to defend. They were not as flexible as the Celestial Court side. Zhao Shan, he successfully activated his killer move. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled the surrounding 5-colored smoke. A large amount of smoke was sucked into his stomach, and his stomach swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his face and the skin all over his body turned into a myriad of colors. Zhao Shan, he actually inhaled the 5-colored smoke into his abdomen, creating a temporary blank space. Without the restriction of the 5-colored smoke, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals completely let loose. They used all kinds of killer moves with terrifying might. Wu Yong and the rest resisted with difficulty, but the defensive line was sparse, while the killer moves were all pervasive. After being roughly filtered by the defensive line, they landed on the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation shook intensely. A large number of Gu worms died and were quickly repaired by the weakened formation spirit. Zhan Buda's expression was unsightly. Relying on Zhao Shan, his food path methods, the Celestial Court was able to break through the situation. Every time they attacked, the 5 regional limit formation would suffer severe damage. Even though they repaired it with all their strength, they could not recover completely before the next wave of attacks arrived. With the accumulation of such damage, the 5 regional limit formation was already in a precarious situation. What to do? Emperor City. The final competition was already in full swing. Xinshang was secretly happy. He started to refine Gu, using the Gu refinement as a cover. He had already secretly prepared his killer move. They finally arrived. Fong Dichang moved Divine Bean Palace to the front. Behind him was Western Desert's main force. Fight. Defend Emperor City with our lives. Protect Emperor City with our lives. Central Continent's army charged towards Western Desert's immortal goo houses. A huge battle erupted at this moment. Amazing! Shen Shang, who did not forget to pay attention to the outside world, was overjoyed. Central Continent's army was restrained. He had no qualms. This was the moment. Boom! Immortal goo aura erupted from his body. He shouted as profound white light shone in the hall, illuminating the whole of Emperor City. The Venerable is dead. Everyone's human path methods have been broken. Shen Shang's eyes shined with dazzling light. GUH. At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body cracked, his lungs exploded, his internal organs and bone fragments shot out of his wounds. He failed. How can this be? Shen Shang could not believe it. He stared with wide eyes. Not only did he fail to break the Venerable methods, he even triggered them in advance. This was the human path killer move. Hope of the people. White light danced in the sky like a blizzard. It gathered on the Central Continent goo immortals, forming a pure white halo. Human path killer move. Heroes among people. The white halo on the Central Continent goo immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the goo immortals rose rapidly. Roar! Central Continent's army roared. Their morale surged as they charged towards Western Desert side. Chapter 1945. White light filled the sky like snow, filling the sky and earth of the Central Continent. The first to benefit was the battlefield in Emperor City. Strong, such great strength. Central Continent's goo immortals had a wondrous feeling. A brand new strength was surging in their bodies. This energy was so vast and surging. It was like a surging wave that ceaselessly battered his heart and then immediately surged towards his limbs and bones. All of their fatigue was swept away. Their minds were extremely clear. Intense battle intent surged. Be it rank 6, rank 7, or even rank 8, they were all the same. This is the foundation of our Central Continent Celestial Court. My strength has at least doubled with this amplification. What enemies do we have to fear? Charge, kill them all, defeat all the invaders. Let them know the might of the Celestial Court, Central Continent's might. Central Continent's morale surged. They started to attack fiercely. Western Desert's side retreated continuously. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Such a terrifying amplification. What killer move is this? Let's retreat. Such a powerful killer move cannot last for long. Western Desert's goo immortals conversed in panic. There is no use. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. These two human path killer moves are hope of the people and heroes among people. They can last for the entire battle. Fong Dichang said solemnly. Western Desert side continued to retreat, but Divine Bean Palace controlled by Fong Dichang remained at its original spot. Like a pillar of support, it had no intention of retreating. Fong Dichang had a cold expression. He did not expect that Shen Shang's unraveling would cause these killer moves to erupt in advance. In the previous life, these two human path methods were very important. They changed the entire battle situation. In this life, Fong Yuan schemed and allied with Xin Shang to get rid of these two methods. But despite all his efforts, the result was still not satisfactory. From the current situation, not only did Xin Shang not restrain or alleviate these two killer moves, he even made the situation more troublesome. Heroes among people targeted the goo immortal themselves. It doubled the goo immortal's strength in all aspects. The power of killer moves was terrifying. After the goo immortal was amplified, their killer moves, immortal goo houses, immortal formations, and so on would have a surge in power. In a way, it was more practical than thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move. Wave after wave of attacks bombarded the Divine Being Palace like a raging wave. Divine Being Palace was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, but it could not resist such power. The surface cracked and was heavily damaged. A large number of goo-worms died and were destroyed. But Divine Being Palace's strength was recovery. It was similar to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's cultivation style. Although many goo-worms perished, they could be quickly replenished. Goo-worms that did not die after being injured could even recover quickly. Divine Being Palace was like a lapis reef, standing firmly on the front line, silently enduring the bombardment of Zhongzhou State. As expected of Divine Being Palace, Fang Clan's Fang Dichang is indeed responsible. Let's fight. Since we've already come this far, could it be that we still have to flee? Western Desert's morale was finally stabilized. The Western Desert Goo Immortals stopped retreating and charged toward Central Continent's immortal Goo houses. At once, the immortal Goo houses engaged in a huge battle. Canary Pavilion opened several bird cages. Groups of birds flew freely. After flying out of bird cages, they expanded rapidly, forming a huge flock of birds that attacked like dark clouds. Western Desert's chicken dog coop did not want to lag behind. It released its chickens and dogs to fight. After a while, the chickens and dogs could not resist. Many of them were killed. I'll help you. Dong Clan's Goo Immortals moved towards Red River Wheel to reinforce it. Red River was like a water wheel. It continued to move. A huge red light flew out of the wheel. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten lava birds. The molten lava birds were immediately suppressed. They were trapped by the red light and captured inside Red River Wheel. Thank you for your molten lava birds. Dong Clan's Goo Immortals laughed loudly. Red River Wheel's power rose by 20%. Even though Western Desert's side gained an advantage, Chicken Dog Coop and Red River will still work together to resist Canary Pavilion. This was a very common phenomenon. In the battlefield, Western Desert's immortal Goo houses could only fight 2 against 1. Central Continent's immortal Goo houses were all extremely powerful. Yu Yang Palace shot out dazzling light, piercing the sky. Frost Dragon Manor let out Dragon Soul. Cold air flew everywhere. Wind-sweeping buildings swept up intense winds, rampaging through the battlefield. From the moment of contact, Western Desert's side was suppressed. They could barely raise their heads. This cannot go on. Fang Dichang looked at the battlefield, feeling worried. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Dichang knew Central Continent's strength. He also knew about his own side. Western Desert's Goo Immortals would not fight to the death. Fang Dichang had already put in all his effort to gather this group of people. In such an intense battle, if Western Desert's side suffered any casualties, they would probably retreat. Once someone retreated, someone else would follow. In other words, this was not a true army. They were a disorderly mob. They would easily fall apart. Fang Dichang led this group of people. At this crucial moment, they had to be at the front lines and maintain the integrity of their troops. I was planning to use them at the crucial moment, but there is no other way. Fang Dichang's side, he sent out all the Divine Being soldiers he had accumulated in Divine Being Palace. The Yellow Being soldiers had the most numbers. They were also the most basic soldiers. They were cannon fodder and could move forward. Next were Green Bean soldiers. They could shoot arrows. Red Bean soldiers could self-detonate, and Black Bean soldiers had the strongest defense. As for Blue Bean soldiers and White Bean soldiers, they had the least numbers. The former could reflect killer moves with a certain amount of power, while the latter could heal their own soldiers. Once the Divine Bean soldiers were sent out, they immediately stabilized the situation, forming a deadlock. But the price was the rapid depletion of these soldiers. Once the losses exceeded a certain limit, Western Desert's side would fall into a disadvantage again. At that time, Fang Dichang would have no cards to play. He could only wait for reinforcements. Hairy foot mountain battlefield. Immortal killer move. 3 men becomes tigers. Zhou Xiong used an information path killer move. Flying tigers formed into a group and pounced at Wu Yong. Wu Yong waved his hand, sending out countless wind blades to block the flying tigers. Beside him, Zhu Ke and Yi Chao Zi attacked together. Wu Yong sighed and wisely retreated. If it was before, he might have been able to contend with them. But now that the human path killer move had amplified him, Wu Yong could only retreat. Speaking of which, he had tried to use unlimited wind repeatedly, but was always interrupted by Celestial Court side. He could not gain the precious time to use the killer move. Thankfully, we have an immortal goo house that can act as a fortress and gain some time to rest. Oh no! Wu Yong had just returned to clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo, building to rest when his expression suddenly changed. His departure caused Qi Chu Yu's position to become slightly more prominent. Maybe other regions' Goo Immortals could not make use of it, but Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were all experienced in battle. Qi Chu Yu quickly retreat. Wu Yong quickly transmitted. Even without his warning, Qi Chu Yu already felt something amiss and started to retreat. Where do you want to go? Wan Zihong restrained Qi Chu Yu. Wu Yong could not be bothered to rest. He flew out. Zhou Xiong suddenly appeared above Qi Chu Yu's head. He opened his palm and pressed down. Immortal battlefield killer move. Rumor Cage. This was the fastest battlefield killer move in the world. Its creation speed was the fastest in the 5 regions. Qi Chu Yu could not dodge in time and was trapped in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong, Zhang Feixiong, and Zhu Ke entered the battlefield, while the other Goo Immortals stayed outside, blocking Wu Yong, Yi Haofang, and Bada's reinforcements. Qi Chu Yu is in danger. Quick, we need to break through this battlefield as soon as possible. Wu Yong and the rest were extremely anxious. However, Rumor Cage battlefield had already shrunk to a point and vanished. Finding it would take a lot of effort, not to mention the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were blocking it with all their strength. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. While the southern border Immortals were doing their best to rescue Qi Chu Yu, Zhao Shan He and Yu Zhuti cooperated again. Their killer move heavily damaging several southern border immortal Goo houses. The southern border Goo Immortals could not attend to them. In the Rumor Cage, Qi Chu Yu was on the verge of death. This was an information path battlefield, so naturally Zhou Xiong was the main attacker, while Zhang Feixiong and Zhu Ke had transformation path attainments, so they transformed into information path immemorial desolate beasts to assist in the fierce attacks. Suddenly, Wu Shuai joined the battle. Human path killer move, Peerless. This killer move had once been used on Duke Long. It was of great help. This time, it was used on Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhou Xiong Xian was amplified by human path killer moves to begin with. This time he was strengthened in all aspects. The power of each move rose sharply. Qi Chu Yu glared angrily, but in the end he couldn't hold on and was devoured by the information path tigers. The Rumor Cage battlefield was dispelled, and Zhou Xiongxin and the rest rejoined the battlefield. But Wu Yong and the other southern border Goo Immortals could only see some of Qi Chu Yu's broken limbs. An array formation grandmaster of a generation, the Qi family's first supreme elder, had died in battle. Southern borders Goo Immortals shook intensely. Such a painful sacrifice had happened in front of their eyes. Grand Elder Qi Chuanyo, he actually died in battle. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals killed him. The morale of the southern border side plummeted. Oh no! Wu Yong's expression was unsightly. Qi Chu Yu had high prestige. His death was far worse than Yi Haofang and Bada's deaths. It was a huge blow to the southern border Goo Immortals' morale. But Wu Yong could not do anything. Even though he had unlimited wind, Celestial Court did not give him a chance. There was also Farewell Friend Wind, a strange, evil move. But almost all of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were sleeping in the immortal graveyard. Wu Yong could not find a chance to make friends with them. Our situation is already difficult. Chi Yu's death makes it even worse. What do I do? Wu Yong had already used all his strength, but the situation was already out of his control. Persevere. His eyes shined with determination. We cannot let Celestial Court repair Fate Gu. This is the consensus of the four regions. Western Desert has already attacked Emperor City. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains Gu Immortals will definitely take action. And Fong Yuan, I need to wait for reinforcements. We can only do that. Emperor City and Harryfoot Mountain were completely suppressed. They were in a dangerous situation. Celestial Court's battlefield was the same. Even though Duke Long was not amplified by human path killer moves, he was still terrifyingly strong. He suppressed all of Longevity Heaven's forces with just his strength alone. And the worst thing was he had reinforcements. Qin Dingling. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Chi Ci Lang looked at Qin Dingling and gritted his teeth. Qin Dingling had already recovered from the help of human path killer moves. She immediately joined the battlefield and assisted Duke Long. She had extremely high luck path attainment. She was very effective against Calamity Luck Altar. Chi Ci Lang and the rest became more and more passive. With a loud sound, Duke Long's fist struck down another Northern Plains expert. He looked at the phantom river of time as he laughed. So what if you have more people? Longevity Heaven. This time you will not be able to return. You will be defeated and killed. No matter how many reinforcements you have, this outcome will not change. Chapter 1946. Capture him. Don't let him escape. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention's final competition was in chaos. Several rank 8 Gu Immortals charged down together. Xin Shang's expression was pale. He failed to unravel the Venerable's method and instead suffered heavy injuries. But looking at the Central Continent rank 8s charging down, he still sneered. You want to capture me with just you? Immediately, his body flickered and vanished. Central Continent's rank 8 Gu Immortals missed. They used all sorts of investigative killer moves, but could not find any clues. Where did he go? Who is he can enter and leave Emperor City so freely? This place is under the effect of the killer Move People's United Hearts. He actually managed to sneak in. The 5 regions are huge. There are truly many hidden talents. The rank 8 Gu Immortals conversed at lightning speed. After discussing, they split up and continued their search. Even if they had to search Emperor City thoroughly, even if they had to tear it apart, they had to find Xin Shang. Xin Shang was already hiding in a corner of Emperor City, far away from the final competition's venue. He breathed heavily, but the fighting spirit in his eyes did not extinguish. It was like adding fuel to the fire. He became even more vigorous. As expected of a Venerable, his methods are beyond my expectations. He sighed inwardly as he transmitted to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, persevere. Give me some more time. I will definitely be able to unravel this move. Shen Shang said with certainty. Fong Yuan sneered. How can I believe you? Xin Shang explained. I have already investigated. The human path killer moves of Celestial Court's Venerables are based on a vast amount of human will. Without this foundation, no matter how strong the human path killer move is, it is not worth worrying about. Fong Yuan retorted. But providence is stored in Celestial Court. We cannot do anything about it. Xin Shang smiled lightly. Precisely so, I thought of another method. Instead of destroying the human will, I will help it grow. Fong Yuan was immediately interested. Tell me about it. Xin Shang said, the Celestial Court collects the will of Zhongzhou State. Therefore, it can distinguish between friend and foe by performing peoples united as one. But if I add the will of the people from the other 4 regions, how can I talk about being united? Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu Immortals were amplified by heroes among people because of Central Continent's human will. If it is the will of the 5 regions, heroes among people will also be used on us. Fong Yuan asked again, "Then how do you do this, and transfer the will of the other 4 regions in?" Xin Shang replied calmly, "On the one hand, I've already made arrangements in Emperor City. On the other hand, the 5 regional walls were almost gone. Not only would the 5 regions be unified, but the human veins would also be connected. In a way, we have the Celestial Court to thank for its propaganda. Right now, the 5 regions know that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is being held. The human will of the 5 regions are all gathered here. It is just that the Celestial Court only collected a portion of it." Fong Yuan was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, "Then do it. It's impossible for me to maintain all the battlefields. I can only do my best to buy time for you. You need to seize every second." "Of course," Shen Shang replied without any hesitation. "Emperor City battlefield. Kill. Combat immortal sects," Gu Immortals shouted. Under their control, the immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp's speed suddenly rose as it charged towards Western Deserts, Inquiry Dock. Inquiry Dock retreated rapidly. Edge Link Camp suddenly shined with a dazzling light. The light condensed into a huge horn. It was Edge Link Camp's killer move, Giant Horn Charge. Normally, Inquiry Dock would not be afraid of this method. But with the amplification of the human path killer move heroes among people, the Giant Horn Charge's power had doubled. Inquiry Dock was only an information path immortal Gu House. It could not resist such a fierce attack by itself. Fallen Flower Hall sent reinforcements to Inquiry Dock, but they were restrained by wind sweeping building. Inquiry Dock cannot be lost. My Fong clan's 3 immortal Gu houses can use the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Fong Di Chong quickly ordered reinforcements. Peach Blossom Maze could trap rank 8 Gu Immortals. Back then, it could even trap Divine Bean Palace. This killer move was famous. All Western Desert Gu Immortals knew about it. But since the start of the battle, Central Continent's side had the initiative. They could not allow Western Desert to make arrangements. They had no time to use Peach Blossom Maze. Several Western Desert immortal Gu houses went to reinforce Inquiry Dock. But at the next moment, Central Continent's formation changed. They formed a large encirclement, isolating Inquiry Dock and the reinforcements. "Oh no!" Fong Di Chang's expression sank. He had no choice but to use Divine Bean Palace to reinforce them. Divine Bean Palace was the base of Western Desert's formation. It could not be moved easily. Once it was moved, it would cause a change in Western Desert's formation. There would be a flaw, and Central Continent's side would seize the opportunity. But at this moment, Fong Di Chong had no other choice. Seeing Divine Bean Palace activate, Central Continent's Gu Immortals became excited. Fong Di Chong fell for it. That's right, even though he is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, the situation is too pressing. Charge Western Desert's formation is already in chaos. If we seize this opportunity, we can secure victory. Rumble Central Continent's immortal Gu houses erupted with frenzied attacks. They were like a tidal wave that engulfed Western Desert side. Oh no! Even Fong Di Chang's expression changed at the scene. Western Desert's defeat was right in front of them. Boom! With a loud sound, a grand immortal Gu house descended on the battlefield. Its scale was even larger than Divine Bean Palace. It was made of red gold bricks and black gold glazed tiles. There were countless carvings on the surface of the palace. Each of them was lifelike and full of charm. This is Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Myriad Statue Palace. Central Continent's offense paused for a moment. At the next moment, Thousand Transformations Ancestor's voice came from Myriad Statue Palace. Central Continent's Celestial Court has gone too far. This time, I, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, will make you pay with your blood. At the crucial moment, Thousand Transformations came to help, finally saving Emperor City's situation. Fong Di Chong let out a breath of air, muttering, "This battle can still be fought." Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. Rumble. With a loud sound, a corner of the 5 regional limit formation collapsed again. It was like a pavilion that was leaking air. The inside and outside could be seen. The formation spirit was weak like a phantom. Jean Buddha's injuries were severe. He could only kneel on the ground to control the formation. His 7 orifices were bleeding. A pool of blood had already accumulated below him. After destroying this formation, there will be no more obstacles. Humph, you want to find trouble with my celestial court. You are not qualified. These scoundrels will become my celestial court's prisoners. Celestial court's main force was like before. They attacked ferociously and continuously. Their coordination was getting more and more exquisite. Ever since the deities of Southern Frontier lost their rank 8 pillar, Chichuyu, they could barely defend themselves. They could not protect the 5 regional limit formation at all. It seems that my life ends here, but I won't let you have it easy either. Jean Budu gritted his teeth. He decided to use his final move and detonate the entire formation. Roar! Just as Jean Budu was about to self-detonate, a loud dragon roar could be heard. The dragon roar resounded in heaven and earth, shaking the entire battlefield. Next, the 5-colored smoke churned intensely. It was forcefully pushed away by a giant creature. Celestial Court and the deities of Southern Frontier opened their eyes wide at this moment, looking at the newcomer in shock. This was a giant dragon. It was unimaginably huge. Just the head of the dragon was like a mountain, while the dragon's body stretched for tens of thousands of li. A Gu immortal's body could not even compare to a single dragon scale on a giant dragon. Evil dragon, it's Di Zongxing. Why is it here? Di Zongxing's dragon eyes turned, sweeping past the 5 regional limit formation and the deities of Southern Frontier before fixing on the Celestial Court's main force. The Celestial Court's immortals immediately felt an intense threat. It was threatening their lives. Roar! Di Zongxing roared again, charging towards the Celestial Court's immortals. Reinforcements! The Southern Border immortals' morale soared. Wu Yong squinted. Doesn't Di Zongxing hate all humans? Why is he being manipulated to become enemies with the Celestial Court? Who is manipulating it? Who can manipulate it? For no reason, Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Wu Yong's mind. We are saved for now. Jean Budu was completely exhausted. With Di Zongxing's help, he was finally saved from the brink of self-detonation. Celestial Court's battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was already at the end of its road. Duke Long attacked again and again. The accumulated damage had already caused Calamity Luck Altar surface to be filled with holes. The Gu Immortal Bing Sai Chuan, who was inside, was heavily injured. As for Qi Siailang, he had already fainted. The cause of this was not just Duke Long's divine might. There was also the help of Qin Dingling and Fairy Myrtle. Qin Dingling could use Luck Path to destroy Calamity Luck Altar's defenses, and Fairy Myrtle gathered countless information from the battle. She deduced on the spot and told Duke Long the best direction to attack. With these 3 Gu immortals working together, Longevity Heaven's situation was extremely dangerous. Calamity Luck Altar's destruction was imminent. Once it completely collapses, Longevity Heaven's immortals would suffer a destructive blow. The Celestial Court's battlefield would be decided in one battle. Far away from the battlefield in Central Great Hall, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, 2 chess players were playing chess in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. No matter from which angle, one could only see the sides of their faces. The woman had a peerless beauty, while the man had a cold expression. 2 Venerables were playing chess. It seems that we won this round again. Star Constellation Venerable smiled. Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. Celestial Court awakened so many Gu immortals in advance this time. Are you not afraid of being assimilated by Providence? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable picked up a chess piece. There is still some time. It seems that the person you are waiting for will not arrive. Even if he arrives, he will not make it in time. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent, Suddenly, his eyes shined with a bright light. He seemed to have sensed something. He slowly stood up and turned around to look at Celestial Court's battlefield. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was stunned. She followed limitless Demon Venerable's gaze and saw that the sky above the battlefield suddenly shined with profound white light. With the sound of a crane's cry, a passage opened. Myriad Year flying warship flew down along the passage, carrying a Gu Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze focused. She looked carefully and saw that this Gu Immortal wore a white robe. His sleeves were fluttering. His black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist. His face was extremely handsome, almost to the point of being beautiful. The most eye-catching part was his eyes. They were pitch black, like they were connected to the abyss of the 9 underworlds. They could devour all light. Fairy Myrtle's body shook. She blurted out, "Fang Yuan." "So you are Fang Yuan," Qin Ding Ling sneered. "No matter who it is, they are futile." Duke Long did not raise his head. He was still looking at Calamity Luck Altar. He wanted to deal a fatal blow. "Is that so?" "On Myriad Year, flying warship." Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he looked at the battlefield. He raised his hand and opened his fingers, aiming at the battlefield. At the next moment, the killer move that had been prepared for a long time was activated. Qi surged and heaven and earth shook. Rumble. The huge Qi wall that enveloped the whole of Celestial Court lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing into countless Qi currents. They surged and were drawn by a formless force into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. At once, the entire battlefield went silent. Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling were dumbfounded. They cried out, "Rank 8!" The Qi wall left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable is actually... Duke Long slowly raised his head. He ignored Calamity Luck Altar. His gaze was fixed on Fang Yuan. His expression was completely different from before. Next, they heard Fang Yuan's faint voice resounding in their ears. "This unlimited Qi Sea Killer move has been modified by me. How is its power? Please take a look at it." Ha ha ha. Laughter came from Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Limitless Demon Venerable raised his head and laughed loudly. He was extremely happy. "Look." He pointed at Fang Yuan. He turned around and said to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "The person I am waiting for is here." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a long sigh. She had a complex expression. "Yes, he is here." Chapter 1947. Celestial Court Battlefield. "This is the crucial person, Fang Yuan," Bing Sai Chuan muttered as he looked at Fang Yuan in the sky. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were dumbfounded. Didn't they say Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level? When did he become rank 8? This lad. Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth as it sighed internally. The last time it saw Fang Yuan was during the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan relied on Reverse Flow River to turn the situation around. Other than that, his strength was far inferior to Mao Li Chiu. To think that he could actually destroy the Primordial Qi Wall in this meeting. Without the Primordial Qi Wall, Calamity Luck Altar was like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger returning to the mountains. The restriction that had been bothering them was gone. They could attack everywhere. Oh no. Fairy Myrtle's expression was pale. She could not think of a countermeasure. Attack! At the next moment, Bing Sai Chuan's voice resounded from Calamity Luck Altar. The Northern Plains Immortals, who were summoned by call of the Ancient, had bright eyes. They roared as they spread out and attacked in all directions. These Northern Plains barbarians had been suppressed for too long. There were only 3 people present, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Dingling. They had no time to block so many Gu Immortals. At the crucial moment, there was a tiger's roar as a Shabi ran out. There was the sound of a crane's cry as a green jade crane flew out. These were the 2 legendary immemorial beasts of Celestial Court. One was Shabi 95, the other was Ruan Dan. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts joined the battle. desperately blocking the northern plains immortals. Fairy Myrtle hurriedly returned to Central Great Hall. Old Man Zhenyuan still needed protection there. Meanwhile, Qin Dingling charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood inside Myriad Year Flying Worship as he looked at the battlefield. Seeing that the northern plains immortals were scattered, he nodded in satisfaction. He had prepared this move to destroy the Qi wall for a long time. Unlimited Qi Si was the method that made Qi Xiang famous in the past. It was grand, but also complex and ever-changing. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could be said to be versatile. It had the ability to grow, able to absorb all the energy in the world to increase its own power. After Qi Xiang created this move, he absorbed all kinds of qi and stored them in his immortal aperture, including life qi, death qi, sword qi, blade qi, dusk qi, vitality qi. The more types and scale of the stored qi, the greater the power of unlimited qi si. Activating this move would not only consume immortal essence, but it would also consume the stored qi. Even if he didn't use it over time, these auras would naturally dissipate. Back then, the Qi Aspect Paradise's heavenly spirit had relied on this technique to help the Qi Aspect Paradise survive many tribulations, including many myriad tribulations. When Fang Yuan faced it, unlimited Qi Si was already weakened to rock bottom. Even the heavenly spirit was in deep slumber due to injuries. Thus, unlimited Qi Si's power was definitely not what it showed earlier. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had been pondering how to break the primordial wall of Qi. After obtaining unlimited Qi Si, he acutely sensed that he could use this move to counter the Qi wall. But the primordial wall of Qi was an immortal, venerable method. Even with Fang Yuan's unlimited Qi Si and Qi Path, great Grandmaster attainment level, he would need at least 10 years of deductions to break the Qi wall. The crucial opportunity was with Duke Long. In order to recruit Qi Si ancestor, Duke Long did not hesitate to use Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi Path Killer move as bait. Even though Fang Yuan only obtained half of it because of his strong request, it included the primordial wall of Qi. With it, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom Gu to barely modify unlimited Qi Si before the battle. As for how Fang Yuan sneaked into Celestial Court, he relied on Heaven Form. He combined the Time Path Killer move Shrink Time with Heaven Form, allowing him to infiltrate quickly. After all, his Theft Path and Time Path Foundation were very deep, especially when Fang Dichang's clone comprehended the Theft Path Immortal Gu House. It gave him a lot of inspiration and inspiration. The Qi Wall was too crucial. With the Qi Wall, the enemies of Celestial Court only had 3 paths to choose from. They were the paths that the 3 demon venerables used in the past. But once the Qi Wall disappeared, the huge Celestial Court could be moved freely. The current Celestial Court Gu Immortals could not defend against it. The situation in Celestial Court was completely reversed because of this. Fang Yuan's attack turned Longevity Heaven and his side from passive to active. They had the upper hand. Fang Yuan, let me, Qin Dingling, test your strength. Qin Dingling turned into a golden rainbow that tore through the sky, pouncing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at her. This was the first time they were meeting face to face. Qin Dingling's body was taller than normal people. Her shoulders were broad. Her body was tall and fit. Especially her legs were long and slender. Her temperament was outstanding, as if she was born noble. Her nose bridge was high. Her lips were thin. Her eyes were long and narrow. At this moment, her gaze was emitting a sharp chill. She was not a traditional beauty. Her beauty was awe-inspiring. She gave off an awe-inspiring aura. People did not dare to look at her directly. They did not dare to offend her. She left a deep impression on them. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal chose you as his concubine back then. Fang Yuan replied plainly. Qin Dingling's attacks became fiercer. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He controlled Myriad Year Flying Worship and shot out. Avoiding Qin Dingling's heart jumped. She cursed inwardly. She was strong. She had switched from metal path to luck path. Her battle strength in Celestial Court was second only to Duke Long. She had no shortcomings. But in terms of speed, she could not compare to Myriad Year Flying Worship. At this moment, currents were surging below Myriad Year Flying Worship, pushing this rank 8-time path Immortal Gu House through the battlefield, towards the Immortal Graveyard. Fang Yuan did not make a move, but once he did, he targeted the weak spot of Celestial Court, the most fatal spot. At this moment, even Duke Long could not stand it anymore. The Immortal Graveyard was the most important thing in Celestial Court. Even Duke Long could not see how many Gu Immortals were slumbering in here. This was the greatest wealth of the heavenly courts. It was a strong foundation that had been accumulated since the establishment of the heavenly courts and had existed for a long time. In the previous life, even the Longevity Heavens side fought their way into Heaven Overseeing Tower. They could not threaten the Immortal Graveyard. But now that the Chi Wall was broken, there were countless ways to attack. They could reach the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long abandoned Calamity Luck Altar and flew up, blocking Myriad Year Flying Worship's path. And behind Myriad Year Flying Worship, Qin Ding Ling chased relentlessly. In an instant, Fang Yuan fell into a pincer attack by Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling. Don't panic. I will help you. Protect this person. He is the crucial person that Ancestor Giant Sun mentioned. That's right. Even if we die, we need to protect his life. The surrounding Northern Plains Immortals quickly gathered towards Fang Yuan. Bing Saichuan did not hesitate. He immediately sent Calamity Luck Altar to reinforce Fang Yuan. Right now, they had a common enemy, Celestial Court. They needed to cooperate sincerely. Since Fang Yuan was helping him, Bing Saichuan also needed to help Fang Yuan resist the pincer attack of 2 experts from Celestial Court. Bing Saichuan did not have a good choice. If he allowed Fang Yuan to be killed by Duke Long, not only would he lose a strong battle strength, Myriad Year Flying Worship, this rank 8 Immortal Gu House would also be ownerless. Facing the situation of being attacked from both sides, Fang Yuan's expression was calm. However, just as he was about to use his methods to resist the enemy, a surge of fire qi filled his heart. He was burning with rage. Next, a surge of dejection qi surrounded his body, causing his defenses to weaken like an avalanche. There was also a lump of old qi that entangled his body and mind, causing his lifespan to shrink continuously. There was also poison qi that spread from inside to outside. It was a fatal threat. Unlucky qi covered his head, causing his luck to decline rapidly. Foolish qi filled his mind. Some of the results that he came up with were simply too stupid. Frost qi filled his body. His movements became sluggish. All sorts of qi surrounded his body. Fang Yuan's strength fell rapidly in just a few breaths of time. He was only comparable to a rank 7 Gu Immortal. After a while, he would not even be comparable to an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal. Duke Long saw that Fang Yuan's aura was collapsing rapidly. All sorts of qi currents were coiling around his body. He was overjoyed. This is Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan broke the qi wall. That is why he encountered this move. He had cultivated Primordial Origins, Qi Path True Inheritance. He immediately recognized it. But at the next moment, Duke Long saw a faint light shoot out from behind him. It was like a chess piece that entered Fang Yuan's body. In an instant, Fang Yuan's aura dissipated. It was as if the earlier scene was just an illusion. Duke Long's body and mind shook. He quickly turned around and saw that limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette had left his seat for the first time in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. He was standing at the side of the pavilion and looking over. Duke Long's pupils shrunk slightly. At the crucial moment, limitless Demon Venerable took action. He cleanly dispelled all sorts of qi currents from Fang Yuan's body. The Northern Plains Immortals saw this and felt relieved. Bing Saichuan was a little suspicious. So Fang Yuan also has a method to make limitless Demon Venerable turn around. But how did he do it? I did not even see what he did. Immortal killer move, dragon roaring wave. Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a grand dragon roar. The dragon roar surged forward, spreading in all directions. Immortal killer move, body flicker. At the next moment, Duke Long teleported along the dragon roar, arriving in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still standing at the head of the ship. The two were only an arm's length apart. On one side was Red Lotus Master, the Dragon Man ancestor, Duke Long. On the other side was Red Lotus Inheritor, the new Dragon Man ancestor, Fang Yuan. Oh no! Fang Yuan was too careless. Quickly returned to the immortal Gu house. The Northern Plains immortals felt like they had fallen into hell. They shouted loudly. Duke Long's divine might was deeply engraved in their hearts. Nobody had been able to block Duke Long directly. Even Calamity Luck Altar, the legendary immortal Gu house that Giant Sun Immortal personally created, was beaten badly by Duke Long. Longevity Heaven's experts were forced by Duke Long's might. They could only hide inside Calamity Luck Altar, not daring to come out and fight. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw as he slashed at Fang Yuan's head. Slap. At the next moment, with a soft sound, Fang Yuan raised his furry left arm and blocked Duke Long's dragon claw. He blocked it. Be it the Northern Plains immortals, Qin Dingling or Fairy Myrtle, they all stared with wide eyes. Nobody had been able to block Duke Long directly, not to mention that he blocked it so easily this time. Fang Yuan's appearance had changed beyond recognition. He had already turned into a bandit monkey. Bandit monkeys belonged to Strength Path. Their fur was golden and covered with black tiger stripes. Fur grew out of their waists, covering their crotch and tail like a leather skirt. Bandit monkeys were wild beasts unique to Southern Border. They worshipped strength. Arm wrestling was the most important social activity among monkey groups. Young monkeys could arm wrestle the moment they were born. Arm wrestling was not only a game among bandit monkeys, it was also a common method to resolve disputes. Some Gu immortals recognized the bandit monkeys and felt strange. When did bandit monkeys become so strong? Ordinary immemorial bandit monkeys could not withstand Duke Long's attack. If they learned from Fang Yuan, the immemorial bandit monkey's left arm would have already been broken with a cracking sound. Fang Yuan's transformation was not so simple. Earlier, he had first used Myriad Being's assimilation transformation. This move was Beast Calamity Immortal Supreme Method. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn all kinds of Dao marks of other paths into transformation path Dao marks. How many Dao marks did Fang Yuan have on him? Over 1 million Qi path Dao marks, over 300,000 refinement path Dao marks, and over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks. These were not all. They were just the 3 largest portions. Just these portions of Dao marks, after being transformed by Myriad Being's assimilation transformation, would amount to over 1.5 million transformation path Dao marks. After Fang Yuan turned into a bandit monkey, most of these transformation path Dao marks were turned into strength path Dao marks. About 1.5 million strength path Dao marks. Just by relying on the Dao marks themselves, Fang Yuan could block Duke Long's killer move. Duke Long's dragon claw landed on Fang Yuan's left arm, but it felt like it was hitting a mountain. Duke Long had just had a bad feeling when Fang Yuan's right fist had already smashed forward. Boom! With a loud sound, Duke Long felt like he was a paper boat in a raging sea, or like a mountain had crashed into him. An unimaginable force caused him to shoot forward at a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Duke Long's entire body was like a meteor. He landed on the ground at lightning speed. With a loud sound, the ground shook intensely. Dust and smoke rose into the air. The entire place was silent. This time, shocked expressions appeared on the faces of Northern Plains and Celestial Court's Gu immortals at the same time. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a bandit monkey, stood proudly at the bow of the ship, looking down at the deep pit below. Chapter 1948. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time the immortals had seen Duke Long being sent flying. Not only did Fang Yuan block Duke Long's heavy attack, he even counterattacked and sent him flying. This scene far surpassed everyone's expectations. He is actually so strong. What kind of shocking growth speed is this? Mao Liqiu opened its mouth wide as it subconsciously stood up, no longer lying on the ground. The crucial character that Lord Giant Sun Immortal is waiting for, indeed, he is completely worthy of Lord Giant Sun's expectations. Bing Saichuan sighed with a complex expression. Unknowingly, Qin Dingling's speed in chasing Fang Yuan had slowed down. What a joke! Fang Yuan sent Duke Long flying with one punch. What kind of concept was that? Even though Qin Dingling was strong, she knew her own limits. She was deeply aware of the gap between her and Duke Long. Back then, in order to observe Duke Long's luck, she paid a heavy price and had to recuperate for many days before recovering. Seeing this scene now, she dispelled any thoughts of observing Fang Yuan's luck. Qin Dingling's situation was slightly awkward. Earlier, she only wanted to chase after Fang Yuan and fight him, but now, oh my God! How ferocious was this person? Qin Dingling decided to stop halfway. She did not dare to fight Fang Yuan in close combat. The transformation path cultivation that Fang Yuan displayed made close combat not his weakness, but his strength instead. Qin Dingling instantly made up her mind. She would focus on assisting Duke Long and not fight Fang Yuan directly. This is another monster. To think that such a demonic immortal would appear in the future after my death. How interesting. Let's go, he does not need our support at all. The Northern Plains immortals turned around and scattered in all directions again. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Her mood was very heavy. The Northern Plains immortals spread out in all directions. Almost everyone had their own path of attack. They destroyed everything along the way. How could the Celestial Court stop them? Even if a large number of Celestial Court goo immortals awakened in the immortal graveyard, they would need time to distribute the immortal goo. There was simply no time. We can only focus our defense on a few important locations. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She decided to sacrifice the rook to save the king. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Duke Long slowly stood up in the deep pit. You really surprise me again and again, Fang Yuan. Duke Long raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. His expression was calm, but his tone was awe-inspiring. His chest, which was hit by Fang Yuan's fist, was only slightly dented. But while they were talking, the curve quickly disappeared. Duke Long's injuries were completely healed. As expected of the Dragon Man ancestor, his regenerative abilities were astonishing. Fang Yuan was also looking down at Duke Long. His expression was very calm as he witnessed this scene. None of this was out of his expectations. Duke Long did not suffer any heavy injuries. That attack earlier had a huge momentum, but the actual effect was very small. It only caught Duke Long off guard. After all, Fang Yuan did not use any immortal killer moves at that time. He only used Strength Path when he punched. With over 1 million Strength Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan's bandit monkey form had earth-shattering strength. Duke Long could not compare. But Duke Long had all kinds of immortal killer moves to defend himself. His whole body was like a sturdy piece of steel. The steel was sent flying and fell to the ground, but his body was unharmed. Below Myriad Year, flying worship, the water of the river of time surged. This time path immortal goo house suddenly activated. It was like a huge flying sword that tore through the sky, leaving behind a bright silver rainbow as it continued to fly towards the immortal graveyard. Duke Long snorted coldly. His eyes shined with a sharp light. His dense killing intent was not concealed at all. It was spreading like a ferocious wave. He fell into a passive state. He was being led by the nose by Fang Yuan's attack. This feeling was really unbearable. Once the primordial qi wall was broken, Fang Yuan gained the initiative. His target was still the immortal graveyard. Duke Long had just been sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch. He lost a lot of face. This time, he did not waste any more effort. The truth was right in front of him. Choosing to fight Fang Yuan in close combat and using the decapitation tactic against him was a complete joke. Immortal killer move, Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A grand Qi current quickly condensed into a translucent mountain. The mountain covered the surrounding hundreds of li. It pressed down heavily. Fang Yuan was at the bottom of the mountain. He raised his head and saw that the mountain was pressing down on him. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. He could not avoid it. Fang Yuan, however, did not have any thoughts of dodging. He suddenly stopped his bandit monkey transformation and turned into a majestic astral wind, flying heavenly boar. Astral wind, flying, heavenly boars lived in the sky. They belonged to Qi Path and could fly in the sky. They were as agile as flying fish. They had agility that did not match their body size. They could easily pass through the heavenly wind qi wall. With a single leap, they could enter the heavenly wind qi wall and swim freely in the qi wall like fish in the sea. Fang Yuan stood on myriad year flying worship. He did not raise his head, he only growled. Immortal killer move, Qi Burst Roar. This move was also a Qi Path killer move, but it came from Langya Sect's treasury. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya controlled Heavenly Giant Solar to fight Sharp Tusk Boar. He used this move to kill this ancient, desolate beast with one roar. Now that Fang Yuan used it, with the amplification of over 1 million Qi Path Dao marks, its power rose by over 1,500 times. Boom! The Qi Breath Mountain was directly destroyed by Fang Yuan's roar. Endless qi waves spread out and formed into a hurricane that swept the battlefield. The killer move was broken. Duke Long suffered a backlash. But even though this Tao guardian of Red Lotus, Venerable, suffered a setback, his fighting spirit was still high. He used another move. Immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. He stretched out his fists and spread his fingers. Countless white qi currents surged out of his palms and slashed at Fang Yuan like arcs. In a few breaths of time, there were tens of thousands of arcs of white qi currents. They were like torrential rain or the attack of white moths, covering the sky and earth. Each qi current was as sharp as a blade. Even immemorial desolate beasts would have their flesh cut open by this move, until their flesh and blood were cut off and they turned into skeletons. Facing this move, Fang Yuan's astral wind, flying, heavenly boar form was no longer useful. He changed to another form. This time, he turned into a crane. It was also a Qi Path immortal beast, single Qi crane. The flying crane was the size of a horse. It had a majestic appearance. Its neck was elegant and proud. Its wings were extremely wide. They were like 2 giant cloaks that spread out on myriad year flying warship's deck. Fang Yuan suddenly flapped his wings. At once, the 1,000 feathers on his wings shined with light. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move Divine Flick was fully prepared and activated by Fang Yuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 10,000 sharp sounds echoed as countless qi currents shot out of the feathers and collided with Duke Long's qi current scissors. The 2 area of effect techniques collided. Most of them canceled each other out and disintegrated. Only a small portion of them landed on Duke Long and Myriad Year flying warship. But regardless of which side it was, they did not even blink when facing such fragmented attacks. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Flow Ring. Fang Yuan used another move. He opened his mouth and let out a sharp cry, letting out a mouthful of white qi. The white qi spread rapidly and coiled around Myriad Year, flying warship's rear, increasing the latter's speed as it shot forward. Duke Long's expression changed. He cursed inwardly and quickly chased after it. According to common sense, Qi Flow Ring was a Qi Path killer move. It did not have much effect on a Time Path Immortal Gu House. But this move that Fang Yuan used had already reached rank 8 after being modified by him. At the same time, it was amplified by a vast number of Qi Path Dao marks. Its power rose by 1,000 times. It unreasonably pushed myriad-year flying worship forward. Fang Yuan quickly passed several Northern Plains immortals in front of him, arriving above the immortal graveyard even though he moved later. Looking down at the immortal graveyard, Fang Yuan saw that the immortal graveyard was very large. There were countless tombstones in the grass. They were of different shapes. Some were tall golden tombstones, some were short stone carvings, some did not even have tombstones, and there were even some that revealed half-opened coffins underground. An ancient, solemn, and sacred atmosphere enveloped the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He turned into a bandit monkey again and was about to attack the immortal graveyard. Right at this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables, silhouette in imperfection, Regret Pavilion side. She grabbed 3 chess pieces from the chessboard and threw them out. The chess pieces did not attack Fang Yuan directly, they landed in a formation. Fairy Myrtle was at the center of the formation, controlling Star Constellation chessboard and overseeing the overall situation. After these chess pieces entered Star Constellation chessboard, Fairy Myrtle immediately felt the power of this formation rise sharply, breaking through its limits and reaching an unimaginable level. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately activated the formation and aimed it at Fang Yuan from afar. A huge starlight pillar suddenly shone down. Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying worship vanished in the starlight. At the next moment, another starlight pillar shone behind Duke Long, following which Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying worship appeared. After obtaining Star Constellation Immortal Venerables, Silhouette's help, Celestial Court's formation immediately gained the ability to teleport people like Fang Yuan and Duke Long. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' method? Fang Yuan saw the reason and let out a breath of turbid air. This change was also different from the previous life. I have so many Dao marks on me, but the starlight pillar can still forcefully teleport me. Amazing. However, this distance is probably the limit, right? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Next, he saw that the other Northern Plains Gu immortals who passed by the immortal graveyard were also forcefully teleported away. But they had completely vanished from Celestial Court's battlefield. They were likely directly sent out of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan looked at other places. Some Northern Plains Gu immortals had already succeeded. They either destroyed resource points or immortal Gu houses. He immediately had a realization. It seems that even though the formation obtained Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' help, its power is limited. I can only make Celestial Court focus on defending a few important areas. Even so, it was enough for now. Celestial Court finally stabilized the situation and did not suffer huge losses. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette turned around and looked at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. You are quite generous, using 3 chess pieces at once. But this way, you will be at a disadvantage in this chess game. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerables Silhouette smiled as he returned to his seat and sat down leisurely. Back then, I used the threat of destroying Celestial Court to force you to accept this wager. Over 1,000,000 years have passed. Our powers have intertwined in this chessboard. We have always been in a deadlock. Now, I have only lost 1 chess piece while you have lost 3. If I attack now, you will be in trouble. Limitless Demon Venerables Silhouette smiled as he pointed at a spot on the chessboard. When he retracted his finger, a new chess piece appeared on the chessboard. This chess piece contained Limitless Demon Venerables Silhouette Strength. It occupied one of the 3 spots where Star Constellation Immortal Venerables chess piece had lost its position earlier. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables Silhouette smiled lightly, saying nonchalantly, "Back then, your main body wanted to obtain my Celestial Court's Heaven Path Foundation. Thus, you made a wager with me. This chess game is connected to your Dao field. Crazed Demon Cave. In your later years, the more chances you win, the more Heaven Path Foundation you will obtain. It will be beneficial to the evolution of Crazed Demon Cave. That's right, that is the case. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette admitted greedily. This was an open scheme. There was no need to conceal it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette smiled again. The current situation is not up to me, so what if you obtain some Heaven Path Foundation? Times are different now. Your main body is already at the end of his lifespan. He is no longer around. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette was slightly stunned. Bright light flashed in his eyes as he realized. So Celestial Court also made arrangements in my Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 1949. It seems that to destroy the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, I need to destroy this teleportation formation first. Fong Yuan's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the formation. Myriad-year flying worship under his feet moved at will as it shot out like a giant flying sword towards the formation. At the center of the formation was Fairy Myrtle, who was guarding it. Seeing Fong Yuan's attack, she could not help but suck in a breath of cold air as she felt immense pressure. Fong Yuan, with me here, how can you do as you please? Duke Long shouted as he stood up and blocked Myriad Year, flying worship. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we have Lord Duke Long here. Boom! Fong Yuan and Duke Long collided fiercely. Duke Long was sent flying again, while Fong Yuan and Myriad Year flying worship were also sent flying back by 1,000 steps. The aftershocks of the collision stirred up countless winds and clouds, creating huge chi waves. The aftershocks were vast and unending, resembling hurricanes. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were swept away by the aftershocks were sent flying. Even Calamity Luck Alter was unable to move. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest who were in the room could not stand steadily. Their bodies were shaking intensely. Subconsciously, everyone moved away from Fong Yuan and Duke Long. Fong Yuan is blocked. As expected, only a monster can block a monster. Let the two of them fight it out. Only Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth and braced herself as she flew over. Still intending to assist, Duke Long and Fong Yuan fought again. A storm was brewing and thunder was rumbling. Because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long was constantly getting stronger, and Fong Yuan had many Dao marks on him. He even had the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Myriad Year flying worship. Thus he had a slight advantage. Duke Long continued to retreat. The two were getting closer to the teleportation formation. Immortal Killer Move. Self-moving Dragon Chi Wall. With no other choice, Duke Long let out a low cry and spread his arms. A majestic, invisible wall of Qi appeared in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan steered the Myriad Year flying worship to charge forward. After forcefully advancing a few dozen steps, he was finally blocked by the Qi wall and could barely move forward. Duke Long had already cultivated Primordial Origins, Qi Path True Inheritance. He naturally knew about this killer move. Moreover, this killer move seemed to have been modified. Fong Yuan could faintly discern that there were still countless streams of qi moving within the qi wall. These streams of air were all in the shape of a rotating dragon. The dragon's head was constantly revolving around the dragon's tail, forming a whirlpool. These dragon-shaped air currents were very mysterious. They could disperse the external impact force and greatly increase the toughness of the air wall. Although Duke Long's self-revolving Dragon Qi Wall was not as solid as the Yuan Qi Wall, it was resilient and became an obstacle for Fong Yuan. Although Fong Yuan could use unlimited Qi Si to break the Yuan Qi Wall, that was because he had modified the killer move based on his understanding of the Qi Wall. Right now, Fong Yuan's understanding of Duke Long's Qi Wall killer move was limited. It was impossible for him to replicate his previous success. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Since he could not break this move, he might as well use brute force. He turned into a bandit monkey again and stretched out his hands, pushing forward. Immortal killer move. Strength path giant hand. Rumble. The air within a few hundred meters was pushed away. 2. Translucent hand, imprints the size of a mountain, crashed into Duke Long's chi wall with a crushing force. Inside the chi wall, Duke Long raised his head and stretched out his arms, trying his best to maintain the chi wall killer move. After the 2 strength path giant hands advanced several hundred steps, their speed became slower and slower until they almost stopped. Fang Yuan and Duke Long had solemn expressions as they exerted strength, falling into a deadlock. This is a good chance. Seeing this, Qin Dingling realized that her chance to make a move had finally arrived. In the earlier battle, she simply could not find a chance to interfere. She could only prepare her killer move. Now that the chance was here, she immediately threw out a golden dagger. The golden dagger was only the size of a finger at first. It flew into the air and grew in size. When it landed on top of Fang Yuan's head, it was the size of a horse carriage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The golden dagger slashed repeatedly, attempting to destroy Fang Yuan's luck. Cooking luck pot suddenly appeared above Fang Yuan's head. The latter flew up and blocked the golden dagger's attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The golden dagger slashed on Cooking luck pot, causing golden sparks to fly. In a few breaths of time, the golden dagger had slashed over 100 times before it faded away. Meanwhile, Cooking luck pot completely blocked this killer move. Cracks appeared on its surface, but it was still safe and sound. The golden dagger was clearly a rank 8 luck path killer move, while Cooking luck pot's rank was raised to become a rank 7 immortal goo house. It could barely block rank 8 attacks. Cooking luck pot! Qin Dingling gasped in shock, immediately recognizing it. She was once Giant Sun Immortal's woman after all. She naturally knew of Cooking luck pot's existence. Your Cooking luck pot is only rank 7. Even if you can block 10 of my attacks, can you block 20 or 30 of them? Qin Dingling snorted coldly in her mind. She started attacking Fang Yuan again. Cooking luck pot was only rank 7 after all. Even though it could resist rank 8s, Qin Dingling was not an ordinary rank 8 Go Immortal. She was also proficient in Luck Path. Cooking luck pot could block it temporarily, but it could not last for long. Fang Yuan also realized this. He immediately retracted his Strength Path giant hand, stopping this immortal killer move. Duke Long was still maintaining the chi wall. He could not attack for the moment. Fang Yuan was able to get away easily. Qin Dingling, you did well. Duke Long praised inwardly. In the earlier stalemate, Duke Long was at a disadvantage. The dragon-shaped spiral chi currents in the chi wall had already disintegrated by half. Fortunately, Qin Dingling's interference made Fang Yuan stop. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. He quickly thought. He had many methods, but as long as he had the teleportation formation, he could not use most of them freely. If he used these methods and Fairy Myrtle forcefully teleported him away, it might cause severe interference to Fang Yuan, causing his killer move to fail. If the killer move failed, the Goo Immortal would suffer varying degrees of backlash. If Fang Yuan suffered from the backlash, the consequences would be unimaginable, because his Dao marks amplified his killer move's power by at least 1,500 times. The damage from the backlash would also rise accordingly. More terrifyingly, the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. Fang Yuan would have to suffer the full backlash. In this case, as long as Fang Yuan suffered a single backlash, he would die. Only killer moves like Strength Path Giant Handprint had a relatively short preparation time, and after activating it, only a few thoughts were needed to maintain it. Even if the killer move was forced to activate, only the Strength Path Giant Hand would disintegrate. The backlash towards the Goo Immortal's body would be minimal. In that case, I will use another move. Fang Yuan began to prepare his killer move. He cultivated all paths. He had too many methods. Even dual cultivators like Duke Long and Thunder Ghost True Monarch could not compare to him. In a few breaths of time, Fong Yuan activated his killer move. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Bam, 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 with Myriad Year Flying Worship as the center. Fong Yuan quickly appeared and floated in the sky, forming an army of over 10,000 people in an instant. The original Myriad Self-Killer move had already been modified by Fong Yuan into an Immortal Gu recipe. He had even successfully refined Immortal Gu Myriad Self. But the Myriad Self-Killer move that Fong Yuan used now was not the original version. It was a modified Human Path Killer move that used Myriad Self Immortal Gu as the core. At the next moment, a vast number of Fong Yuans charged towards the Qi wall. Their strength was weaker than Fong Yuan's main body to a certain extent. But Fong Yuan's main body had too many Dao marks. These myriad self-clones all had desolate, beast-level battle strength. When Fong Yuan used this killer move, it was equivalent to having over 10,000 desolate beasts. Moreover, these clones were all controlled by Fong Yuan. They could do as he pleased. Some of the myriad self-clones charged towards the Qi wall. Some attacked Qin Dingling, but most went around the Qi wall and attacked the teleportation formation behind it. Duke Long's Qi wall was powerful, but its scale could not compare to the primordial Qi wall. Duke Long's heart jumped. He immediately tried to cancel this move, but Fong Yuan's main body charged towards him again with Myriad Year Flying Worship. Duke Long gave a muffled snort. He had to dispel his previous thoughts and continue to maintain the Qi wall. In a battle between experts, it was not easy to activate a killer move, but it was also not easy to cancel it. As for the other side, Qin Dingling was also surrounded by Fong Yuan's clones. They were attacking each other continuously. Qin Dingling had great battle strength, but even though these clones could not pose a strong threat to her, they were enough to disturb her and make her feel tired for some time. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She instantly realized that she was facing a severe test. If she could not pass the test and the teleportation formation was destroyed, it would lead to a series of failures that would cause the entire battle to collapse. Fate Gu's recovery would fail. There is no time to mobilize the Celestial Court's main force. I can only rely on myself. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim. She used all her strength to instill all her concentration into the formation. One's heart, one's mind, one's full concentration. Star constellation chessboard rotated rapidly. The chess pieces on the surface of the chessboard were shining with starlight. 3 of them were the brightest. These were the 3 chess pieces that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette had sent over. In Fairy Myrtle's mind, countless thoughts flickered like a myriad of stars. The formation rotated and shot out rays of fragmented starlight. Countless starlight shot accurately at Fong Yuan's clones. They rarely missed. Even Fong Yuan's clones were dodging agilely and freely. As long as they were hit by the starlight, Fong Yuan's clones would be teleported out of Celestial Court, vanishing from Celestial Court's battlefield. These clones did not have Heaven Form Killer move. It meant they could no longer participate in the battle. Good. Duke Long and Qin Dingling let out sighs of relief. Fairy Myrtle did not disappoint them. At the crucial moment, she displayed her responsibility as a wisdom path great expert. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. We can't go on like this. Fate Gu is still recovering. The situation is in Celestial Court's hands. Fairy Myrtle cannot last for long, but she is clearly trying to stall for time. I still have Duke Long and Qin Dingling to deal with me. Fong Yuan looked at Longevity Heaven's side. These people were also obstructed by the teleportation formation. Calamity Luck Altar was charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, but was teleported back by the Starlight Pillars. If I let these people reinforce me, they will probably suffer the same fate. Moreover, I cannot use my full strength now that they are here. I should let them continue to attack and suppress and exhaust Fairy Myrtle. Duke Long's Qi Wall could be teleported continuously. It could not block Myriad Self-Clones, but it could block Myriad Year Flying Worship. Fong Yuan fought with Duke Long while contacting Eastern Sea's immortals. Celestial Court's teleportation formation had a flaw. It needed stars to be used as a transit point. This was the case even in the Heavenly Court. The starlight pillars were all shot down from the stars scattered in the sky. Feng Yuan could not destroy the teleportation formation for now, but he could destroy the stars in white heaven. Chapter 1950. The 8 Eastern Sigu immortals had already arrived in white heaven. They had already destroyed many stars. Their target was not as huge as Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Western Desert. They only wanted to plunder Central Continent's resources and expend Central Continent's foundation. Because they were worried that the Celestial Court's main force would teleport over to stop them, they targeted the stars in white heaven. Coincidentally, this strategy had become the key to the entire battle. Among them were Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other 4 dragon generals. Wu Shuai did not summon them back. He left them in this group to destroy the stars. Wu Shuai's decision was very wise. If only Shen Tsongsheng, Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyan, and Song Qiyuan were left, they might not have the guts to destroy the stars. The 8 Eastern Sea immortals had many people. Their efficiency in destroying the stars was not low. The 8 immortals arrived in front of a giant star. The star was as large as a mountain. The 8 immortals looked very tiny. The Celestial Court had countless stars in white heaven. They were connected to each other and formed a net. They had their own arrangements. Each area had a giant star as the formation core, and around the giant star were large numbers of large stars. And around the large stars were countless small and mid-sized stars. They were scattered and flying around. Their positions were not fixed. Song Qiyuan flew to the giant star first. He closed his eyes as he sensed the connection between the stars. After more than 10 breaths of time, he opened his eyes and activated a light path killer move, pointing far away. Every time he pointed with his finger, a sharp ray of light would shoot out from the tip of his finger, instantly shooting into the horizon and disappearing. In a distant place, small and medium-sized stars exploded one after another, turning into powder. This light path killer move was very mystical. It could trace any light to its source and attack. Even gazes were included. In the previous life, Song Qiyuan used this move to destroy a star that Feng Yuan refined, causing Feng Yuan's star Eye's immortal goo to lose effect. But in this life, Song Qiyuan used this move to find trouble with the Celestial Court. The effect was also instantaneous. Only after Song Qiyuan destroyed all the stars, he could sense did he stop and nod at Qing Yu an immortal killer move. Myriad Mountain! Qing Yuan exclaimed in a low voice. The phantom he summoned was like a mountain range, stacked layer by layer, smashing into the giant star. The giant star was huge, but it was only an immortal material. Under the attack of the rank 8 killer move, it gradually broke apart, eventually turning into countless star fragments. Almost as soon as the giant planet was destroyed, Fairy Myrtle, who was in the teleportation formation in the Celestial Court, sensed it. Her expression changed slightly. The destruction of a giant star should not have been a big deal. After all, the Celestial Court had many stars scattered throughout the day, and it didn't matter if one was lost. But under the current circumstances, it was a different matter. Right now, the Northern Plains Immortals, as well as Feng Yuan and his clones, were attacking the important areas of the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had to activate the formation at all times to teleport these people away. The formation was constantly being activated. It was like a person running in a dangerous state of balance. Once a person stepped on a rock, even if the rock was very small, they would lose their balance and fall down, getting injured. The faster they ran, the heavier the injuries they would suffer after falling down. The teleportation formation was being activated furiously. If there was a mistake in one of the parts that needed to be used, the teleportation formation would suffer a backlash from its own power. It would be heavily damaged or even collapse. Fairy Myrtle had thought that the Eastern Sea Immortals posed little threat, But who could have thought that the 8 immortals of Eastern Sea would become a fatal threat to her in this situation? She had no choice but to be cautious. She would not take the risk of using any suspicious stars. Fang Yuan acutely sensed the slight changes in the formation. He continued to attack while activating Myriad Self-Killer move while transmitting to Xin Psongsheng. Xin Psongsheng received Fang Yuan's message and immediately understood the situation of the Celestial Court battlefield. He was very excited. He summoned the remaining 7 immortals. This is the best time. Fang Yuan has already made his move. The Celestial Court is starting to be overwhelmed. The more stars we destroy, the more trouble we will cause to the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's main force is trapped in Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield, while the Celestial Court is being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan. If we do well this time, we might be able to completely destroy the Celestial Court. Xin Psongsheng's words greatly boosted the 7 immortals' morale. Their efficiency rose by another 10%. Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. A sharp phoenix cry pierced through the air, resounding throughout the battlefield. It was Princess Impatience's killer move. Phoenix cry divine flame. The flame burned intensely, roasting the world. It coiled around Di Zongxing's body and burned intensely. On the other side, Bai Tsang Shui also activated her killer move. Endless waves of water surged without stopping, crashing onto Di Zongxing's body. Di Zongxing suffered more than just these 2 attacks. Its body was too big. The Celestial Court's immortals had ample opportunities to attack. Di Zongxing roared. He was burned by fire, drowned by water, electrocuted by poison, but he still charged towards the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He was not successfully provoked by the Celestial Court's immortals. This did not fit the historical records. In the past, when Di Zongxing caused chaos and attacked crazily, he was easily distracted by the enemy. He had never acted with such clarity and determination. Oh no, this legendary immemorial beast has probably been enslaved. Zhou Xiong Xian cried out in shock. Celestial Court's main force did not have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. But Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated Information Path. He was most skilled at gathering information and clues. He even had an Information Path killer move that could imitate Wisdom Path effects. After fighting for a while, Zhou Xiong Xian deduced the truth about Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing was attacked by the Celestial Court's immortals. His body was covered in injuries. In terms of defense, it could not compare to Duke Long. It also did not have any wild immortal goo. It could only fight with its instincts. Every time it waved its claws, intense winds would form. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals dodged. No one wanted to experience the feeling of being captured by Di Zongxing. Every time it roared, it would set off an earth-shattering sound wave, violently assaulting everyone's eardrums and hearts. Its body was too huge. Even if it suffered countless attacks, it was not a big deal to its body. It stared at the attacks of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals as it charged into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and started to destroy it. The Celestial Court's immortals felt a sense of helplessness. Against Di Zongxing, even if they used their full strength, they were like mice trying to shake an elephant. What do we do? At this rate, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation will not last for long. Attacking the enemy will definitely save it. We will fight back with attack. The Celestial Court's immortals were experienced. They immediately thought of a countermeasure. Whirling Boy and Jun Xinguang with a vanguard, followed by Zhu Ke-er, Zhao Shanhe, and the rest as the main force, charging towards the 5 regional limit formation. Right at this time, Di Zongxing opened its mouth as an immortal Gu House flew out. This immortal Gu House was shining with orange gold light. It was mighty and domineering. It was the rank 8 immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. A plume of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace, like a dream. Dream Path Killer Move. The Celestial Court's immortals recognized it. They were shocked and quickly dodged. Wherever the dreamy light smoke went, the celestial court's immortals retreated, opening up a path for it. The light smoke wrapped around the 5 regional limit formation and quickly retracted. The celestial court's immortals quickly used their methods to attack the dreamy light smoke. But the dream path killer move was unrivaled. The celestial court's immortals' efforts were all for naught. The 5 regional limit formation was directly kept into Dragon Palace. Jean Boudou kept the formation and landed on the floor of Dragon Palace, meeting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately used Dragon Palace's methods to heal his injuries. The celestial court was a strong enemy. Even though they were at a disadvantage, they still had the strength to retaliate. The celestial court's main force used the correct tactic, forcing Jean Boudou to retract the 5 regional limit formation. This formation had already suffered countless attacks. It was in a critical state. Not only did Jean Boudou need to heal his injuries, this 5 regional limit formation also needed to be repaired urgently. Without the formation supply, even though the 5-colored smoke was still lingering in the battlefield, it was like water without a source. It started to dissipate rapidly. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace did not fight with the Celestial Court's main force. It followed Dizongxing and charged into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Hold on! Hold on! The Gu Immortals controlling the formation shouted. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. To protect Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible Blessed Land, they had to maintain the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. However, be it the 5-colored smoke or Dizongxing, they both posed a fatal threat to this formation. After entering the formation, Dizongxing's strength rose sharply. It was also restricted by the 5-colored smoke. After all, it was a legendary immemorial beast born in Central Continent. It was not a life form of the 9 heavens. Immortal killer move, unlimited wind. While Celestial Court's main force returned to reinforce the formation, Wu Yong finally found the chance to permanently expend his wind path Dao marks to unleash inextinguishable hurricane. The hurricane surged and exerted pressure on the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation like in his previous life. It made Celestial Court's situation even worse. Emperor City Battlefield. Myriad Statue Palace and Divine Bean Palace took care of each other, firmly stabilizing Western Desert. 1,000 transformations, Ancestor was alone. He continued to charge forward. All sorts of transformation path killer moves had incredible power. They forced Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor to retreat. Like Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, 1,000 Transformations Ancestor also had the strength to fight immortal Gu houses with his body. But overall, Central Continent's side still had the upper hand. They all benefited from heroes among people. This human path killer move was worthy of being a venerable method. It could not be measured with common sense. In Emperor City, the competition had also reached a crucial moment. Hong Yi stared at the fire with rapt attention. No matter how intense the immortal battle outside was, it could not disturb him. Yi Fan was the same. He wanted to determine the victor with Hong Yi. But different from Hong Yi, he used a light path, Gu refinement method. Aurora light continued to shine on his face. It was bright and dazzling. In the entire competition venue, Gu masters continued to fail. The failure Dao marks were transmitted to infallible Blessed Land one after another. Next, the success Dao marks in infallible Blessed Land were extracted by Celestial Court and sent to Yuanqiong to control the refinement path formation and repaired Fate Gu. He made a lot of progress. Inside this refinement path formation, there were 2 Gu immortals, Che Wei and Song Yan, guarding it with all their strength. Northern Plains Gu immortals charged towards the formation one after another. They were shot by the starlight and teleported away. They could not resist it at all. As expected of Lady Zi Wei. So reliable. Che Wei and Song Yan sighed internally. Persevere, persevere. Fairy Myrtle was already covered in sweat. Her face was pale, but her head was burning hot. She kept encouraging herself. The situation is still under my control. Perseverance is victory. However, at the next moment, on Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fong Yuan laughed loudly. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal Killer Move. Falling Star Rod Transformation. He suddenly turned into a huge rod. It was black and thick. Next, he used a Star Path Killer Move. Leading stars. Oh no. Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. She felt like she was sitting on a horse carriage that was running madly. The horses that were pulling the carriage were in a frenzy. She who was controlling the whip could not stabilize this horse carriage. Boom! At the next moment, the entire transportation formation self-detonated. Starlight disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1951. The teleportation formation's self-destruction shook the world. Celestial Court's battlefield paused for a moment. Next, Northern Plains immortals erupted in cheers and screams. Their voices surged to the sky. Ziwei. Qin Dingling was shocked. She turned into a rainbow light and shot down, saving Fairy Myrtle from the ruins of the teleportation formation. Fairy Myrtle had fainted and was in a bad state. Qin Dingling needed to save her immediately. Qin Dingling did not hesitate. She retreated to a corner and did not intend to help Duke Long in battle. She knew her own limits. She knew that she could not be of much help to Duke Long. While Fairy Myrtle was the leader of Celestial Court's Wisdom Path, her position was crucial and could not be lost. Fong Yuan naturally wanted to kill Fairy Myrtle while she was weak, but Duke Long blocked his path. Needless to say, Duke Long's modified Qi Wall was very powerful. It swept away the rigidity of the primordial Qi Wall. It was flexible and tough. After Duke Long used this move, even with Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fong Yuan could not break through. Inside the Qi Wall, Duke Long had a solemn expression. He treated Fong Yuan as his greatest enemy. His previous disdain was completely gone. Only after Fong Yuan destroyed the teleportation formation did Duke Long realize. Fong Yuan's myriad self-killer move was just a distraction to attract their attention. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan's true method was secretly prepared. Once it was used, it was extremely effective. But how did Fong Yuan coincidentally have a method to break the formation? Duke Long knew that Fong Yuan had broken the Qi Wall earlier because of rebirth. But this teleportation formation was clearly out of Fong Yuan's expectations. He had been troubled by it for a long time. If it had existed in the previous life, he would have prepared a method to deal with it. This means that Fong Yuan deduced a killer move to break the formation at the last minute? But how is that possible? Duke Long was very confused. The Celestial Court made such arrangements. They were naturally guarding against Fong Yuan. They knew of his wisdom path attainment. With just Fong Yuan's foundation, it would take a long time to crack the teleportation array. Speaking of which, all of this was really a bit of a coincidence. Fong Yuan explored the Dragon Whale Paradise and obtained the Falling Star Rod tree from Shen Psongshen. The conditions under which this primordial, desolate plant grew was still a mystery. Moreover, it had been exceptionally rare since ancient times, and its number was extremely small. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into its trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called the Falling Stars. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis Lotus Immortal, Venerable, traveled the world alone was to collect these trees. The value of the Falling Star Rod tree was not just for itself. If a Gu Immortal planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a star circulation system. This was a unique ecosystem. The benefits it brought would increase every year. Over time, the total amount of benefits would be inestimable. If not for this tree, even if Fong Yuan knew the name of the Falling Star Rod tree, he would not be able to transform it. But ever since he obtained it, he carefully observed it and analyzed it patiently, resulting in the Falling Star Rod tree's transformation. Other than the Rod tree transformation, Fong Yuan also had Dongfang Naganori's Hataru killer move. and Yi Louis Kunxing's leader star's killer move. These were his spoils of war, especially the leader star's killer move. It was extremely exquisite. It used star fragments as the main body and expended very little immortal essence. It used the attraction between the star fragments to produce a lot of starlight magnetic force to pull in the stars. The more stars there were, the greater the power of this move. Back in the Northern Plains bloody battle, Yi Louis Kunxing used this move to gain unparalleled might. Almost no one could stop him. Leader stars clustered targeted stars and used stars to begin with. On top of this foundation, Fang Yuan also had both Star Path and Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the support of the Light of Wisdom. He modified the killer move before the battle. With all these factors added together, he achieved this amazing result. He destroyed the teleportation formation. Even Duke Long was very surprised. In Duke Long's eyes, Fang Yuan had already become unfathomable. On Myriad Year Flying Worship, Fang Yuan stopped the falling star rod tree transformation and returned to his human form. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Bam, bam, bam. A vast number of Fang Yuan clones appeared again, filling the sky and spreading out like locusts. Celestial Court's side immediately felt troubled. They had suffered from a lack of manpower in this battle. Although the will of the stars had awakened many rank 8s of Celestial Court in advance, the teleportation formation was destroyed. These main forces were still trapped in Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Duke Long sighed and used a method, helplessly. Chi Path killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. In an instant, an incomparably majestic pressure descended from the sky, covering all directions. All living beings turned silent. Heaven and earth became silent. Fang Yuan clones were directly destroyed. Calamity Luck Altar was also pressed on the ground. It resisted the strong pressure with much difficulty. Cracking sounds could be heard. The 10 Gu houses of Celestial Court's immortals within the range of the killer move were even worse. They were directly destroyed and turned into ruins. Fang Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Worship were also not spared. They were enveloped by Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. Their speed fell sharply. They fell from the sky like they were carrying a mountain range. Fang Yuan laughed. He was not shocked but happy. He was already familiar with Duke Long's Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. In the previous life, during the battle for Dragon Palace, Duke Long used this move to secure victory. But at this moment, Duke Long had no choice but to use this move to resolve Fang Yuan's myriad self. He was too passive. He could not even take care of Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses. Immortal killer move. Immemorial Year Monkey Transformation. Fang Yuan suddenly transformed again. His Dao marks turned into more than 1,500,000 Time Path Dao marks. Myriad Year Flying Worship was a Time Path Immortal Gu house. Now that it was activated by Fang Yuan, its power surged and it flew out like a flying sword. It was as if Qi engulfing mountains and rivers did not exist at all. Duke Long stared at Fang Yuan angrily, but he could not catch up. He could only watch as Fang Yuan charged towards the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan did not intend to attack Heaven Overseeing Tower. Firstly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was protected by a formation. It needed time to break through. Secondly, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path methods were left in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan was very wary. The Immortal Graveyard was an important place of Celestial Court. Even though venerable methods might be hidden there, Fang Yuan had to take this risk. The Immortal Graveyard was a huge variable. Destroying it in advance was definitely beneficial to Fang Yuan and the rest. Inside Imperfection, Regret Pavilion. Seeing that Fang Yuan was approaching the Immortal Graveyard, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette's expression changed slightly. She held a chess piece with 2 fingers and was about to throw it out. But at this time, Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette smiled lightly as he placed a chess piece on the chessboard. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette stopped. If she threw this chess piece outside, Limitless Demon Venerable would definitely have the absolute advantage. Star constellation Immortal Venerable would not be able to salvage the situation. Limitless, you really think highly of Feng Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she placed the chess piece back. Next, her gaze turned sharp as a blade as she said coldly, "But it is not so easy to stop me." Before she finished speaking, Star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette continued to move, placing chess pieces on the chessboard. Limitless Demon Venerable followed closely, not wanting to fall behind. Both sides moved back and forth. In a few breaths of time, 100 chess pieces had already been placed. The chessboard was filled with countless chess pieces. But the strange thing was, the chessboard seemed to be endless. No matter how many chess pieces the two venerables placed, the chessboard could accommodate them all. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette was restrained by Limitless Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan moved forward and arrived above the immortal graveyard. "Feng Yuan, if you attack, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." Duke Long was still chasing after him with all his strength. Feng Yuan smiled coldly as he used Strength Path Giant Hand. With a loud sound, the hand moved like a mountain, seemingly slow but actually fast as it descended. But the process of the giant hand's descent suddenly became very long. The space seemed unchanged, but it was already 10,000 li further than before. At the crucial moment, someone interfered, but it was not a Venerable's method. "Who is it?" Feng Yuan shouted. His eyes shined with lightning as he looked towards his left. Under Feng Yuan's gaze, a female immortal slowly appeared. She had a strange appearance. Her entire body was made of green wood. She wore a green dress that was also woven from vines. Even though she had a human face, there were tree bark-like wrinkles on her face. Her eyes were as calm as a lake. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. Just from her aura, this female immortal was close to Di Zongxing's level. "Human immortals, stop. Stop trying to destroy the celestial court. If you continue to be stubborn, I, Psang Xianzi, will stop you." The female immortal spoke. Her voice was soft but firm. "Psang Xianzi." Feng Yuan understood immediately. There were 3 legendary immemorial beasts in the celestial court. There were Shabi 95, Rondan, and Psang Xianzi. Psang Xianzi was a vast heaven vine. She had a special status in the celestial court. She did not need to listen to orders. She only needed to offer a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. In the previous life, when longevity heaven attacked the celestial court, Psang Xianzi was watching the battle from start to finish. She did not interfere. To think that in this life, Feng Yuan's invasion caused her to join the battle. It seems that Psang Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable have a secret agreement that outsiders like us do not know about. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He urged Myriad Year Flying Worship to carry him as he charged towards the immortal graveyard. Psang Xianzi sighed. She turned into a green light and intercepted Myriad Year Flying Worship. With a loud sound, Myriad Year Flying Worship crashed into Psang Xianzi's body. Its momentum halted as Psang Xianzi was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of green blood before attacking Myriad Year Flying Worship again. "Feng Yuan, give me your life." At this time, Duke Long rushed over. He roared as his teeth flew out, turning into huge white blades that slashed at Feng Yuan. In an instant, Feng Yuan fell into a situation of being attacked from both front and back. He did not panic. He pointed at Duke Long and activated Spring Scissors' killer move, then pointed at Psang Xianzi. Myriad Year Flying Worship below him shot out countless flying swords. They were daybreak swords. Spring Scissors flew out and cut off the dragon teeth, attacking Duke Long with an unstoppable momentum. Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. Daybreak swords slashed at Psang Xianzi like a waterfall. Tsang Xian Zi resisted for a few breaths of time before feeling that she could not hold on any longer. She retreated helplessly. Feng Yuan roared. Myriad-year flying warship flew into the sky before descending rapidly towards the immortal graveyard again. But the distance between them extended again. The surrounding space underwent an undetectable, mystical change. Feng Yuan turned around and stared fiercely at Tsang Xianzi. He said through gritted teeth, "You're courting death." Tsang Xianzi was sweating profusely. She used all her strength to activate her space path killer move, but she could only stall Feng Yuan temporarily. Fortunately, Duke Long was around. He charged at Feng Yuan again, but was repelled again. Feng Yuan had outstanding strength. He suppressed Duke Long and Tsang Xianzi. Both sides fought for over 100 rounds. Feng Yuan's aura grew stronger as he fought. While injuries accumulated on Duke Long and Tsang Xianzi, they were in a sorry state. Rumble. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil made Tsang Xianzi scream, and a giant hand seal slammed Duke Long to the ground. "Duke Long, you are old. How long can your old bones last?" Feng Yuan sneered. "Until the moment I die." Duke Long had a determined expression. His battle intent was high. One of his dragon horns was broken. His dragon scales were broken. He was covered in blood. He would fight to the death. Meanwhile, inside the refinement path formation, the Northern Plains experts had already surrounded Song, Yen, and Che Wei. Kill them. They are already at their limits. You want to stop us with just the two of you. Humph, overestimating yourselves. The Northern Plains immortals glared at them. Their killing intent filled the entire space. Song Yen and Che Wei were covered in blood. If they stood there for a few breaths of time, a pool of blood would form under their feet. It seems that our lives are going to end here. Then die. Even if we die, we will use all our strength to stall for time for Yuan Qiong. The two looked at each other. A smile of facing death calmly appeared on their faces. Come, let's have the final battle. As the weaker sighed, they shouted at the Northern Plains immortals. The Northern Plains immortals' expressions changed. These two are respectable opponents. I will use my strongest killer move to send you on your final journey. It is a sign of respect towards you. Boom, boom, boom. An intense battle erupted again. Emperor City. Countless gazes were fixated on the final competition's venue with fervent gazes. Most of the participating Gu masters failed. They quietly left the venue. There were only two people left in the venue. One was Yi Fan, the other was Hong Yi. The final victor would be decided by the two of them. The competition is about to end. Our defense mission is about to succeed. Everyone persevere. Central Continent's defending troops cheered in advance. What do we do? 1,000 transformations ancestor could not take them down. He could not help but show an anxious expression. Feng Dichong was silent, but he snorted inwardly. You are too naive. Even if we are stopped, so what? Ha ha ha, it's finally here. In the blink of an eye, the ground split apart while the mountains shook, and an enormous trench was swiftly formed. Terrifying rifts stretched out like bolts of lightning, and they actually headed straight for Imperial Emperor City. How can this be? Earth Trench. Damn it, Emperor City is in the path of the Earth Trench. Quick, save them. Central Continent's defending troops were shocked. They wanted to help. But Feng Dichong was prepared. He controlled Divine Bean Palace to move out of the encirclement towards Central Continent's defending troops. Central Continent's Gu immortals could not attend to other matters. They tried to block Divine Bean Palace, but could not save the countless mortals in Emperor City. We are finished. Who can save them? No, we cannot give up hope. Imperial Emperor City was in chaos. The river of time. The river water was turbulent. Feng Juga was standing inside a time path immortal Gu house. He was in deep thought, comprehending quietly. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Shock was written all over his face. A stone lotus island slowly appeared in Feng Juge's vision. This is... Instantly, Feng Zhuge thought of Qin Dingling's words before he left. I will observe your luck. Your luck represents the river of time. Go! There will be your fortuitous encounters there. It will make you stronger. You originally wanted to comprehend the river of time and complete your destiny song. This is a wise decision. It is not wrong. Chapter 1952. Celestial Court Battlefield. You're finally awake. Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Myrtle, who was slowly opening her eyes as she let out a breath of air. Aye. Fairy Myrtle's gaze was dazed for a moment before she regained clarity. How is the battle situation now? It is not looking good. Qin Dingling answered solemnly as she spread out her palm, creating a golden shadow. Within the shadow, it was the scene of Feng Yuan suppressing Duke Long and Song Xianzi. Immortal killer move, Purple Gold Dragon Chi. After using this killer move, be it attacking, defending, or healing, Duke Long's every move would be accompanied by the Purple Gold Dragon Chi. This was his main Chi Path method. It was very comprehensive. In the previous life, 5 Elements Grandmaster died to this move from Duke Long. But even Duke Long was repelled by Feng Yuan time and time again. Duke Long was still terrifyingly strong. But Feng Yuan relied on Myriad Year Flying Worship to display terrifying time path battle strength. Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves had terrifying power. Even Duke Long and Song Xianzi could not block them. Fairy Myrtle took a few glances before exclaiming again. Feng Yuan's battle strength is so high. He seems to have a transformation path method that can transform most of his Tao marks into the same type. Not only did he advance to rank 8, his Tao marks are also beyond common sense. How did he do it? Instead of thinking about these questions, we should think about how to resolve the situation first. Qin Dingling urged. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a while before pointing at the shadow and analyzing calmly. Lord Duke Long's strength is actually not weaker than Feng Yuan. It is just that he is too passive and has to defend the immortal graveyard at all times. This allows Feng Yuan to hold the initiative. Every time he uses a killer move, Senior Duke Long has to block it to ensure that the immortal graveyard is not lost. Feng Yuan could easily dodge Duke Long's counterattack, but Duke Long had to deal with Feng Yuan's attacks. This was too much of an advantage. If one really looked into it, Duke Long and Feng Yuan's strength was about the same, and the gap between them wasn't big. But Feng Yuan's choice of tactic was really wise. If it was the sturdy heaven overseeing tower, Duke Long would not be too worried, but the immortal graveyard was different. The primordial Qi wall was destroyed by Feng Yuan. It was too shocking, too crucial. So much so that Duke Long was exhausted from dealing with Feng Yuan's attacks. The will of the stars could have awakened the Gu Immortals in the immortal graveyard, but it was restrained by limitless demon Venerable's phantom. But how should he deal with the current situation? As soon as Fairy Myrtle started to think about it, she felt a headache coming on. It was so intense that her body trembled violently and she almost fainted again. Be careful, your injuries are still very severe, Qin Dingling quickly said with concern. Fairy Myrtle nodded, frowning deeply as she endured the headache and analyzed. The immortal graveyard is the greatest foundation that the celestial court has painstakingly accumulated. It cannot be lost. Thus, we need to resolve the problem of Feng Yuan first. Go and reinforce Senior Duke Long, and let Guyue Fengzheng take action as well. He has been cultivating in Demon Judgment Board during this period of time and has made a lot of progress. If you enter Demon Judgment Board and cooperate with him, you will definitely be able to obtain great results. What about you? Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Myrtle worriedly. Fairy Myrtle spat out a mouthful of blood. I need to heal my injuries. Thankfully, there is a heavenly year hall that can help me greatly. Don't worry, this immortal goo house is at the periphery of the battlefield. It will not attract attention. All right, be careful. Qin Ding Ling hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and flying away. Fairy Myrtle's vision turned dark. She breathed heavily on the spot for a while and stabilized her injuries before moving towards the Heavenly Year Hall. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Whoosh! Intense winds blew, sweeping everything in their path. Duke Long grunted as he flew back 300 steps. Countless shattered, purple gold scales scattered along the way. The storm also engulfed Song Xianzi. The female immortal cried out in pain as the vines on her body broke. She used her defensive killer move to block it with difficulty. Her space path defensive killer move was very mystical. Any attack that wanted to land on her would have to travel a distance that was much longer than what the naked eye could see. But no matter how long the distance was, the time path hurricane still engulfed the immortal graveyard. Even though the immortal graveyard only suffered a small portion of damage and was far from being completely destroyed, it was enough to make the celestial court's immortals feel great heartache. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, staring at Song Xianzi with a dark gaze. He was not satisfied with the current battle results. Song Xianzi, her participation was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan knew nothing about her, especially when she cultivated space path. Fang Yuan's attainment level was insufficient in this path. His space path attainment level was insufficient. Even though Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment level, he could not deduce anything. The one with the greatest threat is still Duke Long on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan glanced at Duke Long. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used Summer Fan Killer move to send Duke Long flying back by 500 steps, but now he only took 300 steps back. Summer Fan was an old killer move. Even though Fang Yuan had modified it many times, it had appeared before. Duke Long was also starting to get used to it. Of course, the most important reason was that Duke Long was constantly getting stronger. Supreme Dragon's last stand. Fang Yuan muttered. He could feel the emotions of those Northern Plains immortals who fought against Duke Long in his previous life. Duke Long was already very powerful, and more terrifyingly, he was still getting stronger. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had the upper hand now, it was because he was relying on a smart battle tactic, attacking the enemy's weak spots. Duke Long could only defend passively. In terms of true battle strength, Duke Long and Song Xianzi were evenly matched. Fang Yuan had Myriad Year Flying Warship. The two cooperated very well. Meanwhile, this was the first time Duke Long and Song Xianzi were working together. At the same time, even though Song Xianzi had a deep foundation and did not lose to the current Di Zongxing, her battle techniques were still very rusty. It was clear that she rarely fought. Thus, Fang Yuan could clearly sense her growth. Song Xianzi's methods were becoming more and more proficient. After all, life and death battles were the best place to train people. Time is getting tight. If I can't make any contributions, I can only give up on the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan looked at heaven overseeing tower. Once Genesis Lotus method was triggered, Fang Yuan would attack there. Before that, it would be best if he could destroy the immortal graveyard, because no one could say for sure what monster would appear in the immortal graveyard. Including Duke Long, there were 4 Dao protectors like Duke Long in the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. All sorts of thoughts collided in his mind. Each thought was faster than lightning. Countless battle tactics were brewing in his mind. Up until now, he still had many trump cards and killer moves. For example, Time Cutting Edge, Unlimited Chi Si, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, Lead Soul into Dream, and other killer moves. If it were any other opponent, these moves would immediately determine victory and kill the enemy. But Duke Long and Song Xianzi were clearly not simple people. For them, if their attacks were ineffective, they would be mentally prepared. It would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to make any contributions. kill Duke Long and Song Xianzi? It was not that Fang Yuan did not have a chance, but at the same time, Duke Long still had triple chi retraction killer move. It was also a huge threat. Once Fang Yuan was hit by this move, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fang Yuan was also wary. Moreover, other than triple chi retraction, did Duke Long not have any other methods that could match it? Fang Yuan was not sure. At the same time, Song Xianzi was also unfathomable. She had existed longer than Duke Long and had a complicated relationship with Genesis Lotus. It was not strange for her to suddenly use a powerful method. Fang Yuan continued to attack the immortal graveyard, trying to find a chance to attack. But Duke Long and Song Xianzi were old and experienced. They had vast battle experience. Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but he could not find any chance to attack. In the midst of the intense battle, a blood cloud suddenly attacked. The blood cloud approached Fang Yuan. It had a strange aura. Fang Yuan lightly stepped on Myriad Year Flying Worship. Myriad Year Flying Worship shook slightly. A small portion of the Daybreak Flying Sword split off and attacked the blood cloud. The blood cloud was pierced by the sword group and easily torn to shreds, almost instantly breaking into pieces and dissipating completely. But Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, cooking luck pot appeared above his head. Blood-colored markings appeared on the pot's shell and started to corrode Fang Yuan's main luck. Blood path killer move? Fang Yuan's heart shook. He could not help but slow down his attacks, diverting his attention and quickly activating cooking luck pot. But no matter how he changed his luck, he could not get rid of these blood-colored markings. To get rid of them completely, Fang Yuan needed to focus and spend a lot of time on them. Fang Yuan looked far away. An immortal goo house was flying over. This was a vermilion tombstone, and on the tombstone there were countless words constantly moving. It was the rank 8 immortal goo house, Demon Judgment Board. Fang Zheng, is that you? For some reason, Fang Yuan immediately guessed the person inside Demon Judgment Board. Not only was Guyue Fang Zheng inside Demon Judgment Board, there was also Qin Dingling. Fang Yuan was hit. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. I need to thank Fairy for amplifying my killer move's power. At this moment, behind Fang Zheng, Qin Dingling was pressing her palm against his back, cooperating with him. Seeing the result of this attack, Qin Dingling was also surprised. She had a whole new level of respect for Guyue Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng only had rank 7 cultivation level, but just like Fairy Myrtle expected, the killer move he created was very effective against Fang Yuan. He is indeed Fang Yuan's nemesis, a chess piece left behind by Providence. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Providence wanted to destroy Spectral Soul's plan. They chose Fang Yuan as their chess piece. But Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He was the biggest variable, thus Providence arranged for Fang Zheng to become the variable that countered Fang Yuan. Thus, when Fang Zheng became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he combined the experiences of countless previous Board Lords and created the killer move Bloodkin Vendetta. This Blood Path killer move simulated Luck Path. It also contained the profundities of Human Path. Qin Dingling's amplification could only be considered as icing on the cake. Bloodkin Vendetta activated once again. As the blood cloud attacked, Fang Yuan dodged, but Xue Yun followed closely behind, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan, not giving up. Chapter 1953. Fang Yuan's current main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was a consumable goo worm. It could turn any living being into a pure human body. Because the body was not obtained through normal reproduction, it also had half of the demonic nature of an otherworldly demon. The sovereign body had no blood connection with Guyue Fang Zheng. The only blood connection was with Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. But this clone was hidden in the sovereign immortal aperture, separated from the outside world. Could it be that Fang Jing's method could penetrate the barrier and sense the things in the immortal aperture? It is more likely that this move does not rely on the bloodline connection, but on the user's inner senses. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He felt that this deduction was more realistic. He had just come into contact with Fang Jing's killer move. He had little understanding of it. Fang Yuan tried, but he could not get rid of the blood clouds. If he were to destroy the blood clouds, the blood-colored stripes would appear and continuously corrode his luck. If anyone else used this killer move, it would not have such an effect. But Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan were closely related. It was not just a simple blood relationship. Because of the arrangements of providence, the luck of the two complemented each other. For example, after Fang Yuan obtained cooking luck pot, Gua Fangjing's luck turned into a pot lid. It naturally countered Fang Yuan. Blood-kin vengeance's connection was more complicated than Fang Yuan had expected. One was the bloodline connection, the second was the inner senses, and the third was the resonance of luck. Following the resonance of luck, the blood patterns were able to invade Fang Yuan's luck. This created a huge problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan changed his target. He wanted to destroy Demon Judgment Board and kill Fang Zheng directly. But every time he made such a decision, Duke Long and Sang Xianzi would not sit by and watch. They would save him at the right time. Even if Fang Yuan's attacks occasionally hit, it would only cause the Demon Judgment Board to tremble violently and produce cracks. A moment later, the Gu immortals inside repaired it. Demon Judgment Board was different from most immortal Gu houses in Celestial Court. It was complete. It had no weaknesses in defense, movement, recovery, and so on. If I have all living beings' luck inheritance, no. Even if I have heart, blood, immortal Gu, even if I cannot unravel this move, I can greatly alleviate it. Fang Yuan had sensed something earlier, but unfortunately, during the Qi Si banquet, he missed heart, blood, immortal Gu. This was indeed a regret. Who would have thought that it would manifest itself at this moment? In his previous life, Fang Yuan had lost the 5-world limit formation, which was a huge regret. In this life, it was heart, blood, immortal Gu. Although Fang Yuan controlled the spring and autumn cicada and had the advantage of being reborn, when you underwent changes, the effects would spread. Your enemies, and even the entire world, would undergo new changes that would target you once again. It was like a person shouting in a valley. No matter what the tone of his voice was, the valley would always respond to his every time he shouted. During the Qi Si banquet, Fang Yuan had already sensed it. But unfortunately, due to all sorts of opportunities and the hidden conflicts between forces, Fang Yuan did not grasp this opportunity. From this, one could see spring-autumn cicada's weakness. Spring-autumn cicada's rebirth was only a chance to start anew. The entire process, especially the middle and late stages, depended on the person's performance. If one relied on the advantage of rebirth, they might have different gains in the early stages, but it would be like a good swimmer drowning. They would only be digging their own grave. Thus, Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, had to be reborn countless times to slightly damage Fate Gu. This way, with Duke Long and Sang Xianzi as the main force, Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling controlling Demon Judgment Board as support, the three of them attacked Fang Yuan together, finally restraining Fang Yuan's demonic might. Fang Yuan is trapped. Bull Demon, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, spoke loudly. He had been paying attention to Fang Yuan all along. Of course, not just him. All the other Gu immortals were paying attention as well. After all, Fang Yuan's victory or defeat would directly affect the entire Celestial Court situation. Flower Lady hesitated. Should we help him? The two looked at Bing Saichuan. They knew that they had a trump card. They could ask Limitless to turn around. In the previous life, Bing Saichuan used this trump card to lure Limitless Demon, Venerable, to temporarily trap Duke Long. In the current situation, as long as Duke Long was trapped, Fang Yuan would have one less obstacle. He would be able to break the stalemate. But Bing Sai Chuan shook his head. His gaze was fiery. Let them fight. This is the best time. Let's snatch fake goo and return to longevity heaven to refine rank 9 destiny goo. His original goal was this. With rank 9 destiny goo, longevity heaven could replace the position of celestial court and rule over the 5 regions. Earlier, Bing Sai Chuan was in a predicament. He had no choice but to give up on this idea and call for Fang Yuan's help. Now that Fang Yuan made a move and changed the situation, Bing Sai Chuan's situation took a turn for the better. Be grateful to Fang Yuan and help him? Bing Sai Chuan snickered coldly in his heart. His great achievement was right in front of him. He had waited for so many years. Giant sun immortals will, his unfinished business. How could he give up? As long as there was a trace of hope, he would try. He would not give up. Right now, even though the refinement path formation was not destroyed, a path was already opened. Go. For longevity heaven, for northern plains, for Lord Giant Sun Immortal, take back fate. Bing Sai Chuan shouted loudly. The phantom image of the river of time surged. All the experts in northern plains history shouted in response to Bing Sai Chuan. Mao Li Chiu had already entered the battle, using the killer move perfect pair to fight Shabi 95 and Ruandan. Bull, Demon, and Flower Lady also flew out of Calamity Luck Altar at this moment. They had many northern plains Gu immortals with them. This force was much stronger than in the previous life. No. Yuan Cheongdu's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a shrill cry, but no one came to help him. Yuan Cheongdu was guarding the refinement path formation. He could not leave at all. Right now, he was in a precarious situation. He could barely protect himself. Rank 9 fate was about to be completely repaired by him. If it was snatched away now, it would all be for the benefit of others. Seeing this, Duke Long was anxious. He shouted, Fang Yuan, to think that you were being used. Fang Yuan took a glance at heaven overseeing tower. Just this glance alone made Bing Sai Chuan's breathing pause. If Fang Yuan turned around and attacked longevity heaven's side, what would he do? Bing Sai Chuan made this decision because he was under huge pressure. The truth was, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to the battle in heaven overseeing tower. When he saw the northern plains Gu immortals charging towards heaven overseeing tower, he was secretly happy. Finally, someone was helping him. Duke Long, you should worry about yourself. Let me kill you first before finding trouble with longevity heaven. Fang Yuan shouted. Duke Long did not speak. His attacks broke through his limits again, becoming fiercer. Fake Gu. Bull, Demon, and Flower Lady shouted in shock. They charged into the highest floor of heaven overseeing tower and saw fake Gu. But at the next moment, Genesis Lotus method activated. Ah, what is this? Painting path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method. Sure enough, like Fang Yuan expected, these northern plains Gu immortals entered but could not leave. All of them were trapped in the painting in the bamboo forest. Such a change shocked the other immortals. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan was even more dumbfounded. Yuan Cheongdu, Songyan, and Che Wei obtained precious time to catch their breaths and survive. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. The phantom river of time continued to move, but no Gu immortals appeared. The closest one was Mao Li Chiu. It was fighting with the 2 legendary immemorial beasts of Celestial Court. It could not leave. In this urgent situation, Bing Sai Chuan could only mobilize himself. At this time, Chi Ci Ling finally woke up. What are you hesitating for? Use Calamity Luck Altar and destroy Heaven Overseeing Tower, Chi Ci Ling said. When he was unconscious, he was still aware of the changes in the outside world. Now that he woke up, he received all of this information. Fate Gu was the core of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fate Gu could only be destroyed by otherworldly demons. Thus, if Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed, the other core immortal Gu might be implicated and destroyed, but Fate Gu would not be affected. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was a weakened rank 9 immortal Gu house. It had thick defense. If Calamity Luck Alter attacked it, it would waste precious time. This was also the reason why Bing Sai-chuan sent Gu Immortals to invade Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sai-chuan was hesitant. He looked at the phantom river of time again. It had been a while since any Gu Immortals came out. There were many Northern Plains experts in history, compared to 7 Extreme Desolation and others. Bing Sai-chuan had high hopes for them, but they did not appear. Bing Sai-chuan's expression was uncertain. Even if he did not know the previous life situation, he could sense something amiss. He was a time path great expert, after all. He was appointed as the West Desolation Immortal by Giant Sun Immortal. He was entrusted by Giant Sun to hibernate for 300,000 years. He was a crucial leader in order to complete Longevity Heaven. This call of the Ancient Killer move seems to be fishy. I cannot rely on it completely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is from the righteous path after all. His true intentions are questionable. Thinking of this, Bing Sai-chuan said to Chi Ci Lang, "Seventh Prince, please make a move." Chi Ci Lang spat. "You are a luck path cultivator?" "I am. I am more suitable than you to control Calamity Luck Alter. Can you display the full power of this immortal Gu house? The urgent matter now is—" "Bing Sai-chuan, screw your ancestors." Chi Ci Lang had just said half of his words when he was suddenly transported out by Bing Sai-chuan. He could not help but curse. The true authority of Calamity Luck Alter had always been in Bing Sai-chuan's hands. Chi Ci Lang could control it earlier because Bing Sai-chuan had given him a portion of the authority. "Seventh Prince, please attack quickly." Bing Sai-chuan spoke politely, but Calamity Luck Alter was ready to attack. Chi Ci Lang suspected that if he did not act, Calamity Luck Alter would attack him first. Bing Sai-chuan, very good. Chi Ci Lang gritted his teeth in anger. Bing Sai-chuan was an old subordinate of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. With his status and experience, he was not afraid of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's son Chi Ci Lang. Just you wait. If not for Father's great cause. Chi Ci Lang was furious and helpless. He could only charge into Heaven Overseeing Tower. Yuan Cheongdu and the rest were helpless. They could not stop him. Since when did Heaven Overseeing Tower allow enemies to enter freely? Yuan Cheongdu and the rest could not help but feel sad. They could only hope that Genesis Lotus Method would show its might again. Chi Ci Lang carefully stepped into the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was immediately pulled by a jade light. He was shocked, seeing the painting of Genesis Lotus on the wall. He tried his best to maintain his body, but he could not resist it. Seeing that he was about to be pulled into the painting, Bing Sai-chuan shouted, "Limitless, please turn around." Inside Imperfection, Regret Pavilion, Limitless Demon Venerable did not turn around like in the previous life, but he still threw out a chess piece. The chess piece flew into Heaven Overseeing Tower and floated above Chi Ci Lang's head. Chi Ci Lang immediately stabilized his body. Most of the jade light was blocked by this tiny chess piece. Only some faint jade light remained on his body. Chapter 1954. Emperor City Battlefield. Rumble, dust clouds rumbled. The earth split open. A huge trench extended forward, devouring everything in its path as it approached Emperor City. Emperor City's destruction was right in front of them. At this moment, even though there were several central continent Gu Immortals defending Emperor City, to save so many lives in such a short time, these Gu Immortals were simply unable to do so. Earth trenches were naturally formed, and no one could predict where they would appear. Only Feng Yuan expected this. Because this earth trench had appeared in his previous life, it destroyed Emperor City. But Central Continent and Western Desert did not know about it. The appearance of the earth trench caught both sides off guard. But Western Desert's side was overjoyed, while Central Continent's side was terrified. Right at the crucial moment of Emperor City's destruction, an immortal Gu House Ting appeared. turning into a jade light that flew into the sky at lightning speed. It was Divine Being Palace. Stop him! Central Continent's Go Immortals subconsciously shouted in unison. What is Fong Di-Chong doing? Thousand Transformations ancestor and the rest felt strange. Divine Being Palace's actions were not part of the battle plan. Fong Di-Chong had a shocked expression. At this moment, not only could he not contact the outside world, he could not even move his body. Divine Being Palace buzzed and shook. A formless and powerful force was restraining him. In the painting that surrounded the hall, a will slowly emerged. The will quickly condensed into the appearance of a young man. He wore a green robe and had a white headband. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He had a cultured and refined appearance. Seeing this will, Fong Di-Chang's expression turned ashen. He cried out, "Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable!" Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Among the Venerables, he had the most immortal essence. He was the third generation immortal king of Celestial Court. He created Heavenly Lotus Sect. He got rid of the demonic chi and restored order to heaven and earth. Indeed, this will was Genesis Lotus Will. Damn it, he hid in the painting. That's why I was fooled. Fong Di-Chong instantly understood. He did not understand painting path at all. But why did I lose control of Divine Being Palace the moment Genesis Lotus Will appeared? I was tightly bound and lost my freedom. Fong Di-Chong instantly thought of Ching Cho. His heart turned cold. He once thought that he had completely refined Divine Being Palace, but the cruel reality showed that there were still secrets in Divine Being Palace, and the final authority was still in the hands of Genesis Lotus Will. Be it the real Fong Di-Chong or Fong Yuan's clone, they could not see through this method. They were kept in the dark. How could a Venerable's immortal Gu house be so easily seized? With a loud bang, Divine Being Palace landed steadily at the center of Emperor City and started to oversee the situation. Boundless jade light spread out from Divine Being Palace. It was warm like water. The light wasn't dazzling. It illuminated half of the sky. Everywhere in Emperor City, regardless of whether it was the city bricks or the corners of the walls, they were all soaked in jade light. Amidst the light, mural after mural gradually appeared in every corner of Emperor City. These were numerous paintings of life, and they depicted the scene of a certain moment in Imperial Emperor City. Some were markets with people moving around. Peddlers were shouting and selling all sorts of goods. Some were the silhouettes of several courtyards, and on the tall trees in the courtyards there were several bird nests with nestlings waiting to fly away. And under the trees there was a group of children playing and chasing each other. They were filled with hope towards the future. There was a wedding procession coming from the south. The groom was riding a horse. There was a mortal Gu house behind him. The bridegroom was riding on a horse. Behind him was a sedan. This mortal Gu house was usually taken out for weddings in Central Continent. The sedan was decorated with flowers of all colors. Behind the sedan, there was a group of porters carrying the bride's plentiful dowry. There was a tea house. There were many people on the street outside. The upper floor of the tea house was filled with guests. They were eating breakfast while looking at the street outside the window. The tea house's banners to attract customers were fluttering in the morning wind. There was also a painting depicting dusk. At a corner of the street near the city gate, there was a stall. A blind old Gu master who might have wisdom path Gu worms was acting as a fortune teller, predicting the future of a woman. No matter if it was early in the morning or at night, at the side of the city gate or in the downtown area, the scenes of the people in Imperial Emperor City living and working in peace and contentment formed numerous scenes. Undeniably, this was a painting path method. It was filled with the profundities of human path. Immortal killer move, peaceful life. Emperor City actually has Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had once lived in Emperor City as a mortal for some time. Don't tell me, this is not a story but a fact. Painting path is truly profound. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Western deserts side had a bad feeling. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City were connected, forming a huge immortal goo house. The center was naturally Divine Bean Palace, while the periphery was the former Emperor City. The earth trench surged over like the mouth of a giant beast, instantly destroying Emperor City's foundation. But Emperor City was completely different. It floated in the air, unmoving. The countless people in the city gasped in shock. They hugged each other happily. They jumped around. They actually managed to escape from death's door. A large number of people cried tears of joy. They knelt on the ground and worshipped the paintings. Suddenly, new paintings appeared in many places. The content of the paintings was the scene of these people kneeling and worshipping. This killer move, peaceful life, seemed to be able to absorb strength from mortals to strengthen itself. The power of the paintings continued to accumulate, flowing back into Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus will control this power. He controlled Divine Bean Palace even more firmly. He looked at Feng Dichang with a smile that was not a smile. Feng Yuan, I need to thank you for bringing Divine Bean Palace here. You saved the human world from a calamity. This was the arrangement of Genesis Lotus' main body. In the previous life, Divine Bean Palace was not brought by Feng clan, thus Emperor City was destroyed. But in this life, through Feng Yuan's clone as a bridge, Divine Bean Palace appeared in time and saved countless people. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Feng Dichang struggled with all his might. But at this time, a wave of profound strength pulled him and sent him into Divine Bean Palace's painting. Feng Dichang's vision changed. He looked again and found that he had already entered the painting. He was very familiar with the scene in front of him. It was a gray-white land with a deep pit on the ground. This was where he had planted the immortal beans. Now, most of the bean seeds had hatched into Divine Bean soldiers to be used in battle. There were only a few bean seeds left in this land. They were still growing and fermenting. Feng Dichang found that he could move freely, but it was useless no matter what he tried. He could not break out of this painting. I am sealed and suppressed in the painting. Feng Dichang instantly thought of Flower Lady in the previous life. She was suppressed in the painting inside heaven, overseeing tower. Feng Dichang tried to contact his main body, but found that he could not communicate with the outside world. He could not even sense jewel yellow skies. All the relevant communication methods were ineffective. Calm down, I still have one last hope. Feng Dichang was silent for a moment before activating Karma Divine Tree. Fortunately, this killer move had been modified. Once it was activated, the expression of Genesis Lotus while in the palace outside the painting changed slightly. This method was indeed the key to resisting him. Even Genesis Lotus could not stop it completely. At this moment, inside Emperor City, Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention's final competition venue. This thrilling competition had finally reached its final moment. The victor was about to be determined. I succeeded. Success! Yi Fan and Hong Yi said in unison. They had refined goo worms almost at the same time. To determine the victor between the two, a time path goo master would have to be invited to investigate the minute difference in time. But right at this moment, a green light suddenly appeared and firmly wrapped around the two of them, bringing them flying away. This jade green light was extremely fast. It carried Hong Yi and Yi Fan and quickly rushed to the front of Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus inside Divine Bean Palace gritted its teeth. Looking at this, these two people in the jade light were deeply connected to Feng Yuan. They were likely not his pawns, but his capable subordinates. Genesis Lotus hurriedly activated Divine Bean Palace. The jade light that wrapped around Yi Fan and Hong Yi smashed into Divine Bean Palace. Suddenly, the light turned and shot into the distance, landing in one of the murals in Monarch City. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were sealed. What is going on? Who will win and who will lose? Hong Yi and Yi Fan looked at each other with a dazed expression. They were inside a painting of contented and contented lifestyle. There was a peaceful scene in front of them. They could not help but feel puzzled. Where are we? Aren't there Gu immortals fighting outside Emperor City? Why can't we hear anything? Am I dreaming? Chapter 1955. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. There was very little of the five-colored smoke remaining. Dizongxing roared continuously. His power surged endlessly as he tore the formation apart. His mountain-like body was still charging forward. We can't stop it. Another child formation has been torn apart by it. How many subformations do we have left? Only the last one. Quickly set up the subformation. No, the enemy is too destructive. We don't have enough time. The 9-9 consecutive, unceasing formation was in chaos. Many central continent Gu immortals were guarding this place, but they were restricted by the five-colored smoke, be it controlling the formation or setting up the subformations. They would suffer backlash at any time. The stronger the person, the more effort they put in, the stronger the backlash. Dizongxing was extremely powerful. He could break the subformations with just his own battle strength. He was constantly getting stronger. The 5 regional walls were getting weaker. The 5 earth veins were starting to unify. The earth trench that extended to Emperor City was a huge proof. The earth trench had already extended to the center of Central Continent. It meant that the fusion of the earth veins had reached its peak. Be it the 4 regions or Central Continent, because of the rapid spread of the new earth trench, countless tragedies occurred, lives were lost, human will was surging. Dizongxing was different from most legendary immemorial beasts. He was created from the fusion of the earth veins' power and the negative emotions of humans. Right now, Central Continent's earth veins had expanded into the 5 regions' earth veins. Dizongxing's strength had increased by 5 times, and the negative emotions of humans were also increasing rapidly from Central Continent's humans to the 5 regions' humans. Dizongxing's strength would soar again because of this. Duke Long was getting stronger because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, and Dizongxing's speed of growth was even more terrifying than Duke Long's. Thus, even with the main forces of the Celestial Court here, they could not stop Dizongxing's advancement, even with all their strength. The main forces of the Celestial Court were furious. We can't let it advance anymore. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to stop it. Damned evil dragon, get out of the way. Let me block it. Zhang Feixiong suddenly roared and transformed into a giant with a bear's head and a human's body. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as he was directly crushed into bloody mush, and he perished. This 8th transformation, Dao, transformation, mighty figure, was only able to stop Dizongxing for a moment at most. Zhang Feixiong! The immortals of the Celestial Court could not help but tear up. At such a crucial moment, the members of the Celestial Court were willing to sacrifice themselves. Let me do it. The next moment, the flesh whip fairy went up and transformed into the primordial walking meat tree. This was her strongest form. Bang! With another muffled sound, Flesh Whip Fairy was crushed into a piece of broken limbs and blood splashed everywhere. Flesh Whip Immortal! The immortals whispered. When she was needed, she disregarded her own safety, a grand rank 8, a genius of her generation, just to fight for a breath of time. Even the southern border immortals were moved. What drives them? It seemed that it had been like this since ancient times. The Gu immortals of the Celestial Court were all like this. The spirit they upheld had never declined and had instead flourished. The Celestial Court never lacked martyrs. Although primordial origin was gone, his spirit did not die. Unfortunately, all your efforts are in vain. Wu Shui willed, and countless clones flew out of Dragon Palace. They were pure dream reality seeker, physique bodies. These dream path clones turned into a large vanguard, flying in front of Dizongxing and attacking the final subformation. Watch me. Under the expectant gazes of the immortals, Feng Kim Hong stepped forward, her youthful face full of seriousness and seriousness. She used the power of the immortal formation to activate the immortal killer move, Shatter Dream. Bang, 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 the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into lumps of dream realms that slowly circulated and spread. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. Feng Kim Hong activated another method. These dream realms that self-detonated turned into human shapes again. But this time, they were used by Feng Kim Hong. With Feng Kim Hong around, Dream Path was no longer the weakness of the Celestial Court. Then what about this? Before the Celestial Court could let out a sigh of relief, at the crucial moment, a formation was thrown out of Dragon Palace. 5 regional limit formation. 5 colored smoke burst out again, spreading rapidly and covering the whole area. The eyes of the Celestial Court's main force were bloodshot. Zhu Ke Air screamed, "Quickly destroy it!" Whirling Boy and Jun Xinguang had already pounced over. "It's too late." Zhan Budu cheered loudly inside the formation. He did not disappoint them. At the crucial moment, he repaired the entire formation and could fight again. The 5 colored smoke surged and covered the subformation. Puff, puff, puff. The Central Continent Gu Immortals who were still setting up the formation were caught off guard. They coughed out blood. Many fainted on the spot. Some even died from the backlash. At this point, they were at the end of their rope. The 5 regional limit formation had become the final nail in the coffin for their deaths. As for the Gu Immortals controlling the formation, they could not help but slow down, resisting the backlash with difficulty. Roar! Di Zongxing took the chance to exert strength again, directly breaking the final subformation. 9 consecutive unceasing was finally broken. The formation shattered. The light faded. Hairy Foot Mountain, which had been concealed by the formation all along, was revealed. This mountain was very small and inconspicuous. It was ordinary, but it contained infallible, blessed land. A large number of the main formation Gu Immortals were lying on Hairy Foot Mountain. The formation's destruction caused these Gu Immortals to suffer heavy injuries again. Almost no one was conscious. Most of the Gu Immortals had already lost their life force. Only a small portion were in a daze. Feng Kim Hong, who had received the most attention, had a pale expression. She fell to the ground without any strength to escape. At this moment, she could only watch as Di Zongxing charged towards her. She could do nothing but wait for death. As death approached, the intense feeling of threat made Feng Kim Hong feel suffocated. Am I going to die? At once, this young female Gu Master was at a loss. Protect Feng Kim Hong. Quickly save her. Forget about infallible, blessed land. The final success, Tao marks, have already been sent to Celestial Court. Celestial Court's main force desperately returned to rescue Feng Kim Hong. Wishful thinking. Southern Border's Gu Immortals laughed sinisterly. They also exerted strength to restrain the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Wu Yong manipulated unlimited wind to attack. This huge tornado wind pillar held up the sky and ground. The intense winds held up a large number of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy charged at the front again. One of them cultivated Light Path, while the other cultivated Space Path. They were the fastest when using killer moves. Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Dragon Palace endured all sorts of attacks, while forcefully attacking Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy. Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy could not dodge in time. They were struck almost at the same time, being swept away by Dreamy Light Smoke. But after imprisoning these two, Dragon Palace had reached its limit. It could not imprison any more people, unless they entered the Dream Realm and killed these two. Destroy Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible Blessed Land. Wu Yong shouted as he took the lead and rushed to the front. He was not on Celestial Court's side. He naturally did not know that Celestial Court had already completed their mission. Even if he destroyed infallible Blessed Land now, It would not affect the overall situation. Don't even think about it. A lump of fire blocked Wu Yong as Prince's impatience flew out. With just you. Wu Yong's eyes were filled with sharp killing intent. His figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Prince's impatience. Immortal killer move. Farewell, friend Wind. We felt like old friends at first sight, but you want to leave. We are about to part. Good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even Prince's impatience, who had gone to Northern Plains alone and worked as a spy for many years, turned pale with fright. Next, Prince's impatience lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. Damn it! Farewell, friend Wind is actually in Wu Yong's hands. Chen Yi screamed in his heart, but he could not shout. He could not move. He could not use any methods. Without the final obstruction, Wu Yong dove down like a falcon hunting its prey, attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. The rest of the Celestial Court's main force wanted to go back to help, but they were restrained by others. Wu Yong exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Even before he actually pounced on Feng Jin Huang, the wind pressure he created was as heavy as a mountain. Feng Jin Huang was pressed so hard that she couldn't move. She closed her eyes in despair, but the intense pain she imagined did not appear. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes in confusion. She then saw a figure blocking in front of her, like a heavenly moat, firmly blocking Wu Yong. She was very familiar with this figure. She cried tears of joy, calling out, "Father!" The rank 8 Gu immortal who appeared at the crucial moment was Feng Joga. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight like a spear or a sword. Hearing Feng Kim Huang's call, Feng Joga slightly turned his body. Looking back at Feng Kim Hong, his eyes under his sword-like brows revealed gentle concern. He was confident and calm. Feng Joga did not say anything. He only nodded at Feng Kim Hong, then turned to look at Wu Yong. But Feng Kim Hong felt a huge sense of security. She was completely relaxed. This sense of security was completely baffling and had no basis, but Feng Kim Hong believed. She believed in her father, Feng Joga. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a dangerous light. Feng Joga, Wu Yong muttered this name, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Last time, you stopped me from chasing after Feng Yuan. This time, we will settle the score. Saying so, he prepared a killer move, trying to use Farewell, Friend Wind again. Feng Jiugu did not dodge. He hovered in the air, a smile on his face as he slowly opened his mouth and sang a song. The song was ethereal and heavy. It seemed to be filled with contradictions. It was very strange. Wu Yong was unconsciously attracted by the song. His attack stopped. The song was like a small stream in the mountains, gurgling and flowing. Next, the stream seemed to turn into lava, expanding into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. Damn it, what song is this? Wu Yong's expression changed. He started to struggle because he was the closest, he was the first to be hit. The song gave Wu Yong a bad feeling. It made him feel like he had returned to the past. When he was young, he was shrouded in the shadow of his mother. Wu Duxiu's strict teachings and restrictions, he could only listen to her obediently. At the next moment, Wu Yong stared with wide eyes. He saw that the Farewell Friend Wind killer move that was used on Prince's impatience had stopped. What song is this? It can directly counter Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was shocked. At this moment, Prince's impatience felt something different. He felt like he had returned to the past, when he disguised his identity and cultivated to rank 8 in Northern Plains. He controlled the grotto heaven. He could finally hold his head high. He no longer had to worry about the attitude of Northern Plains' superforce, Gong Clan. Due to Destiny Song, Southern Border's immortals were weakened. They were dispirited. In contrast, Celestial Court's side was filled with pride. They recovered and recovered from their injuries. Destiny Song's power was very comprehensive. What was even more amazing was that it could differentiate between friend and foe. This was something that the previous life could not compare to. At once, even Wu Shuai and the rest were restrained by the song. Only Di Zongxing roared, as expected of the number one legendary immemorial beast. He resisted the song and charged forward. Feng Jioge looked at Di Zongxing with rapt attention. Di Zongxing's body was so huge that it covered heaven and earth, just as Dragon Head was like a mountain. Feng Jioge stood in front of the mountain. He was as tiny as an ant. But at the next moment, the song was focused on Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing felt like he had returned to the time when he was suppressed in Hidden Dragon Cave. He was trapped in a dark cage. He could not obtain freedom. No matter how much he wished or how much power he had, he could not free himself. Helpless, helpless, Di Zongxing gradually stopped. It wanted to roar, wanted to cry out, but it could only whimper in the end. The immortals were shocked. The scene in front of them was truly shocking. Feng Jioge defeated Di Zongxing in one move. This was the legendary immemorial desolate beast with the strongest battle strength in the current world. In the previous life, it was able to fight against Duke Long at the end of his life. If the latter had not attacked Dragon Palace, it would not have been able to defeat Di Zongxing so easily. This is Destiny Song that I created. I have just completed it. Everyone, please take a look. Feng Jioge transmitted while singing. Destiny Song. Be it friend or foe, the immortals deeply engraved the name of this killer move in their hearts. The moment this move appeared, it became famous. From today onwards, everyone in the world would know of it. Destiny drifted from place to place, rising and falling. Who would not have a low point? Even Feng Yuan and the previous Venerables had times when they were humble and weak. The Song of Destiny could bring the highs and lows of the fate of all living beings to themselves. When the time comes, heaven and earth will help. But when the time comes, the hero will not be free. Feng Jioge's ninth song. Sound Path Immortal Rank 8 Killer Move. Song of Destiny. This is troublesome. Wu Shuai's expression was extremely solemn. He actually managed to create the complete Song of Destiny, as expected of Feng Jioge. Zhan Budu also let out a long sigh. When the news of the battle reached the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle was naturally overjoyed. Feng Jioge had always been in a state of enlightenment, so he volunteered to explore the river of time. Qin Dingling was observing his fate, and when she saw his opportunity, she strongly recommended him. Fairy Myrtle thus secretly arranged for a time path Immortal Gu House to send Feng Jioge into the river of time. Fairy Myrtle believed Qin Dingling's words, and also thought highly of Feng Jioge's potential. But she did not expect Feng Jioge to give her such a huge surprise. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Destiny Song. Just with this move, Feng Jioge's battle strength soared. He became one of the strongest people in the world. Celestial Court wanted to repair Rank 9 Fate Gu and snatch Fortune Completion Gu to refine Rank 10 Destiny Gu. Longevity Heaven had the same plan, but their target was slightly lower. They wanted to use the incomplete Fate Gu to refine Rank 9 Destiny Gu. But neither side expected that before them, a Gu Immortal had already created the incomplete Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. An immortal killer move condensed into an immortal Gu recipe. The best example was Feng Yuan's Myriad Self Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu recipe to refine Myriad Self was derived from the killer move Myriad Self. It was not an exaggeration to say that with just this move, Feng Jioge's name would go down in history. As expected of a Tao Guardian, with such overwhelming talent, even Fairy Ziwei felt that it was dazzling. She admitted her inferiority. Father, you are amazing. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open as she looked at Feng Jioge's back. Admiration and love were overflowing. The young girl's heart was filled with pride and joy. Yes, Father has never disappointed me. Chapter 1956. Celestial Court, battlefield. Immortal killer move, dragon roaring wave. Immortal killer move, body flicker. In the intense battle, Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the starboard side of Myriad Year flying warship. He was too close. Almost at the same time he appeared, the daybreak swords flying around Myriad Year flying warship swarmed up and instantly engulfed Duke Long. Countless dragon tattoos appeared on Duke Long's body, blocking the fierce attacks of the swords. This was Duke Long's main defensive killer move, 9 dragons protection. 9 was just an imaginary number, it meant countless tattoos. This was a rare passive defensive method that usually lurked on Duke Long's skin. Once he was attacked, it would activate automatically and did not require any thoughts from Duke Long. It was extremely convenient. Duke Long relied on this move to forcibly resist the attacks of the daybreak swords. Then he clasped his hands into a fist. Immortal killer move. World-shaking dragon hammer. Boom! The dragon hammer's heavy strike directly sent Myriad Year flying warship flying. Myriad Year flying warship was repelled and suddenly stopped. The surrounding space suddenly collapsed like countless broken glass shards. Each of these glass shards was incomparably sharp whenever they collided with Myriad Year flying warship. Deep marks would be left on it, and a large number of goo worms would be destroyed. And Fang Yuan, who was standing at the bow of the ship, had a bloody wound on his cheek because of this. This was Zhang Xianzi's work. He used space path killer moves to set up formless traps all over the battlefield. They were extremely powerful. But this scene only flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. It had not happened yet. This was time path killer move. 3 breaths future vision. 3 breaths future vision was an investigative killer move from He Fan's true inheritance. It could allow Gu immortals to see their own future within 3 breaths of time. With the amplification of the Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body, its power had increased by 1,500 times. Thus it could be used in battles with experts on the level of Duke Long. However, because this move was essentially only rank 7, it was not effective every time. Sometimes it was effective, sometimes it was ineffective. At the next moment, immortal killer move, dragon roaring wave. Immortal killer move, body flicker. Duke Long suddenly appeared on the starboard side of Myriad Year flying warship, just like the investigative killer move 3 breaths later. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He controlled Myriad Year flying warship to move away, brushing past the invisible space path trap. What a pity! Zhang Xianzi saw this and felt extremely regretful. Fang Yuan was so close to activating the space path trap. She floated in the air without making any obvious movements. But in the dark, space path traps were being formed and laid out. After fighting with Fang Yuan for such a long time, the battle experience that had been slumbering in the depths of her memory came back to life, and Zhang Xianzi's method started to become more and more experienced. Over 300,000 years ago, after Zhang Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable made a secret agreement, she moved to Celestial Court and lived a peaceful life, almost never taking action. But before that, Zhang Xianzi's name and status as a primordial legend were all fought for by her own hands. Fang Yuan rode on Myriad Year flying warship and dodged while looking at Zhang Xianzi from afar. Although Zhang Xianzi's battle strength was recovering, her fighting style was very clear. She retained the habits of an immemorial, desolate plant. She tended to stay in one place and attack from afar, using space path methods to pull apart the distance between herself and the enemy before setting up space path traps. From this fighting style, one could see her temperament. She liked to wait patiently until the end. But at the same time, this also meant that she was not aggressive and would not take risks. Even though Zhang Xianzi's methods were still very mysterious, Fang Yuan had already started to understand Zhang Xianzi's foundation. On the contrary, Duke Long was still unfathomable and unfathomable. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Duke Long in the previous life, and Duke Long's methods were mostly understood by Fang Yuan, Duke Long's fighting style was ever-changing, sometimes conservative, sometimes aggressive, sometimes attacking, sometimes dodging. It was hard to figure out what he was doing. This level of fighting was not just because of his battle experience, but also because of Duke Long's innate talent. For Fang Yuan, even though it was difficult to defeat Song Xianzi, there was hope. But to defeat Duke Long, he could not see any possibility of doing so. Unless I can directly break Duke Long's defensive killer move, Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. Duke Long's main defensive killer move was 9 Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan had been searching for clues and analyzing it during the battle, but there was little effect. It was very difficult to break a strong enemy's killer move in the middle of a battle. Compared to 9 Dragons Protection, Fang Yuan wanted to break Heavenly Dragon's Last Stanmore. But this killer move was even more untraceable. Fang Yuan did not even have a way to search for clues. According to his original plan, Steal Life was the best method to deal with Duke Long. But after testing it, Steal Life did not work. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something? Suddenly, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. However, just as he was about to delve deeper into the matter, he was interrupted by an incoming attack. Fang Yuan did not need to look to know that this was the Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board's attack. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was indeed troublesome. It had no weaknesses, it was extremely fast, not inferior to Myriad Year Flying Worship, and its defense was also very solid. Fang Yuan could break through it by force. In a one-on-one battle, Demon Judgment Board was not Fang Yuan's match. It would take a lot of effort. Theft path methods were the best way to deal with Immortal Gu houses, but it was not easy to use them in front of Duke Long and Song Xianzi. Fang Yuan was currently in the Immemorial Year monkey form. It was very compatible with Myriad Year Flying Worship. Once he turned into Theft Path Dao marks, his battle strength would fall by a lot. Duke Long and Song Xianzi would have a chance. What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that even if he transformed into the Theft Path Immemorial Desolate Beast and used Great Thief Ghost Hand, he might not be able to hit Demon Judgment Board. Even if he hit it, he might not be able to steal the Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's luck path advantage had already been compensated by Qin Dingling, and Demon Judgment Board had Gua Fangzheng, who countered Fang Yuan in terms of luck. Thus, theft path methods were not the correct way to change the situation. Fang Yuan. At this moment, Gua Fangzheng, who was in charge of Demon Judgment Board, had a complex feeling. To him, was Fang Yuan his blood brother? Not really. Fang Yuan's body had changed. His soul was also that of an otherworldly demon. Was he a stranger? Also not. Childhood and youth memories could not be erased. The two of them had been companions in the past. Was he angry? Yes. Fang Yuan toyed with him, disregarding his life and arranging for him to stay in Langya Blessed Land. He definitely had a sinister scheme. Was it hatred? Of course. Fang Yuan slaughtered his own clansmen. It was the shadow and nightmare of Fangzheng's childhood. Then what else? After experiencing so many things, Fangzheng started to understand Fang Yuan. Sometimes he even admired Fang Yuan. In the world, one had no choice. Fangzheng gradually understood his own incompetence. He had self-awareness. The so-called A-grade aptitude was just a form of narcissism. Fangzheng was already maturing. Other than understanding and admiration, Fangzheng even felt a trace of gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He was thankful to Fang Yuan for the setbacks, the pain, and the hardships he had gone through. These were all wealth. They helped Fangzheng grow until now. If not for the chaos of war in Langya Blessed Land, how could Fangzheng have fused the cultivation experiences of Demon Judgment Board Lord and created the killer move Bloodkin Vengeance? In the past, Fangzheng had dreamed of this day. He would be able to fight Fang Yuan and take revenge personally. But now that the moment had truly arrived, Fangzheng's emotions were very different from what he had expected. He did not feel the joy of revenge, but he felt gratification. His emotions were very complex, very complex. Duke Long, Song Xianzi, Fangzheng, and Qin Dingling. Besides them, there is also Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan's expression became increasingly solemn as he fell into the encirclement. As Duke Long grew stronger, Celestial Court's Gu immortals cooperated better and better. Fang Yuan's thoughts were all used to maintain the battle. His judgment of the entire situation was slipping, be it activating killer moves or controlling myriad-year flying worship. They were extremely taxing on his mind. Fang Yuan had to take care of the overall situation. He had to look after all the battles and secretly influence the Gu immortals of the other regions. In fact, Duke Long and the rest were the same. As the battle became more intense, they activated their killer moves more frequently. The stronger the killer move, the more steps it would take, and the more Gu worms it would involve, the more thoughts and concentration they would have to expend. If Fairy Myrtle recovers, be it joining the battle or taking care of the overall situation, it would be disadvantageous to me. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already learned of the latest battle situation on Hairyfoot Mountain. Fang Yuan, no matter how many times you rebirth, it is useless. Use all your methods. It will be too late if you don't. Oh. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had also learned of the latest battle situation. In Emperor City battlefield, he lost his clone Fang Dichong. Divine Bean Palace defected to the enemy. In Hairyfoot Mountain battlefield, Feng Jioge appeared and used Destiny Song with unparalleled power. Even Dizongxing fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Court's foundation was truly too deep. Fang Yuan was not just fighting with Duke Long and the rest. He was fighting with the millions of years of accumulation of Celestial Court. The outside world was not worth relying on. All the pressure was shifted onto Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp like lightning. I can't hold back anymore. Since the start of the battle, he had not found a flaw in Duke Long's defense. But now that he was forced by the situation, even if there was no flaw, Fang Yuan had to use his full strength. Myriad-year flying worship rapidly rose into the air and pulled apart the distance. Fang Yuan started to prepare his killer move. Duke Long did not chase. He hovered in the air and looked up. His expression was like he was facing a great enemy. He did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Sang Xian Zi breathed in deeply. He was extremely vigilant. Qin Dingling, Fang Zheng, and Fairy Myrtle, who was recuperating at the edge of the battlefield, were also focused. They stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Even Bing Saichuan, who was crazily destroying the Refinement Path formation and attacking Heaven Overseeing Tower, diverted a portion of his attention to observe Fang Yuan's every move. Everyone knew that the outcome of the following battle was likely to determine the outcome of the entire battle. Immortal Killer Move. 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. Fang Yuan first summoned 12 immemorial year beasts and used this already exposed method. But different from before, the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation did not condense into a giant monster. It turned into a shining golden ship rudder. The ship rudder was like a wheel. It had 6 axles and 12 handles on the surface of the ship rudder. Each handle had 12-year beast carvings with different expressions. The 12 Zodiac Battle Formation flew into myriad-year flying worship and rapidly fused into one. The surface of myriad-year flying worship, which was originally shining with silver light, suddenly shone with a golden silhouette that was like sand. It was ever-changing. The golden silhouette turned into a coiling golden dragon at times, a giant tiger at times, a rooster that was singing loudly at times, and a charging bull at times. The 12 immemorial year beasts and myriad year flying worship had perfectly fused together. Fang Yuan's previous concept was displayed in front of everyone at this moment. He actually perfectly fused the ancient battle formation and the immortal Gu house together. Qin Dingling's eyes opened wide. Fang Zheng watched in a daze. Amazing talent. Even Duke Long could not help but praise. He had never seen such a scene. This was the first time in history. Although ancient battle formations and immortal Gu houses were both immortal killer moves in essence, No one had succeeded in fusing these two killer moves before Fang Yuan. Be careful, it is attacking. Sang Xian Zi shouted with a trace of panic on her face. Myriad Year Flying Worship's aura was so terrifying that even she was shocked. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Torrent. Myriad Year Flying Worship charged down, piercing through layers of air along the way and emitting shrill sonic booms. It was an outstanding rank 8 immortal goo house to begin with, and after fusing with the ancient 12 zodiac battle formation, it even had the strength to fight against Duke Long. After the two fused together, their battle strength overlapped and became even more fearsome. Duke Long growled as he activated a chi wall. Myriad Year Flying Worship's momentum paused for a moment before it directly broke through Duke Long's chi wall. Duke Long's brows furrowed as he activated the chi wall again. Myriad Year Flying Worship broke another chi wall without a doubt. Duke Long rebuilt again. Myriad Year Flying Worship broke again. After breaking 5 chi walls in a row, Myriad Year Flying Worship's momentum was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan sneered. Immortal killer move, Myriad Year Hunting. At the next moment, the phantom river of time below Myriad Year Flying Worship suddenly expanded. Countless year beasts surged out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. The year beast army that filled the sky charged towards the immortal graveyard, like a tsunami that was about to devour everything. There were countless year beasts in the army, including a large number of ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were not rare either. More terrifyingly, these year beasts obeyed Fang Yuan's commands like they were his own arms. Terrifying. With just this move, Fang Yuan can deal with any super force in the world by himself. Is he trying to summon all the year beasts in the River of Time? This is almost a copy of Call of the Ancient. It is just that Red Lotus method is to summon past Gu Immortal experts, while Fang Yuan is summoning the year beasts in the River of Time. But isn't Myriad Year Hunting only used to lure year beasts? I can't control them. This is the qualitative change after the fusion of 12 zodiac battle formation. Celestial Court's side was shaken. Fang Yuan's trump cards were indeed peerlessly powerful. Just the first one was already able to display such overwhelming might. Duke Long, Sang Xianzi, and the rest felt troubled. This year beast army was too huge, and Fang Yuan was still summoning them endlessly. Where was his limit? The year beast army spread out and attacked every corner of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's side, which lacked manpower, found it even harder to defend. Sang Xianzi gritted his teeth as he activated Space Path killer moves, trying to kill as many year beasts as possible to relieve the pressure. Be careful! Suddenly, Duke Long shouted. Sang Xianzi seemed to have seen the phantom of a small blade. Her pupils shrunk to pin size. She had just reacted when she was hit. How can this be? So fast. I had already set it up. Sang Xianzi looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Her body froze as a bloody hole appeared on her forehead. The wound was filled with dense time path Dao marks. Even a legendary immemorial beast self-healing ability could not heal it. Immortal killer move, time cutting edge. This was a super method that originated from Central Continent's Bo Clan. Once this blade was used, it would never miss. It would hit its target and kill all who got hit. It had once caused the whole of Central Continent to tremble in fear. The killer move's content was extremely complex and varied. Among the methods that Fang Yuan had, it was undoubtedly the most complex. What was even more ridiculous was that it had a strict activation condition. The activation time could not be more than 3 breaths. Thus, every time Fang Yuan used it, he would need to use the supplementary killer move Shrink Time. Its after effects were also terrifying. Every time it was used, a portion of its information would disappear. It was like an eraser. While erasing a strong enemy, it also expended itself. After hitting Sang Xianzi, Fang Yuan's mind went blank. Most of his memories regarding Time Cutting Edge had become blurry. At this rate, after I hit Duke Long again, I will lose this move completely. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as ice. He glanced at Duke Long subconsciously. Duke Long took a few steps back. Boom! With a loud sound, Song Xianzi fell to the ground. She returned to her original form in the air, turning into a huge green vine. This green vine had once supported heaven and earth. It was extremely eye-catching like a heavenly pillar, but now it was lying on the immortal graveyard, motionless and without any aura. The immortal graveyard suffered from this attack. The damage was far greater than all the previous attacks. But Duke Long could not care about this. His gaze was like lightning. He stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Time Cutting Edge was amplified by at least 1,500 times. He needed to be fully focused to defend against it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing's mouth was wide open as he looked at the vast heaven vine on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Behind him, Qin Dingling's body was stiff like a stone statue. If that move hit Demon Judgment Board, could we have blocked it? The two had similar questions in their minds. They did not have the confidence to say, "We could." This move was too powerful. After one move, Song Xianzi's life and death were unknown. Her aura was almost non-existent. Don't be intimidated by him. When he used this move, he was using the aura of Myriad Year hunting as a concealment. Just by using this move, the aura will be huge. It cannot be concealed. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle's words echoed in the battlefield. As expected of a wisdom path, great expert. Fang Yuan snorted. His weakness was exposed. Duke Long's expression eased up a little. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan left Myriad Year flying worship and flew down alone. He is going all out. Instantly, Duke Long's heart shook. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal Killer Move. Immemorial Sword Dragon. Roar! Fang Yuan instantly turned into a giant dragon. Rank 6 and 7 were dragons, while rank 8 were dragons. Immemorial Sword Dragon. The dragon body was over 100 meters long. The dragon horns on its head were like two sharp spears. Its eyes were silver white. Its dragon scales were pure white and emitted dense sword intent. Fang Yuan's Dao marks had all turned into Sword Path Dao marks. And Sword Path. Everyone knew that this path's advantage was offense. Chapter 1957. Roar! The ancient giant dragon that dominated the sky let out a long roar, swung its tail, and swam its body. Its speed was so fast that it left a faint white afterimage where it stood. Boom! With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was hit by a huge impact. It fell down like a meteor. Duke Long quickly came to reinforce it. Fang Yuan snickered as his dragon body flew into the sky, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot again. In the sky, he went from extreme movement to extreme stillness. His aura burst out. Immortal Killer Move, Triple Sword Wave. An offensive killer move that was amplified by at least 1,500 times. Its power was completely different from before. Huge waves surged, toppling the world. Every drop of silvery white spray was the power of the Sword Dao, dazzling and sharp to the extreme. The sword wave did not charge at Demon Judgment Board, nor did it target Duke Long. It charged at the immortal graveyard. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's main target was still the immortal graveyard. Duke Long gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to use self-moving dragon chi wall again. The chi wall blocked the sword wave, but it only lasted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing. Duke Long grunted. Blood flowed out of his nose. He wanted to continue using chi wall, but the overwhelming sword wave had already reached the immortal graveyard. Earlier, Celestial Court could defend with ease because of Song Xian Z space path methods. He could widen the distance between them. This gave Duke Long ample time to continue, using Qi Wall to defend. But now Zhang Xianzi had no aura. He was lying on the ground like a corpse, without the protection of space path methods. Duke Long could not activate Qi Wall in time. Duke Long was not rank 9. He had the same cultivation level as Fang Yuan. They were both rank 8. But Fang Yuan's Dao marks far surpassed him. Duke Long could only rely on Heavenly Dragon's last stand. But regretfully, even though Duke Long was getting stronger, there was still a gap between him and Fang Yuan, especially when Fang Yuan truly unleashed his full strength and displayed his strongest attack. No dash! Duke Long let out a sorrowful roar as he watched the sword wave sweep across the tomb and wash away everything. Any Gu immortal sleeping in the immortal graveyard had no way to resist. They were turned into dregs by the sword wave. Even the massive body of the firmament vine, which was lying on the ground, was being melted by the extremely sharp sword wave, shrinking rapidly. During the entire process, Zhang Xianzi did not wake up at all. It seemed like he was really in danger. The demon judgment board quickly rose into the air, but Fang Zheng was already stunned. He really did it. He's destroying the immortal tomb. Immortal tomb. Compared to Fang Zheng, people like Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling had a bigger reaction. They were veteran rank 8s, true members of the Celestial Court. The immortal graveyard was not just an important place of the Celestial Court, it was also their spiritual sacred ground. But now, it was desecrated by Fang Yuan. Countless predecessors of the Celestial Court who were sleeping inside were killed like chickens without any resistance. Fang Yuan, I want you to die. Qin Dingling screamed in agony. We have let down our seniors. With a loud sound, old man Zheng Yuan knelt on the ground in Central Great Hall, sobbing uncontrollably. Fairy Myrtle felt her entire body was empty. The immortal graveyard was heavily damaged. As the leader of the Celestial Court, she had an undeniable responsibility. It's me, I did not do it well. 2 lines of regretful tears flowed down from Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, light shook intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette wanted to make a move, but she was obstructed by Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette. She could only watch as Fang Yuan massacred the members of the Celestial Court and destroyed the immortal graveyard. Shock and anger filled Star Constellation's silhouette's face. Her gaze was cold as ice as she stared at her opponent. Good, very good. Limitless Silhouette smiled. Very good indeed. Back then, when I attacked the Celestial Court, I also wanted to destroy the immortal graveyard. But because the variant humans were too huge back then, for the sake of humanity, I did not make a move. Humph. Even if you destroy the immortal graveyard and the whole of the Celestial Court, as long as you do not destroy Fate Gu, Providence favors us, Central Continent can still establish a second Celestial Court, a third, or even a fourth immortal graveyard. Star Constellation's silhouette retorted. That's right. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette sighed. Fate Gu is the root of your Celestial Court. If you cannot destroy it, no matter how many members of your Celestial Court are sacrificed, it will not matter. In fact, the more you suffer, the more valiant you become. You'll get rid of the old and send in new blood. You'll get closer to the tides of the new era. Eras were constantly changing. Gu immortal cultivation was also constantly developing. The prosperity and weakness of Qi path and strength path was proof of this. Limitless Demon Venerable had left behind the immortal graveyard because of this consideration. Leaving behind the eliminated Qi path and strength path Gu immortals was better than destroying the Celestial Court and allowing the Celestial Court to rebound, allowing a large number of Rule Path, Wisdom Path, and other Gu immortals to emerge and be absorbed by the Celestial Court. Now, I am very curious, after the immortal graveyard is destroyed by Fang Yuan, how long can your side last? Limitless Silhouette smiled. Star Constellation's silhouette could no longer remain calm. You are ignoring the big picture. You are abandoning the great cause of humanity. You are unworthy of being the Venerable of humanity. Limitless Silhouette sneered. Back then, my main body was restrained by this reason, but now, hasn't humanity's great cause been realized? It was time for the human race to pursue greater things. You should know what I mean. Star constellations, Silhouette narrowed her eyes, falling into a rare silence. Fang Yuan, I will pull out your tendons, flay your skin, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. Duke Long roared at the sky. The anger and hatred in his heart had accumulated to the limit. He charged at Fang Yuan without any regard for his own safety. Fang Yuan directly dodged. He did not compete with Duke Long, activating 3 layers of sword wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The immortal graveyard was completely covered. The sword wave even dug 3 feet into the ground, not letting a single slumbering immortal escape. The millions of years of accumulation of the celestial court was destroyed in an instant. Duke Long's hair was disheveled, his face was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, he was about to spew fire. Every time Fang Yuan attacked the immortal graveyard, it cleansed his heart. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Immortal killer move, dragon descendants. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared in anger. The purple dragon scales on his body moved and mixed with Duke Long's blood, turning into Dragon Mangu immortals. They had their own names, they had their own appearances and methods. There were rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8 dragon men. Even though Duke Long was not an enslavement path go immortal, he had a similar killer move. This is a transformation path killer move. It contains the profundity of human path. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he mocked. Duke Long, back then, you slaughtered the Dragon Man race to refine them into a killer move. Ha ha ha! What difference is there between your actions and demonic path go immortals? You disregarded human relations. You trampled on your bloodline and kinship. Not only did you kill your descendants, you even refined them into puppets to fight for you. Facing Fang Yuan's accusation, Duke Long did not retort. His eyes flashed with deep sorrow as he attacked Fang Yuan again. At the same time, the Dragon Mangu immortals that he created were like flowers blooming. They spread out and defended against the sword wave and the countless year beasts. At Duke Long's level, he truly had no shortcomings. A huge chaotic battle unfolded in Celestial Court. Demon Judgment Board rampaged around, creating a path of blood in the Year Beast army. But the atmosphere inside Demon Judgment Board was stifling. Qin Dingling and Fang Zheng were both silent. The dragon descendants that Duke Long summoned were indeed Dragon Man. Fang Yuan's accusation was not wrong. It was no wonder that Duke Long rarely used this move. He had no choice but to use it now. He was forced into a corner by Fang Yuan. Many Dragon Mangu immortals surrounded the immemorial sword dragon. Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. Sword Wave triple layered had already been activated. He activated another immortal killer move, Golden Thread Sword. At once, the sword dragon's body turned hazy. Each of its scales emitted a warm yellow light. Suddenly, a golden thread shot out from the dragon scales. The number of dragon scales on the immemorial sword dragon's body corresponded to the number of golden threads that shot out at an incredible speed. The golden threads pierced through the air, destroying all obstructions along the way. The surrounding Dragon Mangu immortals were riddled with holes by the countless golden threads. Bam, bam, bam. These Dragon Mangu immortals suffered such heavy injuries they could no longer maintain their bodies. They self-detonated and turned back into scales and blood pearls. Fang Yuan got rid of all the enemies around him. The sword wave that he had just activated was still spreading. He moved his body and rode the wave. The immortal graveyard was already cleared. The biggest variable was eliminated. Now, Fang Yuan was targeting Duke Long Sangxianzi, was already lifeless. His vine body was in a terrible state. Demon Judgment Board could not resist Fang Yuan alone. As long as Duke Long fell, who could stop Fang Yuan? Immortal killer move, 5-finger heart sword. The dragon claw clenched. Fang Yuan's aura fell to rock bottom. He was no longer a threat. Duke Long's mind was ringing with alarm. His body flew out as the purple-gold, dragon-shaped chi flickered. His body flickered left and right, up and down. He dodged crazily. First sword. Fang Yuan's dragon eyes shined with a strange light. A sword light flew out of his dragon claw. Fast! 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 The speed of the sword light was simply unimaginable. Duke Long had just seen Fang Yuan's dragon claw shoot out a bright light when he found that the sword light had already arrived in front of him. In an almost impossible situation, he forcibly turned his body and twisted his body. The sword light brushed past him. Blood splattered. A huge wound extended from his left shoulder to his left chest. The wound was empty, be it his bones, dragon scales, or even a portion of his left lung. They were all gone. Five-Finger Heart sword was so terrifying. If this had struck Duke Long's head, he would have been sent flying. Since the battle started, Duke Long felt the threat of death for the first time. This was a feeling that he had not felt for many years. Duke Long roared loudly. His body moved like lightning as he charged towards Fang Yuan like a raging gale. Fang Yuan could not help but praise in his heart. Five-Finger Heart swords, every slash, was the process of accumulating strength. Duke Long saw through this weakness with one glance. He took the chance to attack fearlessly. Fang Yuan's dragon body turned and retreated, trying to pull some distance away from Duke Long. Chapter 1958. Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial sword dragon and also had the advantage of speed. Duke Long chased for a while, but found that he could not shorten the distance between them. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate suddenly appeared. Two giant red pillars had giant dragons coiling around them. The giant dragons wriggled as their upper bodies left the pillars and converged at the center, forming a gate. The giant dragons opened their mouths, and a pearl shone brightly in the middle, forming a pattern of two dragons playing with a pearl. Two dragon gates appeared at the same time, one in front of Duke Long and the other behind Fang Yuan. Duke Long stepped into the dragon gate in front of him and disappeared. At the next moment, he appeared in the dragon gate behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling and quickly dodged, but Duke Long used chi engulfing mountains and rivers to delay him. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the next moment, Duke Long punched the immemorial sword dragon's head and punched wildly, sending Fang Yuan crashing into the immortal graveyard from the sky. Bam! The immemorial sword dragon fiercely smashed into the ground, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly. The immemorial sword dragon raised its head with difficulty, but its claw that was clenched into a fist did not fall apart. Instead, it shot out a second sword light. Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, second sword strike. Duke Long was already on guard. The moment Fang Yuan moved, he immediately dodged and jumped onto Fang Yuan's dragon back. The second sword strike missed and brushed past the dragon's body, piercing through the sky and forming a hole. Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword's sword light was extremely fast, but it could not make any turns. Duke Long might not be able to block the sword light, but he could dodge it. Dodging the sword light might be difficult, but he could judge the timing of Fang Yuan's sword light based on Fang Yuan's movements and dodge in advance. Without a doubt, the Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword was an extremely powerful killing technique. Its power was peerless, and compared to the Time Cutter, it had a huge advantage. It would not forget itself. However, under Duke Long's clear strategy, the Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword was unable to achieve any results. It even caused the primordial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into to suffer from Duke Long's close combat. In the short span of a dozen breaths, Fang Yuan had already suffered countless heavy blows from the dragon fist. The strongest was never any immortal gu or killer move, but the gu immortal. The most ideal time to use the five-finger fist heart sword was when the first sword was released. Fang Yuan and Duke Long were quite a distance away from each other, so he could attack from a distance. He was in an invincible position. Even if Duke Long's reflexes were extremely sharp, it would still be difficult for him to parry. Every sword strike could put him in the grave threat of death. However, when Duke Long engaged in close combat, Fang Yuan's dragon body instead became the obstruction of the sword light and Duke Long's protective umbrella. Looking back at the battle, in a way, it could be said that Duke Long had used Dragon Gate to break Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword. Without distance, there was no space to use the five-finger fist heart sword. Thus, after the second sword, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using the five-finger fist heart sword and switched to the golden thread sword killer move. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's dragon scales start to flicker with yellow light and immediately retreated, using Dragon Gate again to retreat far away. Countless golden threads covered every inch of space around Fang Yuan, but Duke Long had already retreated. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had once again pulled away from Duke Long, and he could continue using the five-finger fist heart sword. Duke Long was in a dangerous situation. He had no choice but to approach Fang Yuan again in an attempt to engage him in close combat. When he engaged Fang Yuan in close combat, Fang Yuan would have to stop using the five-finger fist heart sword killer move and use other methods to fight Duke Long. This demon has actually modified the five-finger fist heart sword to such an extent. Casually canceling the killer move does not cause any backlash. Perhaps I should say that he has separated each sword into individual parts, Duke Long thought quickly. Five-finger fist heart sword was Bo Qing's trump card. How could the Celestial Court not know about it? Duke Long naturally knew a lot. If Fang Yuan did not modify it, he would definitely be targeted. Duke Long's Dao marks were inferior to Fang Yuan's, so it was difficult for him to use a defensive killer move to resist Fang Yuan's various sword Dao methods. His best choice was to dodge. Thankfully, in terms of battle experience, he was far more experienced than Fang Yuan. And most importantly, as long as he did not die as his lifespan decreased, he would continue to grow stronger. Five-finger fist heart sword has been modified by me and can be cancelled at will. But the thoughts involved have increased greatly, causing me to be unable to use other offensive methods when fighting with Duke Long. Also, Duke Long is getting stronger. Fang Yuan was anxious. Earlier, he could suppress Duke Long and Song Xianzi because of his tactical advantage. When Fang Yuan attacked the Immortal Graveyard, the Celestial Court had no choice but to defend and take a beating. But now that the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan, there might still be some slumbering Gu immortals left, but Duke Long no longer had any burdens or restraints. Thus, Duke Long could advance and retreat at will. He immediately displayed his original battle strength and style. Fang Yuan fought Duke Long. The two inevitably fell into a deadlock. Duke Long was happy to see this situation, but it was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, with a turn of his dragon head, Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a waterfall. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought, Sword Waterfall. The sword waterfall rumbled with a grand aura. Every drop of water was a sword thought. Immortal killer move, Swordsman. Sword thoughts surged and collided, forming human-shaped warriors that looked like Fang Yuan. They were all wielding swords. Countless swordsmen charged forward. This move was created by Fang Yuan after he advanced to Human Path Grandmaster. It contained the profundities of Sword Path and Human Path. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered this killer move. He quickly retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape, crashing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Calamity Luck Altar was destroying the Refinement Path formation with ease. Inside the tower, Chi Ci Lang was struggling with all his might against the faint green light on his body. Duke Long was pale with fright when he saw Fang Yuan's movement. Demon Judgment Board did its best to block him. In the end, Fang Yuan's dragon claw sent it flying. At this crucial moment, a song descended on the battlefield, coiling around the immemorial sword dragon's body. Fang Yuan immediately felt his condition deteriorating, as if he had returned to the lowest point of his life, being controlled by others, unable to express his talents and ambitions. Without freedom, his future was bleak. The immemorial sword dragon's speed fell sharply. Duke Long quickly arrived and blocked Fang Yuan. "Good job, Feng Jioga!" Fairy Myrtle. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioga's destiny song successfully interfered with Fang Yuan, and the one who guided him in was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle opened Central Heaven Gate. This immortal goo house was the entrance of Celestial Court. It had the ability to differentiate and teleport, but it was not as large and convenient as a teleportation formation. Destiny Song continued to play. Fang Yuan's battle strength fell sharply, while Duke Long's battle strength continued to rise. Boom, boom, boom. The immemorial sword dragon was forced back by Duke Long, unable to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Fang Yuan had fallen into such a disadvantage. Without a choice, he stopped all his sword path killer moves and started to prepare a reverse flow protection seal. Duke Long saw that he was retreating and his aura was rising. He immediately knew that he was preparing another killer move. How could he give him a chance? Duke Long roared repeatedly. Purple gold, dragon-shaped chi surrounded his body as he chased after Fang Yuan and attacked fiercely, creating a storm of attacks. The immemorial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into had its skin and flesh torn. Dragon scales flew and blood splattered. More terrifyingly, Duke Long's chaotic dragon fist could disrupt his thoughts, causing his killer move activation to fail. At this difficult moment, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that he had stored. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew towards Duke Long and self-detonated. Duke Long was very wary. He quickly dodged and restrained his attacks. Fang Yuan finally had a chance to breathe and activate reverse flow protection seal. Duke Long could not help but sigh when he saw the seal. The opportunity earlier was very good, but he did not make use of it. He had fought with Fang Yuan for so many rounds. He had already seen through Fang Yuan's fighting style. Fang Yuan used a transformation path killer move to transform into an immemorial beast or plant, while also transforming his Dao marks into the same path. With such a foundation, any killer move would have a much stronger power. Even a rank 7 killer move could threaten a rank 8. Fang Yuan had many methods. It was hard to imagine that he had cultivated and accumulated to such an extent in less than 100 years. Even with a venerable inheritance, it was shocking. Duke Long believed, as long as Fang Yuan was given enough time, he would definitely reach an unprecedented height. Fortunately, Fate Gu's recovery had created a huge momentum. Fang Yuan had no choice but to attack Celestial Court in advance. Fang Yuan might be able to use some exquisite and terrifying methods to defeat most enemies in the world. But against an existence like Duke Long, these methods were far from enough. He needed a strong and stable combat system with trump cards. Just like Duke Long's transformation path and chi path methods, they formed two different combat systems. 9 Dragon Protection was a strong defense. Clear Dragon Vision was used for scouting. Dragon Claw Strike, Chaotic Dragon Fist, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer were used for offense. These 4 methods covered close combat, mid-range, and long-range combat. Among them, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer had the power to break through all obstacles with a single strike. Dragon Roaring Wave and Body Flicker were normal movement methods, while long-range teleportation had the outstanding killer move Dragon Gate. There were also dragon descendants to make up for the lack of group attack methods, and the strongest method of this combat system was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for Chi Path, there were Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods, Chi Breath Mountain, hidden dragon chi explosion, chi engulfing mountains and rivers, giant chi hand explosion, and chi current scissors as offensive killer moves. Compared to transformation path, these offensive methods were much more effective at long range. The purple gold dragon form chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so outstanding that it helped Duke Long in all aspects. Of course, the most important thing was movement. Reverse Insect Dragon was almost specially prepared to deal with battlefield killer moves. And this Chi Path trump card killer move was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's two combat systems took into account offense, defense, movement, and many other aspects. They had no weaknesses or gaps. What was even more precious was that these two combat systems could complement each other. For example, transformation path offensive methods were stronger in close combat and mid-range combat, but weaker in long-range combat. Chi path offensive methods were the exact opposite. In comparison, trump cards were not needed. One or two of each set of these methods were enough. In a real battle, the most practical methods were still those normal killer moves. For example, even though Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, he had not used it since the start of the fight with Fang Yuan. The entire battle was intense. Fang Yuan was not an idiot. Duke Long did not have the chance to use it. Chapter 1959. How many combat systems did Fang Yuan have? From Duke Long's current observations, Fang Yuan only had two mature combat systems. One was Time Path, the other was Sword Path. Time Path was the most comprehensive system. It had 3 breaths of future vision, Year Beast Summoning, Myriad Year Flying Worship, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, Autumn Hair Coat, as well as Spring Plowing, Summer Mowing, Autumn Harvesting, Winter Storage, and other killer moves. It covered both combat and management. It had 2 trump cards. One was Time Cutting Edge, paired with Shrink Time. The other was Spring and Autumn Success, with Spring Autumn Cicada. As for Sword Path, it had Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Sword Wave Triple Layered, Golden Thread Sword, Dark Assassination, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall, Swordsman, and the trump card was 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This system was strong in terms of offense. It was superior to Time Path, especially when Fang Yuan modified 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. But it was lacking in other aspects. Movement and healing were overshadowed by Duke Long's system. This became a shortcoming. In front of a strong enemy like Duke Long with extremely rich battle experience, these shortcomings became weaknesses. They dragged down the offensive power of the entire Sword Path system. Other than these 2 systems, Fang Yuan had many Chi Path methods, but in Duke Long's view, they were not comprehensive. Unlimited Chi C was clearly a trump card. It was powerful enough to break the primordial Chi wall, but it had not been used again after being used once. It seemed that the chances of using it again were low. In terms of Soul Path, Duke Long knew that Fang Yuan had many methods. His trump card was undoubtedly Luo Pasil, but Celestial Court and Duke Long were already prepared in this aspect. Fang Yuan had not used any Soul Path methods since the start of the battle. It was a wise move. Other than these, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was Rule Path, Myriad Self was Human Path, Strength Path Giant Hand was Strength Path, Familiar Face was Transformation Path, Lead Soul into Dream, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, and Swap Soul and Dream were Dream Path killer moves. These methods were powerful, but they were all independent and one-sided like large pearls. A mature combat system was like a pearl necklace. The methods complemented each other, linked together like small pearls. In terms of overall value, the latter was superior. Against most Gu immortals in the world, Fang Yuan could use the pearls to change the situation and obtain victory. But against Duke Long, Fang Yuan's overall disadvantage would be exposed. Fang Yuan, what you lack is time. I believe you have noticed it already. Unfortunately, a mature system requires hundreds of years of accumulation. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Even if you use all sorts of predecessors' inheritances to mature it, it is not perfect. He activated Spiraling Dragon Fang Killer, moved to attack Fang Yuan from afar, but he was blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Duke Long was not dejected, even though Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very powerful. It lacked a mature system to support it and make up for its weakness. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's greatest weakness was that it expended reverse flow river water. Even though Fang Yuan tried to save it after rebirth, how could he endure such an intense expenditure? Reverse Flow Protection Seal was an immortal killer move that used reverse flow river as the main body. It had shocking defensive strength and could reflect almost all external attacks. This move was created by Fang Yuan. It showed his immense talent. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked a stable combat system that could use this trump card. For example, a supplementary defensive killer move that could reduce external attacks, a killer move that could increase the power of the reflected attacks, or a method to heal reverse flow river itself. To make an inappropriate analogy, the reverse current protection seal was like a delicious fish. Even though it was delicious when eaten raw, if it was combined with salt, it could be turned into dried, salted fish that could be stored for a long time. If it was combined with sugar, ginger, onion, garlic, or other supplementary ingredients, it could be used to make all sorts of delicacies that were even more delicious. Compared to the Celestial Court, compared to Duke Long, Fang Yuan's accumulation was still not enough. He fell into a predicament unavoidably. Duke Long attacked again and again, resisting the backlash of Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he forcefully weakened Reverse Flow River's reserves. His healing methods were also very impressive. Meanwhile, Feng Jioga's Destiny Song continued to shroud Fang Yuan. Destiny Song fluctuated between strong and weak, activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. The profundity of the song was even greater than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Even with the seal, Fang Yuan was still weakened by Destiny Song, just to a lesser extent. To make matters worse, Destiny Song was not only weakening Fang Yuan, but it was also helping Duke Long's battle prowess sword, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. He whistled through the air, and he had the upper hand. His attacks were like raging waves, extremely ferocious. Fang Yuan cancelled his primordial sword dragon transformation and returned to his human form. The saber dragon's body was huge. If the reverse current protection seal covered it, it would suffer more attacks and consume more energy. It was not as stable as a human body. Using the pure dream reality seeker physique, Fang Yuan continued to counterattack. But very quickly, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also targeted. They exploded one by one and turned into dream realms. His realm had transformed into a new pure dream reality seeker physique and fought for the Celestial Court. It was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Myrtle had not only brought Feng Joga back through the central heavenly gate, but also Feng Kim Hong. With her around, Fang Yuan's dream path methods would be greatly restrained. As expected, all of Fang Yuan's dream path methods were being countered. Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. In the previous life, she used the immortal formations helped to unleash an immortal level dream path, killer move, and spoiled my plans. Now that she is in the Celestial Court, is she using an immortal formation or an immortal goo house to target me? Fang Yuan really wanted to find the exact location to attack Feng Kim Hong, but he had no choice now. He could not even get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and the distance between them was getting further and further, because the ones dealing with him were Duke Long and Feng Jioga. The old and new Tao Guardians worked together at this moment. As for Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling, who were on Demon Judgment Board, they could not interfere anymore. They started to deal with the rampaging year beasts and swordsmen. Celestial Court's main forces also returned to Celestial Court from the battlefield of Harryfoot Mountain through Central Heavenly Gate, participating in the cleanup. The year beasts and swordsmen were not their match. They lost one after another. Calamity Luck Altar was the main target of Celestial Court's main forces. Some even flew back to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Chi Si Lang could not move freely. He was in a dangerous situation. Oh no! Celestial Court's main forces have retreated. Doesn't that mean Infallible Blessed Land has lost its use? Celestial Court has enough success Dao marks they will be able to repair fate in an instant. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Bad news came one after another. The situation was getting worse and more dangerous. Fairy Myrtle quickly used the killer move Impartial Treatment. His reverse flow protection seal is about to shatter. Duke Long transmitted, urging, "Yes." At this moment, Fairy Myrtle's injuries had already stabilized. She could fight again. She activated the Immortal Goo House and flew into the sky. Her vision included Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Feng Jioga. Immortal Killer Move, Impartial Treatment. Impartial Treatment has succeeded. Fang Yuan cannot escape this calamity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted, "Well done, Ziwei." Duke Long laughed loudly. His attacks became even more berserk. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. It is useless, Fang Yuan, no matter how much you persevere. You will lose in the end. Fairy Myrtle smiled, but at the next moment she heard a female voice. "Is that so?" "Who is that?" Fairy Myrtle was shocked. This voice was both familiar and strange. She was very surprised. She had never sensed the presence of other Goo Immortals around her. "What are you looking for?" "I am you." Fairy Myrtle was extremely shocked. She found that she was actually answering her own question. "What is going on?" "I am not being controlled anymore. My soul, there is a problem with my soul." Suddenly, eerie light shined in her eyes. It spread rapidly and covered the whites of her eyes, turning them dark and eerie. Even though Fairy Myrtle resisted and struggled with all her might, she could not do anything. In her final moment of clarity, she suddenly realized she was being controlled by Spectral Soul. Every soul search was actually modifying her soul. Spectral Soul's methods were too profound. She could not detect it at all. She had already been corroded and infiltrated by Spectral Soul's strength. All of the decisions that she made before the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention were secretly influenced by Spectral Soul. But initially, Spectral Soul's interference was very little. Towards the middle stage, this kind of influence increased. Right now, he could even create some sort of illusion in Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle did not use Impartial Treatment earlier, but she thought she succeeded. She even informed Duke Long. "Maybe in the previous life, I was also corroded by Spectral Soul like this. Even though I used Impartial Treatment, I did not truly activate it." This was Fairy Myrtle's final conscious thought. At the next moment, she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with black light as she looked at the battlefield quietly. Her lips curled up into an eerie smile. While maintaining the central heavenly gate and keeping it open, she concealed herself and quietly arrived at the Soul Suppression Hall. She was the clearest about the arrangements here. She quickly made her move, removing all the restraints and freeing Spectral Soul. Ziwei welcomes the Lord. She knelt down on both knees. There was no trace of the pride of a Celestial Court member. Her face was filled with reverence towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was extremely weak. He turned into a translucent soul ball as he floated in front of Fairy Myrtle. "Let's go, let us go out and watch a good show." Fairy Myrtle held the soul ball with both hands as she walked out of Soul Suppression Hall. At this moment, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest also appeared in Celestial Court's battlefield. "What's going on? Where is Fairy Myrtle?" Duke Long was furious. Central Heaven Gate was still activated. It actually transported these enemies here. Duke Long could not contact Fairy Myrtle. His heart sank. He wanted to destroy Central Heaven Gate. But at this time, Fang Yuan charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Duke Long was seething with anger. He could only block Fang Yuan and give up on his original plan. Gu immortals walked out of Central Heaven Gate. Follow Lord Wu Yong. To think that celestial court would be like this. Kill, kill, kill. Heaven overseeing tower is there, follow me. Chapter 1960. Come, come, take a look, this is high-quality silk. Tong Hulu, Tong Hulu. 3 skewers for 1 skewer. Sir, what do you need? In a shop that sold gu worms, a waiter welcomed Hong Yi with a warm expression. Hong Yi first looked at this waiter. Before carefully looking at the layout and decorations of the shop, he frowned inwardly. Everything is so lifelike. What is going on? I heard you sell scholar gu here? Hong Yi asked. Oh yes, but Lord, this scholar gu is a rank 5 gu worm. The waiter was hesitant. Hong Yi smiled lightly, no longer concealing it. He released his rank 5 gu master aura, causing a commotion in the shop. The waiter was shocked. The shop manager was also attracted over. He cupped his fists and welcomed Hong Yi, personally taking out scholar gu for him to take a look. It is indeed scholar gu. Hong Yi looked at it carefully. His suspicions deepened. Can I test it? Sir, go ahead. The shop manager immediately lent scholar gu to Hong Yi. Hong Yi activated his primeval essence, injecting it into scholar gu. This scholar gu immediately broke free from Hong Yi's fingers, flying out and turning into a pale-faced scholar on the ground. The young scholar bowed to Hong Yi, saying respectfully, "Student pays respects to master." Hong Yi nodded, feeling great interest. This scholar gu was very rare. It was a human path gu worm. Hong Yi had only heard of it in rumors. Hong Yi took out a wisdom path mortal gu and an information path mortal gu from his aperture, throwing them to the scholar. Try using them. The scholar received these 2 gu worms. He did not need to familiarize himself with them. He immediately used them and was very familiar with them, especially when it came to some small activation habits. It was as if Hong Yi was the one using them. Sir, what do you think? The shop manager smiled and asked. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Very good, I want this gu. The shop manager was overjoyed. Thank you. 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi could not help but raise his brows. This price was not expensive, it was simply too cheap. The price of a rank 5 mortal gu was between 100,000 and 1,000,000 yuan stone. But this kind of scholar gu was a very rare top-tier rank 5 gu. Its price had to be above 1,000,000 yuan stone, and there was no market for it. But here it was only sold for 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi had many fortuitous encounters. He was wealthy. He immediately paid for this scholar gu. Walking out of the shop, Hong Yi's heart was in turmoil. This place is like Emperor City. But isn't there a great battle between immortals around Emperor City? Here, people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. What's going on? Also, on the surface, this place looks no different from reality. But if you look closely, you'll find a large number of human path gu worms here. Scholar gu was only one of them. Furthermore, these human path gu worms were gathered in such a large amount. But to these people it was very normal. As for fire path, water path, and other paths gu worms, they were instead rare. It is like human path is the mainstream of gu master cultivation here. It's really strange. I don't know what Brother Yi has found out about this time. Let's quickly meet up with him. After Yi Fan and Hong Yi were chased into the painting by Genesis Lotus Will, they discussed and split up to explore this place. Yi Fan also discovered what Hong Yi discovered. But at this moment, in an alley by the side of the street, Yi Fan saw an unexpected person. Master! Yi Fan was shocked. He had also bought a human path rank 5 gu worm from the shop. It was called Hero Gu. After leaving the shop, he went to a corner and secretly used it. It was different from when he used it in the shop. Hero Gu actually turned into his master's appearance. Don't be surprised, my disciple. It is fate that brought us together here. Lu Wei-yin smiled. Yi Fan immediately understood his meaning. He was overjoyed. Master, you know about the peculiarity of this place? What is this place? Why did we suddenly fall into this place? Lu Wei-yin replied leisurely, I have to start from the beginning. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Central Continent gave birth to an immortal Venerable called Genesis Lotus. He created the killer move karma divine tree. When he was traveling in Western Desert, he rejected a child's request to revive his family. Thus he saw a certain scene in the future. Emperor City would be destroyed by an earth trench. All living beings would be wiped out. Thus, he buried Divine Bean Palace on the spot. After returning to Central Continent, he used the painting path killer move contented abode in Emperor City, creating a painting world. Because the two of you are connected by luck to Feng Yuan, your relationship is extremely close. Genesis Lotus is wary of you, thus he sent you here. It is equivalent to being sealed. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He could not react to this series of information. He was extremely shocked. This matter is actually related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? And Master, when did I connect luck to Feng Yuan? That was Feng Yuan's doing. He wanted to use your luck to succeed. The upper extreme heavenly eagle is also his immemorial desolate beast. Lu Wei-yin replied calmly, Feng Yuan connected luck to me. He wants to use my luck? Yi Fan was even more shocked. Yi Fan became Lu Wei-yin's disciple. He had one foot in the world of Gu immortals. He knew far more secrets than Hong Yi. He was very clear what kind of person Feng Yuan was. He was an unparalleled demon. Even the celestial court was helpless against him. He actually had a relationship with him. This was simply a fantasy. Lu Wei-yin shook his head. Disciple, don't look down on yourself. You are a person favored by the heavenly Tao. You have strong luck from birth. Even though you are insignificant, you will definitely have great accomplishments in the future. There are less than 10 people with luck like yours in the entire 5 regions. It is not strange that Feng Yuan wants to use your luck. However, the heavenly Tao is very strict. He had once used your luck and obtained benefits from you. Now, you want to use him to obtain a huge immortal opportunity. The upper extreme heavenly eagle is only a part of it. What is in front of you now is Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Yi Fan exclaimed again. He suddenly understood, and his gaze towards Lu Wei-yin changed. Master, you know all of this very well. That means you are the one who planned all of this? Haha, disciple, you think too highly of me. All of this is Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. I am only his inheritor, Lu Wei-yin said. Yi Fan heard of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's great name. He realized that he had also become a disciple of Paradise Earth's faction. But he did not feel joy. He was already numb from shock. Lu Wei-yin waved at Yi Fan. Time is limited. Let's talk while walking. Yi Fan quickly followed. The two followed the flow of people on the street and moved forward. Lu Wei-yin explained in detail. This Genesis Lotus True Inheritance is extremely valuable. It is split into 3 parts. The first part is this contented lifestyle killer move. The second is the luck of the son of human path. The third is the rank 8 immortal Gu house created by Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Divine Emperor Palace! Lu Wei-yin paused before continuing. Of these 3 parts, we will take the second part first to make you the son of human path. Yi Fan asked, Master, what is the son of human path? What should I do? Lu Wei-yin answered, Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. It uses a sect system. Human path is the most prosperous and has the greatest accumulation. Emperor City has always been the greatest gathering point of Central Continent's human vein. Why are there so many talents here? It is because of human relations. As long as you absorb the strength of the human relations, it will greatly boost your luck. you will gain the favor of Human Path and become the son of Human Path. To do this, you will need Hong Yi's help. Hong Yi? He is my sworn brother. How is this related to him? Yi Fan was shocked. Lu Wei-yin said, Fang Yuan is also connected to his luck, but his luck is different from yours. You are someone favored by the heavenly Tao. While he is one of the sons of Human Path in Central Continent, he is favored by Human Path. You can use his relationship to take advantage of the situation. Under Shen Shang's manipulation, you will gain the recognition of the human relations. With the identity of the son of Human Path, we can use Fang Yuan's strength to plot for the first part of the true inheritance, or even the third part. Divine Bean Palace Painting. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. A voice entered Fang Dichang's ears intermittently. Fang Dichang had already stopped using Karma Divine Tree. He was activating Wisdom Path Killer moves while thinking about how to escape when he heard this voice. It is Shen Shang's voice. He learned of my identity from my main body? Fang Dichang hesitated. He had some guesses, but he did not answer immediately. Sure enough, Shen Shang's voice continued. Fang Dichang, I have already learned of your true identity from your main body. I did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a method. He could plan a clone in a western desert superforce. I will help you escape now. Oh, how are you going to help me? Fang Dichang was puzzled. Shen Shang smiled. You should know that I have been trying to unravel the Venerable's Human Path methods. I have already grasped the key. That's right. Fang Dichang nodded. Shen Shang continued. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. I have been hiding and have not been discovered by Genesis Lotus Will. So I am still unraveling Human Path killer moves. Fang Dichang asked directly, So what? Shen Shang explained patiently. This is a great opportunity. I have already gathered the human will of the 4 regions and infused them here. Originally, I could not interfere with Emperor City. I could not interfere with the Venerable methods from the inside. I had to infiltrate silently. But now, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. You have refined Divine Bean Palace before. Your authority is just lower than Genesis Lotus Will. Right now, you have Karma Divine Tree Killer move. You can use it to shake the entire Immortal Goo House and cooperate with me to spread the Venerable methods to amplify everyone's power. This means you want me to cooperate with you to unravel the Venerable's Human Path methods. Fang Dichang hit the nail on the head. Shen Shang smiled. We are helping each other. Chapter 1961. Celestial Court's Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Wu Yong activated his killer move, but was attacked by the 3 main forces of Celestial Court. Wu Yong die. Prince's Impatience activated Endless Flames, pushing forward layer by layer while he hit the back. Also surrounded by a sea of flames, he defended while attacking. He was very steady. Zhou Xiong Xin attacked from the back. 3 men forming Tiger Killer move was activated. Tiger groups roared and pounced. Meanwhile, Yi Qiaozi used his killer move from afar. Green vines grew out of thin air and spread towards Wu Yong, trying to bind him. Wu Yong sighed to himself. He retreated back into clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Using the Immortal Goo House, he resisted the attacks of the 3 immortals. But this also made his plan to approach heaven overseeing tower go up in smoke. The Human Path Killer move's amplification on Celestial Court is too huge. Wait, this is... Just as Wu Yong was having a headache, specks of white light gathered on clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, and even entered his body. Human Path Killer move. Hope of the people. Human Path Killer move. Heroes among people. Ah. Inside the Immortal Goo House, the southern border Goo immortals around Wu Yong screamed. This strength, this strength. Old Treeman Bada, who was fighting outside, looked at his hands and gasped in shock. Transformation Path Great Expert Yi Hao Fong was also bewildered. Why is Celestial Court's human path killer move helping us? This doubt was as heavy as a mountain. It pressed down on the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Xin Shang, you did not disappoint us, you did well. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. He had also received the amplification. His condition was rising rapidly. Duke Long's expression was ashen. He was a dragon man, a variant human. He did not receive the amplification of heroes among people. But Fong Yuan was different. When he returned to his human form, even if he was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo, he had a pure human identity. Boom! Duke Long was sent flying by Fong Yuan. What exactly is going on? Qin Dingling transmitted her voice and questioned old man Zhen Yuan. Elder Zhen Yuan did not die. He had moved out of the central basilica a long time ago and had been in charge of activating the method of humanity left behind by the Venerable of the Middle Continent. At this moment, the old man hurriedly reported to Duke Long, Qin Dingling, and the others. There's a problem with Imperial Emperor City. Someone was playing tricks. He had infused the will of the other 4 regions into this place. Popular support and heroes among people were based on the will of the people. Originally, it was only the will of the central continent, but now it is the will of the 5 regions. Thus, everyone has received a blessing. As Duke Long parried Fong Yuan's fierce attacks, he asked, "How do we solve this problem?" Elder Zhen Yuan replied in a deep voice, "I'm doing my best, but I'm not confident that I'll succeed." Duke Long's heart sank further. Who could have done this to the Venerable One's human path? He had not expected the human path killer moves of the Venerables to undergo such a transformation. Even though the other party did not directly break these 2 killer moves, they expanded the range of the killer moves to everyone. This was no different from breaking them. Is it Xin Shang? The soul ball in Fairy Myrtle's hands shook lightly. It seemed to be laughing. The information that Fairy Myrtle had given to Duke Long back then was regarding Xin Shang's location. She had made this decision because of Spectral Soul's influence. Duke Long trusted Fairy Myrtle deeply. He did not suspect anything. Furthermore, Feng Zhang was held captive by Shen Songxing back then. He needed to be redeemed. Thus the following events happened. Eventually, Shen Shang left Dragon Whale Paradise and infiltrated Emperor City, achieving this result. Or perhaps I should say, as expected of a paradise. The soul ball shook again. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were pitch black as she held the soul ball with both hands, using wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of soul path to heal the soul ball. Under her healing, the soul ball's form continued to solidify. On the other side, Central Heaven Gate was still open. Gu immortals were continuously being brought into Celestial Court. Ha ha ha! Bring these people in. Let them kill. Let them die. The more they kill, the better. The more deaths, the better. Ha ha. The soul ball laughed wildly. The first batch was the deities of Southern Frontier from Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield, as well as Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu, and the rest. Right now, the second batch of Gu immortals were reinforcements from Northern Plains. They had allied with Southern Border in the previous life. The leader was an old man with a walking stick. It was Yao Huang. There was also Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, who was walking with his head held high. Behind the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were Domination Immortal Chu Du, who was famous in the 5 regions, Profound Extremes Descendant Ming Lu, who had harmed old Ancestor Shui Hu, as well as other Gu immortal experts. Rank 7 Gu immortals enter the immortal Gu houses. Yao Huang looked around the battlefield as he spoke. Even Chu Du had to listen to him. The intense battle in front of him shocked him. The intensity of the battle was not something rank 7s could interfere in. Even though Northern Plains had few immortal Gu houses, they brought 3 this time. Follow me. Let us reinforce Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu took the lead and charged out. Yao Huang and the 3 immortal Gu houses followed closely behind. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan cheered loudly. Earlier, when he attacked the Refinement Path formation, he was obstructed by Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch's Golden Pearl. Now, he was besieged by Celestial Court's main force. Bing Saichuan attacked the Refinement Path formation while also repairing Calamity Luck Altar. He needed help. This batch of reinforcements came at the perfect time. Kill! Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted. His body flickered as he split into countless clones that fought against the soldiers formed from the Golden Pearl. Yao Huang was not to be outdone. He waved his walking stick as a pungent medicinal fragrance spread throughout the battlefield. Next, the 3 immortal Gu houses arrived and guarded Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court's main force sensed this and immediately split up. Don't even think about leaving. Wu Yong used killer moves one after another. Free Will Wind Whip, Soft Vajra Wind Chief, Dark Wind Rope, and others were used interchangeably to tie down the enemy. Bada, Yihao Fong, and the rest followed suit. Damn it! Many of Celestial Court's main force members were tied down by them. They cursed in their hearts. If it were before, the southern border immortals would not have caused such trouble. But now, with heroes among people, Wu Yong and the rest's battle strength rose sharply. Even though they were still inferior to Celestial Court's members, the latter were elites among rank 8s. They were enough to pose a threat. Let's go! Dragon Palace charged forward. Wu Shuai and John Budu were controlling it. Feng Joga had no choice but to dodge. Destiny Song slowed down. Fang Yuan felt the pressure on him decrease. With the support of heroes among people, he sent Duke Long flying again. Dragon marks coiled around Duke Long. Dragon fangs flew around, attacking instead of defending. Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared out of nowhere. This is... Looking at the huge figure in front of him, Duke Long's pupils shrunk. Evil Dragon, Di Zongxing had appeared again. Duke Long! Di Zongxing spoke in human language. His roar stirred up a huge storm. He swung his dragon claws. With a loud sound, Duke Long was sent flying like a ball. Di Zongxing's dragon claws were bleeding. They were cut by the dragon fangs. Meanwhile, Duke Long crashed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was over 30 meters deep. Di Zongxing's huge body crashed down. Rumble! The entire heavenly court shook violently, and a huge cloud of dust engulfed the entire battlefield. Di Zongxing flew up slowly. The land of the celestial court under his belly had formed a shallow trench, connecting the east and the west. All the buildings and mountains along the way were destroyed, turning into ruins. He's up there. Jean Budu suddenly pointed. Duke Long hovered in the sky, looking down at Di Zongxing, the dragon gate behind him slowly disappearing. At the crucial moment, he used the dragon gate to get out of his predicament, dodging Di Zongxing's fierce attack. This evil dragon. Duke Long clenched his teeth. The Fangjing in his chest quickly puffed up, returning to its original appearance. Clearly, Di Zongxing's claw attack was not easy to deal with. On the other side, Myriadeer flying warship flew back and caught Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long in the sky and sneered, ignoring him as he charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already barely resisting Calamity Luck Altar. It was on the verge of collapse if Fang Yuan and Myriadeer flying warship joined in. They would definitely not be able to hold on. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Everyone gather. Protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long roared. He moved out first, using Dragon Gate to block Myriadeer flying warship. Get lost! Dragon Palace rushed over to reinforce. Wu Shuai, who was in charge, decided to release Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy. This way, he could use Dreamy Light Smoke again. Dreamy Light Smoke swept towards Duke Long. Duke Long's heart was pounding. He had to dodge and open up a path for Fang Yuan to enter. Oh no, this is a dream path killer move. My methods are useless. At an extremely far corner, Feng Kim Hong was hiding inside an inconspicuous immortal goo house. He was jumping around anxiously. Right at this time, Destiny's song resounded in the battlefield again. Thus, Celestial Court side's condition rose sharply. Duke Long also benefited immensely. Feng Yuan's group's offense immediately weakened. They were no longer as powerful as before. It is hard to imagine that we have entered Celestial Court. The Eastern C8 Immortals entered the battlefield from Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court, Feng Zheng is under siege. The 8 Immortals' eyes brightened, especially when they saw Feng Yuan and Di Zongxing working together with Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace. They forced Duke Long and Feng Joga to retreat. Good. Let's charge and deal a fatal blow to them. The 8 Immortals' morale soared as they joined the chaotic battle. Why are they here? Feng Yuan was also slightly surprised. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the 4 dragon generals should join the battle, but Qin Yuan and the rest were very conservative. Why would they take the risk and join the battle? This is the side effect of heroes among people. While they are buffed, they are also strengthened by the 4 regions' human will. Their decisions are affected and they hate Celestial Court even more. Shen Shang transmitted. It is a pity that Western Desert Side is still in a deadlock with Central Continent's immortal goo houses. They cannot join the battle. Shen Shang, you did well. Feng Yuan praised generously. Shen Shang laughed loudly. Of course. But speaking of which, it is truly unexpected that you can control Central Heaven Gate. This move is truly spectacular. I can also feel the guiding force of the Central Heavenly Gate. Later, we will be able to meet up and turn the Heavenly Court upside down. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan only smiled. Then why aren't you coming? Central Heaven Gate's change was beyond Feng Yuan's expectations. But at this time, how could he expose his own weakness? Even if someone was plotting in the dark, Feng Yuan could only go with the flow and prioritize defeating Celestial Court and destroying fake goo. Oh no, why at this time? Just as Shen Shang was about to accept the connection, black flames seeped out of his body again. His internal injury erupted again. I used my full strength earlier to break the Venerable killer move, so my injuries were not suppressed. This was Shen Shang's final conscious thought before he fell into madness and chaos again. Once Shen Shang went crazy, old man Jing Yuan, who was hiding in Celestial Court, sensed it. The old man was excited. The enemy's power suddenly disappeared. Regardless of the reason, I can use this time to take over and reverse the situation. Who is it? Old man Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted in front of him. Fairy Myrtle appeared with empty hands and a smile. Ziwei, no, you are not in the right state. The old man's eyes shined with cold light as he quickly retreated. But at the next moment, a condensed, pitch-black soul ball appeared behind him and entered the old man's body. No. Old man Zhang Yuan fell to the ground as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His eyes rolled over, and he foamed at the mouth, trembling intensely. After trembling for a while, old man Zhang Yuan suddenly stopped moving. His eyes turned completely black, like Fairy Myrtle's. He stood up silently and wiped the foam off the corner of his mouth. His hands drooped down as he said respectfully to the floating soul ball, "Old slave greets master." Spectral Soul softly acknowledged he did not have any immortal goo now, but that did not mean he did not have any methods. The soul beast modification killer move that he had once created had already turned into a type of innate ability in his soul. This kind of innate ability could transform any soul, causing the target to offer their complete loyalty and vow unwavering loyalty. Next is to subdue Feng Kim Hong. I know her location and can cut off the teleportation ability of that immortal goo house. Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to speak. No rush. Spectral Soul said, Feng Kim Hong is not only favored by the heavenly Tao, she is also favored by human path. Her luck is only inferior to Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. Even though she is alone now, if we have any intentions towards her, we will be obstructed. Forget about the others. Just Feng Joga alone is a huge problem. This person is not inferior to Duke Long right now. Let's observe the changes in the battlefield first. Let these people fight with all their strength. When their luck runs out, we will see if there is a chance to make a move against Feng Kim Hong. Spectral Soul and his servant left the Immortal Gu House and looked at the battlefield. At this moment, Celestial Court side had no choice but to hide around Heaven Overseeing Tower. Defending with all their might, the situation was extremely dangerous. The other immortals attacked fiercely. They were amplified by heroes among people, while being weakened by Destiny Song, especially with Fang Yuan and Di Zongxing at the lead. Every small action made Celestial Court's side extremely nervous. Duke Long and Feng Juga were like pillars of support. One resisted Fang Yuan while the other suppressed Di Zongxing. But they were both at a disadvantage. After all, they still had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Demon Judgment Board could not resist the alliance of Myriad Year, Flying Worship, and Dragon Palace. The Golden Pearl soldiers were all expended. Celestial Court's main force continued to retreat. Their defensive line was forced to shrink. Celestial Court's defeat is imminent, Fairy Myrtle commented, her eyes shining with eerie light. Only Yuan Cheong-du was standing at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Song Yan and Che Wei were lying on the ground. They were unconscious and had no one to heal them. Celestial Court could not spare any manpower. Chi Ci Lang was resisting the jade green light when Celestial Court's main force arrived and easily dealt with him. Chi Ci Lang was still restrained and could not resist. He was beheaded and died in a sullen manner. The refinement path formation was destroyed. Yuan Cheong-du could only continue to repair Fate Gu by himself. Soon. Yuan Cheong-du muttered, flames burning in his palm. Boom! With a loud explosion, Heaven Overseeing Tower suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. Yuan Cheong-du was disrupted. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground, fainting. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.